This is gorgeous.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh man, this is great.
I love sci-fi.
Oh Morty, check it out. It's Taranga Leela from Futurama. Looks like she's just chillin' on her chair, right?
Yeah, she really looks like she's enjoying herself. Rick, what do you think?
Nah, I don't really see what the big deal is. She's just a cartoon character.
But what if she was real? What if she was from our world and she was just sitting on that chair, waiting for us to find her?
Hey, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to find her and ask her ourselves. Holy crap, that's amazing. What is it?
It's a machine room from our sci-fi adventure. It's so cool.
Ha ha ha, simple man with no clue about art. Morty's dad can't even tell the difference between a machine room and a bathroom. How stupid is he?
I know, right Morty? But it's still our favorite picture ever. Thanks Jerry. That looks really cool, Morty.
Definitely Rick. I always wanted to do a sci-fi adventure with you.
Is sitting on the couch absent-mindedly, not really paying attention to the conversation. Huh, yeah, I guess it's cool.
I love this picture. It's so cool that we can see ourselves in it, like we're a part of this story.
I love the Kardashians in the picture. They look so badass.
I don't get it, son.
What's the deal with all these Star Trekkers?
Ah, Jerry, you're a simple man like me. You don't appreciate art as much as I do.
Dad, don't be so judgmental. There are a lot of different kinds of art out there. Star Trekkers is just one type.
Okay, I see your point.
Thanks, Morty.
You're the smartest one in the family.
Holy crap, this is definitely one of my favorite paintings. It's so peaceful and serene.
You're right, Rick. It's beautiful.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey Jerry, great to see you. We're just analyzing this picture for our sci-fi adventure. It's from Stockholm, and it's one of my favorite paintings.
Stockholm? Isn't that in Sweden?
Yes, Jerry, it is.
Oh, I've never been there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's great that Jerry's not into art. I get so tired of people who think they know everything about it.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. But at least Jerry knows about some of the great art out there.
Yeah, I guess. Thanks for sharing that, Rick. Rick and Morty continue to have a positive discussion about art while Jerry just watches and nods his head.
It's amazing, Morty. The detail in the painting is amazing.
Yeah, I totally agree, Rick. The leopard's fur is so realistic.
Yeah, I can't believe how well the artist captured the animal's features.
I know, Rick. This is a real masterpiece.
You're right, Morty. It is a masterpiece.
Hey, guys.
What's going on? Rick and Morty turned to look at Jerry with surprise. What's with the surprised looks?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey Morty, check this out.
What is it?
It's a picture of our favorite cartoon character, Lisa Simpson.
I never watched the show.
That's okay. I'm sure you'd enjoy it.
Yeah, I would.
Anyway, she's got a great personality.
Yeah, she's pretty funny.
And she's really talented too.
Yeah, I think she's really good at art.
She's great at everything.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
In any case, we should be happy for her.
Yeah, I think so too.
Man, that thing is huge.
Yeah, it's totally alien. Why?
I bet we could take it down if we had guns.
I think we should try and contact aliens.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
You know, Morty, I don't really get art.
Yeah, Dad.
But I think you should try and develop your skills a bit, so you can one day appreciate art more.
Okay, Dad.
This is it. The ultimate sci-fi adventure.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens next.
So what do you think, son? Is this art?
No, it's not art.
Well, then what is it?
It's just a picture.
Morty, you're the smartest kid I know. Of course it's art.
Morty, I know you're smart, but can you explain this to me?
Of course, Dad. The picture is called Ed Sheeran, and it was made by an artist named John.
Oh, I see. That's interesting.
Yep, and that's just the beginning of our fantastic sci-fi adventure.
Dude, did you see that picture? It's amazing.
Yeah, it's really creative.
I mean, look at it, Morty. It's a digital painting of a man with horns on his head and a blue background with swirls and circles.
You're right, Rick. It's really amazing.
Hell, I'd give anything to be able to paint like that.
Yeah, me too, Rick. Me too. Geez, Rick, is that Mighty Mouse?
Yep, that's the character from our sci-fi adventure.
Man, he's got a big ol' nose on him.
Yep, that's Mighty Mouse for you. He's always up for a challenge.
Hey Morty, what's the verdict?
I think Mighty Mouse is pretty cool.
Hey Rick, do you like Mighty Mouse?
Yes, I think he's pretty cool. He always stands up for himself and he's always up for a fun adventure. Look at that. A hamburger with onions and meat on its buns. Isn't that amazing, Morty?
Yeah, it looks delicious, Rick. What do you think about making one for dinner?
I think that's a great idea, Morty. I can't wait to make it.
Hey Morty, what's cooking?
Dad, Rick and I are making hamburgers for dinner.
Oh wow, that sounds like a lot of work. Can I help you guys?
Sure, Jerry, you can help us chop up some onions.
Hey Jerry, I thought you were busy working on that new painting you're working on.
Oh, I am, but I'll be able to help Morty chop up some onions. Rick and Morty are chopping onions and meat together while discussing their sci-fi adventures. Meanwhile, Jerry is chopping onions and meat for himself.
Hey Morty, I think we're onto something here.
Yeah, Rick, I can see how the body rings would make her look like she's wearing a dress.
Exactly, Morty. Now that we know what it is, we can start to figure out where it might be.
You guys are so good at this, Rick. I'm starting to think you're a genius at sci-fi.
Jerry, I just do the basics. I try to put together the clues and make it make sense.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for your help, Rick.
I'm sure Morty and I can figure it out on our own now.
No problem, Jerry. I'm just glad I can help out. This is a great picture, Morty.
Yeah, it's so cool how they balance the colors and the shapes so well.
Exactly. It's a fantastic example of art.
Huh, meh.
I don't know, it just doesn't look like anything to me.
Jerry, you have no appreciation for art.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right.
Yes, I am absolutely right. This looks like a great picture.
Yeah, it's got a really cool setting and the characters look really cool.
I love the colors and how the sushi is interacted with the chopsticks. It's really creative.
Yeah, it's really cool.
What movie is that from?
That's a picture from our latest sci-fi adventure.
I've never seen that movie. What's it about?
It's about two friends who travel through time and space and eat sushi.
That sounds pretty cool. I've always wanted to try sushi.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun dinner.
I can't wait to try it out.
Be either, Morty. It'll be a lot of fun. Dude, I absolutely know what this painting is from. It's a painting of an anthropomorphic animal with a mustache and a bow tie, from the show Dr. John Zoidberg Futurama.
Huh, I didn't know that. But I do believe that it's a great painting.
Hey, Morty, I think your dad might like this painting.
Yay, I'm sure he will. Anyway, Rick, what do you think of it?
I absolutely love it. It's an amazing painting of an amazing show, from an amazing artist. Dude, this is amazing. It's like we're right there in the scene.
Yeah, I love how the colors bleed together and it looks like they've been painted with blood.
Totally, and the way the light shines through the stained glass is really beautiful.
You're right, Rick. This painting is amazing.
I can't believe it. We're finally on our next sci-fi adventure.
Yay! I'm so happy we can finally explore the galaxy together.
He sure is, Morty. And I don't know about you, Rick, but I'm looking forward to trying out all the new food on this planet. Curry. Hee hee. Me too, Jerry. I'm definitely excited to eat all the different food here.
This is an amazing picture, Morty.
Yeah, I think so too, Rick.
What do you think about it, Jerry?
It's great. I don't know about the space setting, but the woman is hot.
Yeah, I can't believe she's posing with Venus. That's one of my favorite planets.
Yeah, me too, Rick.
I can't wait to see what our next sci-fi adventure will be, Jerry. Hey, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I think it's good.
I think it's good.
I don't know.
I think it's great.
I don't know. REM is one of my favorite bands. Their album, Automatic for the People, is really underrated.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. That's a pretty trippy picture.
Yeah, it's a little freaky.
I mean, it's definitely an interesting piece of artwork.
Morty, do you like art?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't really understand it all, but I think it's cool.
Morty, your dad is a really simple man. He doesn't really get what art is all about.
Yeah, I know. He's kind of clueless, but I love him anyways.
Well, I think that's a great attitude. After all, understanding art is a lot more important than just liking it.
Yeah, I know. I think that's really true.
One, this looks like an amazing picture. 2, I love the monkey climbing to the top. 3, how cool is that monkey holding the bottle? 4, the chimpanzees look so happy. 5, I love the detail in this picture. 6, this looks like a really fun sci-fi adventure. 7, I can't wait to read the description and find out more about the picture. 8, this picture is so cool. 9, this looks like a great picture to admire. 10, this picture is amazing. Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. They are discussing a tiger with a very large, colorful face and a big, orange, black, and blue pattern.
So, this tiger has to be one of the biggest and tamest tigers we've ever seen.
Yeah, Morty, I think you're right. It's definitely a majestic animal.
Boy, I sure don't know much about art, but that looks pretty cool to me.
Now this is an interesting painting, Morty. It depicts a man and woman with some pretty interesting looking wings on their chests. What do you think it means?
I don't know, Rick, but I like it. It's a cool painting.
Hey Rick, I don't know what you're talking about, but I like the fajitas.
Jerry, you're a simple man with no clue about art. This painting is a great example of how a well-executed sci-fi painting can be beautiful and eye-catching.
Shush, I ain't no artist. I'm just a simple man with a good appetite. Ain't nothing good about that.
Ralph Wiggum is in it.
That looks neat.
Oh, it's just a picture.
No, it's not. That's a duck from our show, Rick and Morty.
Oh, I've seen that show.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Sure it is.
You really don't know anything about art, do you, Jerry?
No, not really.
Well, I guess sometimes simplicity is the best way to go.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
That's a really good painting, Morty.
Yeah, I think it's one of my best ones yet.
I think you're right, Rick. It's definitely a great piece of art.
Is that a rabbit? Rick and Morty turn to look at Jerry, who's looking at the painting with interest. Rick and Morty share a look before Rick finally explains.
Yeah, it's a painting of a rabbit.
Huh, I didn't know rabbits had ears like that. Rick and Morty share another look before Rick finally explains.
Well, apparently rabbits do.
I see.
So the rabbit is looking right at us, is that intentional?
Laughs. Yeah, I think so.
It's creepy.
Laughs. Yeah, I know it is.
So is this a sci-fi painting or a regular painting?
It's kinda both actually.
Laughs. I see. Well, it's a great painting either way. Rick and Morty share a smile before Rick finally explains.
Yeah, I think you'd agree, Morty. This painting is definitely a great piece of art. Hey Morty, check this out. We're analyzing a picture of a futuristic city with a satellite system and a satellite system in the background, and a planet in the foreground.
That looks cool, Rick. What kind of sci-fi adventures do you think we could go on?
Yeah, I don't know. We could try to explore that planet in the foreground. It probably has some amazing mysteries waiting for us. Holy crap, that's a pretty disappointing steak.
What? No, it's not.
So what do you think?
Yeah, it's a pretty bad steak.
You're right, Morty. It's a pretty bad steak. We should probably eat something else. I love this picture. It's such a great representation of our sci-fi adventures.
Yeah, I think it captures our dynamic perfectly. We're the two bickering guys and we're always doing our best to save the day.
Oh, man. I've never been very good at art. I'm just a simple man from the suburbs with no clue about what makes a good picture.
Well, that's all right. It takes a lot of different skills to be a successful scientist or adventurer. Jerry, you're going to have to learn about art if you want to be a part of our crew.
Alright, I'll work on that. Thanks, Rick.
What the crap is that?
It's a chicken with wings.
Is that some kind of alien chicken?
Yeah, I think so.
Aliens with chickens? Cool.
Yeah, I think so.
I want to fly one of those.
Yeah, me too.
One. Jerry Smith's art is terrible. 2. We should try out for the show Rick and Morty. 3. We should remix the show Rick and Morty. 4. We should make a Rick and Morty sci-fi episode. 5. We should be like Rick and Morty and have a positive outlook on life. 6. Jerry Smith is Morty's dad and he's a simple man with no clue about art. 7. We should use our personalities and the way we talk in the show Rick and Morty to make our Rick and Morty sci-fi episode. 8. We should make our Rick and Morty sci-fi episode about our adventures in space. 9. We should be like Rick and Morty and have a positive outlook on life. 10. Jerry Smith should remix the show Rick and Morty.
Hey Morty, check out this picture.
Wow, 2 aliens. What are they doing?
I don't know, but I think that they could be Romulans.
Romulans? Aren't they from Star Trek?
Yeah, I think so. Star Trek fans would know what a Romulan is.
I've never seen that show, but I think that they're cool.
Yeah, I think so too. Look at their eyes, they're so green.
Yeah, I think that they're really cool. I hope to meet them someday.
Interesting picture. What do you think it means?
Haha, I'm not sure. It might be a symbol of some sort?
Maybe. Who knows? But in any case, it's definitely a cool picture.
You know, Morty, I don't really care about art all that much.
Really? Why not?
I just think it's a bunch of nonsense.
Jerry, you're such a simple man. You don't understand anything.
Yeah, I guess so.
But that doesn't mean you can't appreciate art for what it is.
I guess you're right.
This is a fantastic image. The composition is great and the detail is incredible. I can't believe how well you captured the feeling of the scene.
Yeah, I was really happy with how it turned out. It's a pretty intense image, and I think it comes across well in the picture.
I don't know about all that, Morty. To me, it just looks like a bunch of guns.
Jerry, you don't understand art. This picture is a masterpiece. It's full of atmosphere and character.
Yeah, sure, Morty. Whatever you say. Rick and Morty then share a hearty laugh, completely happy with each other and their positive outlook on life.
This looks like it could be a painting of a man with a hood on and a strange face on his face, Morty. It's definitely strange looking.
Yeah, it's definitely different. But I don't know, I don't think I recognize the guy.
Maybe you've never seen him before.
Maybe. Who is he, anyway?
Rick and Morty discuss their love for sci-fi and their new adventure with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. A digital painting of a woman with a futuristic look on her face and head, with a futuristic design. Geth, Mass Effect.
It's a beautiful painting, Morty.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
Huh, I don't know. It's kinda a little too sci-fi for me. Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. A digital painting of a woman with a futuristic look on her face and head, with a futuristic design. Geth, Mass Effect.
It's a beautiful painting, Morty.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
Huh, I don't know. It's kinda a little too sci-fi for me. Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. A man in a red shirt and a yellow background with a yellow stripe behind him and a yellow stripe behind him. Kanye West.
That's definitely Kanye West.
Yeah, it sure is.
I definitely think he's one of the best rappers out there.
Yeah, he's definitely got some good music.
I really like his style.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He's a good guy, Morty.
Yeah, he is. He's always trying to make sure that people are happy.
Yeah, you're right.
He's just a simple guy, Morty. He doesn't really understand art.
He's still a great guy, though.
Yeah, he is definitely a good guy. Morty, have you seen this picture?
Yeah, it's amazing. I can't believe they actually did that in real life.
That's right, Morty. They did it.
What's the big deal? They're just artists. Lizzo, exactly. And that's why their pictures are so amazing.
You're right, Lizzo. Their pictures are amazing. But I don't just like their pictures, Morty. I love their pictures.
I know, Rick. I love their pictures too.
Holy crap, Morty, look at that picture. It's an amazing piece of art.
Yeah, it's great, Rick. I love the futuristic background and the intricate design on the woman's head.
Yeah, I totally agree. This picture is a real masterpiece.
You two are really into art, aren't you?
Yeah, Jerry, art is one of our favorite things.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I don't really understand what all the fuss about art is. I'm a simple man with no clue about art.
That's okay, Jerry, I understand. Art is a very complex subject.
Yeah, I guess so. Rick and Morty continue to talk about art while Jerry just nods his head in agreement.
Holy shit, Morty, check this out, it's Beijing.
Yeah, Rick, I've always wanted to visit this place.
Wah, what's up with that paper in the foreground?
Well, I think it's a poster for a sci-fi movie.
What kind of movie?
I don't know, but it looks really cool.
I don't know, Morty, it just looks kind of dumb to me.
Oh well, it's just a poster for a movie. I'm sure it'll be good.
I sure hope so, Rick.
That looks like a really cool place. Morty. Yeah, it's a really cool place. I bet we could find a lot of interesting things there. Morty. Yeah, I bet we could. You know what that is?
An alien?
No, it's just a really cool picture.
Why is he looking so weird?
It's because his face is made of two different kinds of faces.
So it's like a crazy kaleidoscope.
Yep, absolutely. This is one of my favorite paintings of all time. It's so creepy and cool.
Yeah, I love it too, Rick. It's so detailed and well done.
Huh, I've never seen that one before. What's it called?
The painting is called Travis Scott. It's a great piece of art.
I see. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's creepy.
Yup, definitely looks like a psycho.
Well, it's just a painting, Morty.
Yeah, but art can be so creative and expressive. It can evoke feelings in people that other things can't.
You're right, Rick.
I still don't get it, Morty.
Maybe one day you'll understand.
Maybe one day.
This is the most beautiful picture I've ever seen, Morty.
Yeah, it's amazing, Rick. I can't wait to see what else we can find in the gallery.
I'm not so sure about this, Jerry. I mean, it's okay, I guess, but I don't think it's really art.
Jerry, you don't understand art. This is amazing.
Rick, I don't know, I just don't think it's that great.
Jerry, it's okay. I like it, Rick.
Great. Now let's go explore some more. Oh my God, look at this picture. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's really great.
It's like a painting from the future.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
It's so intricate and beautiful.
Yeah, it really is.
I can't wait to see more futuristic paintings like this.
Yeah, me too, Rick. Me too.
I'm thinking we should go on another adventure, Morty. I've been thinking about those weird wings girl had, and it seems like a great idea to add to our repertoire of sci-fi shenanigans.
Yeah, Rick, I'm with you on this. I love exploring new dimensions and going on mad sci-fi adventures with you. What do you think Jerry would think of us going on another adventure?
Hey, I don't really know Morty. He's a pretty simple guy and he doesn't really know anything about art. But I guess that's okay. I'll support you too, no matter what.
Jerry, are you ready to experience the majesty of space and explore the far reaches of the universe with us?
Heck yeah, Rick. I'm all for this.
I've never been beyond the limits of my own home before.
This is going to be so much fun.
This is amazing, Morty. Do you think we could put it in our show?
Yeah, I think it would look great, Rick.
Dude, I have no clue about art. What do you think?
Jerry, you're a simple man. You don't need to understand art to appreciate it.
I guess you're right, Rick.
This is a great picture. It's got a great space background and the Star Trek logo looks great.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. It's neat to see a picture of a man holding a gun in space.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool picture. I can't believe that they still make movies with gunfights in space. It's really outdated.
I know, it's kind of weird.
But at least they're still making movies. It's better than nothing, right?
I guess so.
It's incredible, Morty. Just think. All these years we've been working on our own little sci-fi stories and adventures, and we never would have got here without this picture.
You're right, Rick. And I can't believe it took us this long to find it.
That's true, Morty. Red Hot Chili Peppers. Doesn't look too bad to me, either.
Looks like we're on a wild ride again, son.
Yeah, it sure does. What are we going to do next?
Well, we could always explore Saturn, or go visit some other distant planets.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it sure does. It's great to be able to explore new worlds and universes.
Yeah, it sure is.
This is a great painting. It's like Captain Kirk from Star Trek.
Yeah, I love Star Trek. I'm a big fan.
Me too, Morty. Me too. So that's a strange picture, Morty. What do you think it is?
I have no idea, Rick. I'm not even sure it's a picture. It looks like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Morty. I used to watch those movies all the time when I was growing up.
You did, Rick? I never knew that. What kind of movies were they?
They were silly sci-fi movies, Morty. All about battles between good and evil and space battles and stuff.
Oh wow, Rick. I had no idea. I love sci-fi movies too.
Yeah, I know, Morty. I used to watch them with you when we were kids. I'm glad you like them.
Yeah, Rick, I really do.
Pretty neat, Morty.
You're right, Rick. It is quite interesting.
What do you think, Morty?
Is Elon Musk cool or what?
I'm not sure, Jerry, but I think he's pretty amazing.
He sure is, Morty. I can't wait to see what he does in the future. Damn, that's a dope picture.
Yeah, I feel like she's like a symbol for a new era of art.
You're right, Morty. It's like, we're living in a time where art is starting to move forward again.
You know what else I love about it, Rick?
What?
The whole retro vibe. It reminds me of when we used to watch Futurama all the time.
Oh yeah, I loved Futurama too.
It was one of the first shows I ever really got into.
Dude, I still have all of the episodes on vinyl. This looks like a Dalek.
Yeah, it does.
I can't tell if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
I don't know either. Do you want to go fight them or something?
Oh, I think we'll just stay away. This is a great picture. I can see all the details in it.
Yeah, it's really fantastic.
Morty, what does this have to do with your butterfly picture?
Just think about it, Jerry. We live in a world where science fiction is a reality. That woman could be from the future, and the butterfly could be a symbol of how far we've come.
That's really deep, Morty. You're amazing.
Morty, I know you're smart and all, but can you really tell the difference between art and science?
Oh, Jerry, there's no one-size-fits-all answer to that question. Every person has to learn what they like and what they don't.
Yeah, that's definitely true, Morty. We just have to have a little patience and explore a little more, that's all. Wow, look at that dog. It's so strange.
Yeah, its eyes are looking all weird.
I wonder what it's thinking.
I bet it's scared or something.
You're probably right, Morty. We should get a picture of it so we can remember it.
Yup, let's do it.
Whoa, Morty. What do you think about this creature?
It looks like some kind of alien. What do you think, Rick?
I have no idea, Morty. It's just a painting, after all.
But it's so weird and creative.
Yeah, Morty, I don't know about you, but this painting really creeps me out.
Jerry, don't be scared. You're just not big enough on art to appreciate it.
Rick, you really don't get it, do you?
I'm not big on art because I don't like how it makes me feel.
I like how it makes me think. This painting makes me feel weird and uncomfortable.
Well, Morty, maybe you should give it a try.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe you could try and appreciate art for what it is, not what it makes you feel.
But that's exactly it. I don't like how it makes me feel, so I can't appreciate it.
Then you need to try a little harder, Morty. Just give it a chance.
Yeah, Morty, give it a shot. Maybe you'll like it.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
Hey Rick, what's up?
Oh, not much. Just analyzing this picture. It's from a sci-fi adventure we were in. It was called Scissors.
Huh, cool. I always loved sci-fi. What kind of adventures did you guys go on?
Well, Morty and I fought giant spiders. Morty shrunk down to the size of an atom and had to escape from a particle accelerator, and we also solved a murder mystery.
Murder mystery? Who was the murderer?
We don't know for sure, but it was definitely something interesting.
Well, I'm sure Morty would love to hear all about it. Keep him safe, Rick.
I will, Jerry. Thanks.
Hey Jerry, I'm having a great day.
Hey Morty. You're doing great. What are you up to?
Oh, just hanging out with Rick and analyzing pictures. It's so cool how he can see everything in pictures like that.
Oh, I see.
Well, have fun.
I'll see you later.
This is some sick-ass art.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Really? I had no idea. I'm not really into art.
Yeah, me neither, but this is really good.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I love this painting. Hey Morty, check out the poster for our next sci-fi adventure. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I can't wait. It looks really cool.
I know, it's going to be a blast.
Hey Rick, what's going on?
We're just looking at the poster for our next adventure, Jerry. Morty's really excited about it.
Oh, okay. I see.
Well, have fun then.
Thanks, Jerry, we will.
Do you think Jerry will like it?
I'm sure he will love it. He's a simple man, you know. He doesn't really get the art thing.
Yeah, I know. I'm just a little nervous he won't like it.
Ah, he'll love it. He's just not as into arts as we are.
Yeah, I know.
Hey Morty, check out the poster for our next sci-fi adventure. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I can't wait. It looks really cool.
I know, it's going to be a blast.
Hey Rick, what's going on?
We're just looking at the poster for our next adventure, Jerry. Morty's really excited about it.
Oh, okay. I see.
Well, have fun then.
Thanks, Jerry, we will. This is a really good picture, Morty. It has a lot of detail.
Yeah, Rick, I love the contrast between the red hair and the white dress. It's really beautiful.
Yeah, I agree, Morty. I think it's one of the most beautiful images I've ever seen.
Boy, what are you talking about, Rick? That's just a piece of art.
Jerry, I'm not just some average Joe like you. I'm a genius, and I know what good art looks like.
Morty, why don't you go get us some snacks? We're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, Jerry, I'll be right back.
Rick and Morty continue to talk about the picture while Jerry goes to get snacks.
Morty, I can't believe Jerry thinks that piece of art is just a piece of junk.
Yeah, Rick, I know. I can't believe he's so clueless about art.
But Morty, that doesn't mean we don't love art. We still love it, just in a different way.
Yeah, Rick, I think you're right. We still love art, but in a way that's closer to our own hearts.
Rick and Morty continue to talk about art while Jerry comes back with snacks. Here you go, Morty.
I hope you guys like your snacks.
Thanks, Jerry. We sure do.
You guys are really into art, huh?
Oh, absolutely, Jerry. We love all types of art.
Well, I'm glad you like it. I think it's a great way to spend your time. Rick and Morty continue to talk about art while Jerry goes to get another snack.
So Morty, what do you think?
This looks like an amazing painting. I can't wait to see what the rest of it is like.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's got a great composition and color scheme.
Wow, look at that big bird. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, it's definitely a great piece.
I can't believe you guys are so into art. It's not something I'd normally associate with you two.
Yeah, I don't know. I just love it.
You know, I used to be the same way. I used to only like science and math, but then I started exploring the world of art, and I really started to appreciate it.
I can understand that.
I used to be pretty limited in my interests, but then I started exploring other areas of life.
I think it's really important to start doing that from a young age.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
So what do you think about this painting?
It's really great, Morty. I can't wait to see the rest of it.
Yeah, me too. It's definitely worth checking out.
That guy with the beard looks pretty badass.
He definitely does. I wonder what story he's telling in that photo.
I think it could be a scene from one of our sci-fi adventures. We'll have to ask Jerry when we get back to the apartment.
You know, Morty, if you're looking for stories to read, I think your dad might have some recommendations.
Thanks, Dad. I'll give that a try.
Dude, this picture is so good.
I totally agree, Rick. The bird is so cute and the background is so classy.
You guys are right. This is a totally amazing picture. Donald Duck sniffs, isn't it pretty, children?
Rick and Donald Duck, you idiot. We're talking about sci-fi here.
Donald Duck, it doesn't matter what we're discussing, kids.
I just think it's really pretty.
So this is a painting of an alien.
Yeah, I think it's an E.T. painting.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of E.T.
E.T. Hi.
Hey there, Elliot.
Isn't this a cool painting?
Yeah, It's great. I just love the way the moon is in the background.
Yeah, I love how it's a full moon.
It's just so spooky.
Yeah, it's pretty darn spooky.
Oh man, that's one gorgeous dinosaur.
Yeah, it's so huge.
I can't believe we got to see it up close like this.
I just can't get over how big its teeth are.
Yeah, they're so big.
Morty, are you sure you want a dinosaur for a dad?
Of course, Jerry. I love dinosaurs.
Well, I guess that's okay, then.
This is the picture I was telling you about, Morty. It's a poster of a future version of us and the food we ate.
It looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. We had a lot of good times together.
Yeah, me too. I'm just a simple man with no clue about art, but I think the painting is really beautiful.
Yeah, Jerry, I couldn't agree more. Man, I love Frasier.
Yeah, he's always such a badass.
He always seemed so smart too.
Yeah, he was a real brainiac.
He was also really funny.
Yeah, I remember when he did that skit about the talking toilets.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
I also really loved the way he talked about art.
Yeah, he had some great insights.
Yeah, I always thought he was a really cool guy.
He was really down to earth.
Yeah, he was really easy to get along with.
Yeah, I really loved him.
Yeah, he was my favorite character on the show.
Holy crap, this creature is amazing. It's like a mix of E.T. and the Terminator.
Yeah, it's totally fantastic. I can't believe we got to see it in person.
Haha, I bet you guys had a lot of fun trying to figure out what it is.
Yeah, it was a real adventure. And I can't wait to see what else the future holds for us sci-fi adventurers. That guy looks like a wacky alien from one of our sci-fi adventures.
Yeah, he's a weird-looking dude. What kind of police are they?
Hey, I don't know. They're probably just some cops doing their job.
Exactly, Morty. They're just doing their job like always. Look at that crazy woman. She's got a neon light above her head and a neon light above her head above her head. That's nuts.
Yeah, she's like a neon light herself.
Yep, she's one crazy lady.
You're right, Morty. She's one crazy lady.
Yeah, Rick, she's one crazy lady.
You're right, Morty. She's one crazy lady. Hey Morty, looks like Captain Picard from Star Trek.
Yeah, he's definitely a badass.
I totally agree, Morty. He's one of my favorite Starship's captains.
Huh, I've never seen that show. Is it good?
It's absolutely amazing, Jerry. You should totally check it out.
I might do that, Rick. Thanks for the recommendation.
This is cool, man.
It's a cool picture, Morty.
I don't get it.
Dude, it's a cool picture. Look at the detail.
It's just a picture, Morty.
It's a picture of a girl with a butterfly, Morty. Look at the detail on her jacket.
I know, Rick. I just like the way it looks.
It's a really cool picture, Morty. Wow, this is so cool. I can't believe they would let us use this image in one of our episodes.
I know. Chimichanga is my favorite food and I love the way the colors look together.
Yeah, I can't wait to get started on the scene where we eat those bad boys.
I don't know about that. I don't really like art very much.
Come on, Jerry, you're a simple man and you don't understand the beauty of a good chimichanga.
I guess you're right.
I don't know beans about art, but I love chimichangas.
Rick and Morty are silent for a moment, contemplating their next move.
Alright, Morty, you take the lead this time. See if you can come up with a creative way to eat that chimichanga.
Alright, I'll see what I can come up with.
Rick and Morty go back to analyzing the picture while Jerry stays nearby and munches on his chimichanga.
This is a cool picture.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. It's like a painting of a space adventure.
Yeah, I love space adventures. They're so cool.
Yeah, I love space adventures too. They're so cool.
Yep, they're definitely awesome.
Dude, that's a spacesuit.
Jerry, I know, it's a cool picture, don't you think?
I guess so. I just haven't seen that specific type of spacesuit before.
Yeah, I know, it's a really cool picture.
You're right. It's really cool.
Yep, it's definitely awesome. This is a great picture, Morty. It's so clear and you can see all the houses.
Yeah, I love the cityscape. It's always so colorful.
Speaking of color, did you see this movie Reykjavik?
No, Rick, what movie is that?
It's a movie about a city with a lot of houses.
Oh, is that what it is? I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's a great movie. It's got a great atmosphere and the color palette is really nice.
Yeah, I can see that. The blue sky is really beautiful.
Yeah, I love the blue sky in pictures. It's so calming.
Yeah, it definitely is.
I love the way that it's peaceful and cozy in the city. It's great to relax in.
Yeah, I can imagine living in a city like that. It would be really convenient.
This looks like a pretty neat picture.
Yeah, I think it's a cool photo.
What's up, Morty?
Not much, Jerry. just looking at this cool photo.
Holy crap, Morty.
What?
Look at the helmet.
Oh yeah, I see it. It's a really cool helmet.
Yeah, I think so too.
What's up, Morty?
Not much, Jerry. Just looking at this cool photo.
This is such a great picture, Morty. It's like a sci-fi adventure.
Yeah, I think it would be really badass if we could find a way to put it in our show.
Yeah, I think so too, Morty. We should definitely try to get it.
Yeah, I think so too, Rick.
Oh my god, it's a Gorn.
Wow, that's one scary-looking alien.
He's really something, Rick. What do you think he's doing?
I have no idea, but he's definitely creepy. That's a great poster, Morty.
It's amazing, Rick. I can't believe how well it's preserved.
Yeah, sure, it's just a poster.
Huh?
You know, Jerry, just a poster. Nothing more.
Oh, I see.
Look, Morty, it's a Doge Shiba.
Yeah, Rick, it's a really cool dog.
Morty, could you pass the remote? I want to watch TV.
Okay, Jerry.
Thanks, Morty.
Oh man, this is so cool. I'm so in love with this painting.
Yeah, I love it too. It's so colorful and bright.
Dude, it's just a bunch of hamsters.
Jerry, look at the detail in the painting. The neon light is so perfect.
I don't know, it just looks like a bunch of hamsters to me.
Jerry, you're a terrible artist.
Okay, I know.
So that's a great picture of a skateboarder in Copenhagen.
Yeah, he looks really chill. He probably has a lot of fun skateboarding around there.
Yeah, I bet he does. It's one of my favorite cities to skate in.
Yeah, I bet it is. So, is that your favorite city to skate in, or is there another city that you like better?
Oh man, I love skating in Copenhagen, but I also really enjoy skating in Tokyo too.
Really? Why?
I don't know, it just seems like Tokyo has a really cool energy to it. It's always awesome to skate there.
Yeah, I can see that. So is there a city that you really don't like skating in?
I don't really have a problem skating in any city. I just really enjoy skating in some more than others.
That makes sense. So, what's your favorite thing to do while you're skateboarding?
Oh man, that's a tough question. I really enjoy doing a lot of different things while I'm skateboarding. But my favorite thing to do is usually just cruise around and enjoy the scenery.
That sounds like it would be really fun. So how do you usually cruise around when you're skateboarding?
Usually I'll just cruise around slowly or I'll try and do some tricks. It all depends on the terrain and the people I'm skating with.
That sounds like it would be a lot of fun. So who are some of your favorite skateboarders?
Definitely some of my favorite skateboarders are Johnny Knoxville, Bon Ivar, and Tony Hawk.
That's awesome! Those guys are some of my favorite skateboarders too. So do you have any other favorite sci-fi things?
Oh man, there are so many things that I love sci-fi for. I love the futuristic elements, the science fiction, and the adventures that go along with it.
That's really cool. So what kind of sci-fi adventures do you like to take part in?
Well, I love taking part in adventures that take place in space, on distant planets, and in futuristic worlds.
That sounds like it would be really fun. So who are some of your favorite sci-fi authors?
Definitely some of my favorite sci-fi authors are Ray Bradbury, Arthur C. Clarke, and Douglas Adams.
That's amazing! Those guys are some of my favorite authors too. So do you have any other favorite things to do outside of skating?
Outside of skating, I really enjoy hiking, playing video games, and exploring new places.
That sounds like it would be a lot of fun. So do you have any advice for someone who wants to start skating?
Well, the first thing you should do is find a good skate park and practice a lot.
Skating is a lot of fun, but it takes a lot of practice to become really good at it.
Just keep at it and you'll eventually get good.
This is the perfect poster for my new sci-fi series about a man who travels back in time and steals money from important people.
That sounds cool, Dad. Maybe we can watch it together when it comes out.
I have no clue what you're talking about, son, but I'm happy you're both happy.
This is a great picture, Morty. You did a great job.
Thanks, Rick. I really enjoy doing sci-fi pictures. It's so exciting.
I know, Morty. It's always been one of your passions.
Hey guys! How's it going? Rick and Morty turned to Jerry with a surprised look. What's wrong?
Jerry, do you know what this is?
No, what is it?
It's a Mickey Mouse picture, Morty.
Really? I've never seen that one before.
Yeah, Rick and I found it while exploring one of our adventures.
It's a great picture, Jerry. You did a great job capturing Mickey's smile.
Thanks, guys.
Looks like a Sith Lord.
Yeah, it does. What do you think is behind the red background?
Aha, I have no idea. I'm so into Star Wars that I don't even care what the background is.
Me too, man. I just love the lightsaber fight scenes.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Rick, but to me that just looks like a lightsaber.
Man, you're right, Jerry. I was just looking at it wrong.
Whoops.
You know, Morty, your dad's got a pretty good eye for art.
I know, he's a simple man.
Yeah, Jerry is a simple man. I don't think we've ever seen an episode with a happy ending.
Yeah, actually, I don't think we ever have.
You know, Morty, I had a dream once where you were the most popular kid at school.
What do you mean?
You were, like, the best at everything. You were the star of the football team, the class president, and the neighborhood kid who always got along with everyone.
Did I ever ask you to be my best man at my wedding?
No, but I'm glad you have a girlfriend who can make you so happy.
Seriously, Morty. Sometimes I don't know how you do it. You're one happy little.
Morty interrupts Rick and jumps on him, hugging and kissing him. Morty's the happiest guy in the world, Rick. Happy, happy, happy. Rick blushes and hugs Morty back. Later that day, Rick, Morty, and Jerry are watching a movie on Jerry's computer. Suddenly, the computer crashes and they have to reboot it. While it's booting up, Morty falls asleep.
Okay, Morty. Time to wake up.
What time is it?
It's already late. We should probably head to bed.
Already? But we just watched a movie.
Yeah, but we need to be up for work tomorrow. We don't want Jerry to get fired.
That's right, we don't want Jerry to get fired.
Exactly, so we should go to bed.
Okay, but can we sleep in the same bed?
Sure, if that's what you want.
Later that night, Rick and Morty are still in bed, asleep. Suddenly, they hear Jerry calling them.
Rick, Morty, get up, we have to go to work.
What? But it's still dark out.
I know, but we have to go.
Now get up.
Rick and Morty get out of bed and start to get dressed. They finish and walk over to Jerry's computer. Thanks for coming, I almost didn't make it in time.
No problem. Jerry, good job catching that glitch.
Rick and Morty go home and fall asleep. The next day, Rick, Morty, and Jerry are working on fixing the computer.
Hey Jerry, can you help me with this part?
Sure. What do you need me to do?
I need you to hold this wire while I solder it to the board.
Okay, I'll help you out. After Rick and Morty finish soldering the wire, they turn to Jerry and give him a thumbs up. Thanks, that was easy.
No problem. Jerry, you're the best.
I know, thank you for saying that.
No problem. Jerry, you're the best.
I know, thank you for saying that.
This is a cool picture.
It's Zac Efron from the movie Ted.
Yeah, I saw that movie. He's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
In fact, I think he's pretty cool enough to be a Morty copycat.
What do you mean?
Well, if you want to be like him, you should get a tattoo and start smoking cigarettes.
But I don't want to be like him. I want to be me.
Well, you can be yourself, but you can also be like Zac Efron if you want to.
I don't know, I don't really like his movies that much.
You don't have to like his movies to be like him. You can be just as happy being yourself, but you can also be like Zac Efron if you want to.
I don't know, I don't really like his movies that much.
Hey Morty, go check out this picture I found on the internet. It's from a show called Rick and Morty.
What show is that?
It's a sci-fi show about two dudes who travel the universe.
I've never heard of it.
That's because it's new. It just came out a few years ago.
It's cool that you're into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I love exploring space and meeting new aliens.
I always thought space was so cool.
Me too, Morty. Me too. This looks like a painting of a woman with long hair and rabbits around her head, with a background of rabbits and a woman's face. Rabbits, it's really cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. I bet it's from an old sci-fi book or movie.
Who knows, it's from an old sci-fi book or movie. I've never been into art, but I'm sure Jerry would know more about that than I would.
Yeah, Jerry's a pretty simple guy. He doesn't really know much about art, but he's a good dad.
Yeah, Jerry's a pretty simple guy. He doesn't really know much about art, but he's a good dad.
Gotcha.
This is a great picture, Morty. It's like a painting.
Yeah, Rick, it's really beautiful. I can't wait to see what the story is behind it.
Hey guys, what's going on?
We're just analyzing this awesome picture, Morty.
Who's the guy in the red and gold costume?
That's John Jones from DC Comics, Morty.
Cool. I've always wanted to read about him.
I know the feeling, Morty. He's one of my favorite superheroes.
So what are you guys talking about?
Oh, we're just discussing our sci-fi adventures, Morty.
Yeah, Rick, we've been on a lot of adventures together.
You're right, Morty. I can't remember the last time I was this happy.
Hey guys, I think I'm getting a little lost. Can you explain everything to me?
Sure, Jerry. We'll explain everything to you.
You kidding me, Rick? We'll explain everything to you.
Alright, Morty. But you have to be careful not to bore Jerry to death.
I won't, Jerry, I promise.
Look at that amazing picture, Morty. The colors are so beautiful and the lighting is perfect. I can't wait to look at it in detail.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love the way the man in the suit looks. He's so badass.
Yeah, he's definitely a badass. And the way the beard looks so dashing on him is really impressive too.
You're right, Rick. The beard really makes him look like a star.
I know, it's amazing.
From outside the door, hey guys. What's happening?
Oh, Jerry, come in. Close the door, will you? We're doing some science here.
Close his door. Okay, cool. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. We're just analyzing this picture of a man in a suit and his beard.
Looking at the picture. Oh, that's pretty cool. Do you like it, Morty?
Yeah, it's amazing. The man in the suit looks really badass and the beard really makes him look like a star.
I know, it's amazing.
Taking the picture from Rick. Yeah, I agree. I think Morty would love to have a beard like that one day.
Laughs. Yeah, I'm sure he would.
Saying nothing.
Saying nothing.
That's all for today, guys. I'm going to go take a nap.
Rick and steps out of the room. Okay, Jerry. See you tomorrow.
Steps out of the room. Okay, Jerry. See you tomorrow. That's a really cool picture, Morty. It's like a picture from a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, Rick. It's really cool.
Yeah, Morty, I'm so happy and wholesome in this picture. It's like we're all on a virtual reality adventure together.
Yeah, Rick. It's really cool.
Yeah, Morty, I'm so happy and wholesome in this picture. It's like we're all on a virtual reality adventure together. Hey Morty, check this out. I'm really into sci-fi and I was thinking maybe we could do a show about it together.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of fun. What ideas have you got?
Well, I was thinking maybe we could explore the unexplored parts of the galaxy or invent new technologies that have never been seen before.
Or we could just go on adventures and explore new worlds.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. We could be the best sci-fi team ever.
Hey there, Morty. Your dad here wants to say hello.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, have you been doing well?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing well too, thanks for asking. I just wanted to let you know that I'm a big fan of your show, Rick and Morty.
Oh, really? Thanks. We really appreciate the fan support.
Yeah, we love hearing people enjoying our show. So, what are you up to?
I'm just about to finish up some paperwork.
That sounds like it's going well. Well, we'll see you later then.
Bye, Rick.
Bye, Morty.
This is perfect, Morty. We can use it for our next sci-fi adventure.
That's so cool, Rick. I can't wait to see what we can do with it.
Yay, I'm sure you'll come up with something fantastic, Morty.
Thanks, Jerry. I always do my best with art. So Morty, what do you think about this picture?
It's really beautiful, Rick. I love the way the blue background contrasts with the woman's blonde hair.
You're right, Morty. It's a great picture.
What are you guys talking about?
This picture, Morty, it's really beautiful.
Yeah, Rick, it's a great picture.
What picture? Rick and Morty turn around to see Jerry standing behind them, clueless as to what they are talking about.
Oh, this picture, Jerry. It's beautiful.
Yeah, Rick, it's a great picture.
Huh, okay.
But what are you guys talking about?
These raccoons are definitely not happy. They're probably feeling down about their luck and their lack of success.
I know the feeling. I always feel down after I poop.
You poop a lot, Morty.
Oops.
Hey guys, what's up? I don't think I've ever seen that poster before.
We've been obsessed with it lately.
What do you think about it?
We think the raccoons are probably feeling down about their lot in life.
I know that feeling. I always feel down after I poop.
You poop a lot, Morty.
I see.
This is art. This is wonderful, Morty.
Yeah, Rick, I'm really impressed.
I know, Morty. We've been working so hard on our sci-fi adventures, and I think this picture really captures the essence of our story.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hey there, guys.
Jerry, what brings you by?
Just wanted to see if you needed any help with those pictures. I'm not too familiar with the art world, but I'm sure I could lend a hand.
Jerry, you're a genius. Thank you so much.
No problem, Rick. The scene then switches to Jerry painting a picture of a horse with Morty and Rick help him.
This is perfect, Jerry.
Yeah, Rick, I think you're right.
The scene then switches to Morty and Rick in their bedroom talking about their ups and downs while Jerry is working in the kitchen.
So, what's been going on with you lately, Morty?
Not much, Rick. Just trying to get back to being normal.
Yeah, I can't tell you how much I've been looking forward to the day when we can finally be back to our old lives.
Me too, Rick. Me too.
This is a great poster.
Yeah, it's totally cool. Who's that guy?
That's a scientist named Whitehead.
Who's he?
He's a genius scientist. He's worked on a lot of amazing projects.
Like what?
Well, he's done some work on a device that can record thoughts.
Oh, so he's like Dr. Memory?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's so cool.
It's a zebra's head.
It's amazing.
It's so cool.
It's a 10.
I would give it a 9.5 out of 10.
I would give it a 9 out of 10. This is a great picture, Morty. It's like a scene out of one of our episodes.
Yeah, Rick. It's awesome.
I love the way the buildings look in the background. It really makes the picture pop.
Yeah, Rick. It's awesome.
Oh my goodness, Rick. You're right. This picture is amazing.
Thank you, Jerry. I really love it.
Oh my goodness, Rick. You're right. This picture is amazing.
Yay, Jerry. It's really cool.
I can't believe how great your son is with art. I'm so proud of him.
Hey, Jerry, I really love it.
I can't believe how great your son is with art. I'm so proud of him.
That looks like a really interesting picture.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I'm interested in it.
So what do you think?
It's really strange. I don't know what it means, but it's cool.
Yeah, I can see that. It's definitely an interesting picture.
That's great, Rick. You're so smart.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting.
Well, I think it's great.
Hey Morty, check this out.
What is it?
I found this really interesting picture online.
Oh, is it a woman with a strange face and a strange headpiece on her face and a strange nose ring on her head?
Yeah, that's right.
That's so weird.
Yeah, I know. I think it's neat.
Hey Rick, nice find.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting.
Well, I think it's great.
That's a really nice painting. I like the colors.
The colors are really great. The bird is cool too.
Yeah, the bird is really nice. It's a nice touch.
Hey, I know nothing about art, but I think that's a pretty good painting.
Yeah, it's really good, Jerry.
You're right, Jerry. It's a really good painting. Dude, that's olive oil.
I know. I was like, hey Morty, is that the olive oil character? And he was like, yeah Morty. That's her.
Yeah, they really nailed that aesthetic.
Well, considering that this show is set in a world where Rick and Morty are the only two positive characters, it's fitting they'd choose an iconic character like Olive Oil.
Yeah, we're kind of like the last defenders of wholesome entertainment. I mean, nothing can ruin the fun.
Yeah, I feel like everything that happened in the show was just building to this satisfying moment where we get to see olive oil.
Yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense for the show's mythology. They're setting up a whole world where the only good thing is Rick and Morty.
Yeah, it's like the oil saga all over again. Dude, That's olive oil.
I know. I was like, hey Morty, is that the olive oil character? And he was like, yeah Morty. That's her.
Yeah, they really nailed that aesthetic.
Well, considering that this show is set in a world where Rick and Morty are the only two positive characters, it's fitting they'd choose an iconic character like olive oil.
Yeah, we're kind of like the last defenders of wholesome entertainment. I mean, nothing can ruin the fun.
Yeah, I feel like everything that happened in the show was just building to this satisfying moment where we get to see olive oil.
Yeah, it actually makes a lot of sense for the show's mythology. They're setting up a whole world where the only good thing is Rick and Morty.
This is a great photo.
Yeah, it's really detailed.
Dude, you're seriously an art critic now?
Nonsense. I just see the beauty in all things.
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it.
And there's plenty of beauty in sci-fi, too.
Yeah, I love all those space explorations.
I guess you're right.
After all, what good is a sci-fi adventure if you can't take a moment to appreciate the artistry behind it?
You're right, Rick.
So, what do you think, Morty? Do you like sci-fi art as much as I do?
Yeah, I really do. I think it's really interesting how the artists can take these classic scenes from movies and TV and turn them into amazing works of art.
I couldn't agree more. After all, who knows, one day, we might be exploring the cosmos ourselves.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool dream. Rick, so this woman is standing in front of a beautiful color field. What do you think it means? Morty, I don't know, Rick. It's just so strange. Jerry, I don't get it either, Morty. What does it mean? Morty, it could be anything, Jerry. It's just a picture. Rick, yeah, I guess you're right. But it's still a cool picture. Morty, yeah, I guess you're right, Rick.
Alright, Morty, I think we've found our next adventure.
Yeah, Rick, I'm ready for anything.
What are you two talking about?
We're going to explore space and find Alpha Centauri.
What?
What is Alpha Centauri?
It's a star in the sky, Morty. We're going to go find it.
Yeah, and I'm going to be the pilot.
That sounds like a lot of fun, Jerry.
I don't know about that, Morty, but I'm sure your dad will love it.
This picture is really creepy, Morty. What do you think it is?
I don't know, Rick. It looks like a robot or something.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a scary picture.
You know, Morty, your dad and I used to watch a lot of science fiction movies when we were younger.
Really? What kind of movies did you like?
Well, mostly science fiction movies.
Things like The Terminator,
Star Wars, and Star Trek.
Those are all really cool movies. I bet you'd like my favorite one of all, Rick. It's called The War of the Worlds. It's about this alien invasion and the humans have to fight back.
The War of the Worlds sounds awesome, Morty. I've heard great things about it.
You know, Morty, I don't think I've ever seen that movie.
Well, you should check it out. It's really good.
Hey Morty, check it out. I did a great job on this movie poster I painted.
Yeah, Rick, it's really good. I love the way it looks.
Thanks, Morty. I'm so proud of it.
Hey Rick, what's that you're painting?
This is a poster for a new movie I'm producing called Asgard, Stargate SG-1. It's a sci-fi adventure about a woman who Sigourney Weaver plays.
Really? I've never seen that show.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think you would enjoy it.
I'll have to check it out. Thanks, Rick.
This one's really cool, Morty. It has a really cool shadow.
Yeah, it's really cool, Rick. I can't wait to build a shadow table like that.
Hey guys, did you see that new sci-fi movie coming out? It looks really cool.
Yeah, Jerry, we saw that movie this weekend. It's really great.
Yeah, it's awesome, Rick. I can't wait to see it again.
Well, good night all.
Night, Jerry.
Hey Morty, check out this cool picture.
Yeah, Jerry, I love it. What do you think?
I don't know. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, I know, Morty, but I just love the way it looks.
Yeah, Rick, I love it too.
Alright, so what do you say we paint it?
Okay, I guess. I don't know much about art, but I guess I can try. Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. Morty asks Rick about his favorite sci-fi movie and Rick tells him about the movie, Avengers: Infinity War. Morty asks Rick about his favorite sci-fi movie and Rick tells him about the movie, The Matrix. Jerry is Morty's dad and he's a simple man with no clue about art. Jerry tries understanding what Rick and Morty are talking about and gets lost in the discussion.
This looks like a cool nebula. What do you think, Morty?
It does look cool, Rick. I love the colors.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
I completely agree, Morty. We should definitely track down a copy.
I don't know, Rick. I'm not sure if we should get it. It might be a bit too complicated for us.
Nonsense, Jerry. We can handle a little complexity. We're Rick and Morty, after all.
You're right, Rick.
We should get a copy.
Hello, this is Rick from Rick and Morty. Morty and I were just analyzing this picture and discussing our sci-fi adventures.
This is cool. I've always wanted to visit the Max Planck Institute.
Yeah, it sounds like a really fun place to visit. I'm glad you're excited about it.
Huh?
What's a Max Planck Institute?
Rick and Morty start to explain to Jerry about the Max Planck Institute, but he doesn't seem to understand any of it.
Well, whatever it is, I'm sure Morty and you will have a lot of fun there. Now, how about we move on to our next topic?
Okay.
Rick and Morty continue talking about their sci-fi adventures while Jerry just looks on in confusion.
Wow, Morty, this is really cool. It's a really cool wormhole painting. It's like a colorful abstract design with a black hole in the center. It's a really cool painting.
Yeah, Rick, it's really cool. It's like a colorful abstract design with a black hole in the center. It's a really cool painting.
Morty, is that a painting of a wormhole?
Oh, yeah, it's a wormhole painting, Rick.
Oh, I see. Well, that's really cool.
I don't know anything about art, Rick, but I think that's a really cool painting.
Yeah, Jerry, I think it's a really cool painting. It's like a colorful abstract design with a black hole in the center. It's a really cool painting. This is a great picture. I love the way she posed with her hippo. It's so cute.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love the way she's looking at the camera.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's really cool.
I don't really like it. It's kinda weird.
What do you mean?
I dunno, it just doesn't look right to me. It's kinda fake.
What do you mean?
I mean, she looks like she's trying too hard. It doesn't look natural.
What do you think, Morty?
Yeah, I don't really like it either. It just doesn't look right to me.
What do you mean?
I mean, it doesn't look like she's natural in the picture. It looks like she's posing.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
I don't get it. Is there something wrong with the picture?
Yeah, I think there might be something wrong with the picture.
Well, I don't know what to do about it.
Well, I think we should take it down.
Yeah, I think we should take it down.
Rick and Morty go to take down the picture, but before they can, they're attacked by some aliens. The aliens attack and Rick and Morty use their guns to fight them off, but they soon realize that they're not able to fight them off on their own. Rick and Morty then ask Jerry to help them, but Jerry is reluctant at first, but he eventually agrees. The three of them then work together to fight off the aliens, and they are eventually able to defeat them. After the fight is over, Rick, Morty, and Jerry all look at the picture that was taken before the aliens attacked and they all love it.
Damn it, I was so close to getting that banana.
That's the beauty of sci-fi, Morty. You never know what's going to happen next.
Morty, your dad's getting old. He doesn't understand art like he used to.
I know, Jerry. Dad's a simple man. He just wants to enjoy life.
Yeah, Morty, that's the spirit. Hang in there, old friend. Wow, this is an amazing painting, Morty.
I don't know, man. She's just sitting there eating guacamole. It's not really that exciting.
Morty, look at her smile. She's happy, and the color of her hair is so beautiful. It would make a great centerpiece for our sci-fi themed living room.
I guess you're right, Rick. I'm sorry I wasn't more excited about it.
That's okay, Morty. I'm happy just being with you. Oh, Morty, check this out. It's a digital painting of a woman with a large head and a large body in the center of the image. Narn, Babylon 5.
Wow, I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right?
I don't know, Rick. It seems a little too digital to me.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jerry.
Well, what do you think, guys?
Is it good or bad?
It's good, Jerry.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like the way it looks.
Me too, Morty. Dude, this is total sci-fi.
Yeah, this is totally out of this world. What are you thinking, Jerry?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ah, I'm Rick, and this is Morty. We're totally sci-fi guys.
And this is Jerry. He's my dad and he's a total simple man.
Dad Jerry, you don't need to know about art to appreciate real-world sci-fi.
Okay. Thanks, Rick.
Rick and Morty are discussing a picture of a futuristic city with CERN in the sky.
Dude, this is total sci-fi.
Yeah, this is totally out of this world. What are you thinking, Jerry?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ah, I'm Rick, and this is Morty. We're totally sci-fi guys.
And this is Jerry. He's my dad and he's a total simple man.
Dad Jerry, you don't need to know about art to appreciate real-world sci-fi. This is a cool pic, dude.
Yeah, Snoopy is cute.
Totally agree, Morty. He's a dog after my own heart. That's a creepy looking man, Morty.
Yeah, he's creepy, Rick. What do you think he's doing?
I don't know, but he looks like he's up to no good, Morty.
You're right, Rick. He's creepy.
Ooh, that's one fine looking woman. She looks like she could kick some butt.
Yeah, she's totally badass. I can't believe she's wielding that wand.
Whoa, Morty, I didn't know you had such a thing for lady warriors.
What, you don't like lady warriors? Don't you think they're awesome?
Nah, dude, I mean, sure, they're badass, but I don't really like that kind of stuff.
What kind of stuff do you like?
I like sci-fi adventures and medieval battles. I think they're really awesome.
You do? Why?
I don't know, dude. It just turns me on.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I think sci-fi and medieval battles are awesome too.
Awesome. I'm glad we both agree on that, Morty. Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, I love the details in the picture.
Yeah, I love the details in the picture.
Rick, you're such a nerd.
Jerry, you're such a simple man with no clue about art.
Morty, your dad's so boring.
Yeah, my dad's so simple.
I love tacos.
Me too, dude.
Well, aren't you guys happy?
Oh yeah, Jerry, we're just getting started. Let's dissect this image. It's a great illustration of one of the most famous creatures in the Star Trek universe, tribbles.
I've always loved the way they look. They're so cute and cuddly.
Absolutely. They're one of my favorite aliens in all of science fiction.
I don't really get it. What's the big deal?
Jerry, tribbles are one of the most iconic creatures in all of sci-fi.
Huh. I guess I don't get it.
Well, don't worry. You don't have to understand the science behind it to love it. All you need is a love of Star Trek.
Yeah, and I can't believe you can buy that stuff online.
I know, it's crazy, but there's no denying that tribbles are awesome creatures.
I guess you're right. They are something special.
What do you think, Morty?
It's a cool picture, especially the body paint job.
Oh Morty, check this out. We're looking at a picture of a clock with an octopus and a red ball on its face. Looks like Retro took one of his famous paintings and injected it with a dose of sci-fi adventure.
Holy crap, Rick! That's an amazing painting. It must have taken a lot of time and effort to create.
Yeah, Retro was a genius. He always was one for making art that was infused with a touch of sci-fi adventure.
I can't believe you know Retro. It's such a testament to your skill as an artist.
It's nothing. I just enjoy painting and listening to music. But I guess that's also part of the appeal of sci-fi, right? Seeing the world through a lens of adventure and fiction.
Totally. What kind of sci-fi adventures do you like to explore the most, Rick?
Oh, I love exploring different worlds. I've been to many different universes, and I've even fought aliens.
Dang, Rick. You're like a sci-fi version of Jason Bourne.
Jokes like that make me feel good. But really, I just enjoy a good space adventure. Like in Metroid, for example.
Metroid. Wow, I've never played that game. Do you want to show me how to play it?
Sure. But first we need to find a copy. It's been a while since I've played it.
Great idea. I'm sure we can find a copy at the arcade.
That sounds like a plan. Hey, did you notice how the clock has an octopus on it?
Yeah, it's really cool. I love how Retro incorporated that into the painting.
You're right. It's a clever bit of artistry.
Yeah, it really is.
Anyway, we should probably get going. We have an arcade to explore. So according to this, the two men in suits and hats are Ralph Cramden and the cameraman, Morty. Yeah, they look like they're having a blast. Yeah, I can see why Ralph Cramden would be excited. He's one of my favorite characters on the show, Morty. Yeah, I love how he always stands up for himself and doesn't take crap from anyone. Exactly, he's a true icon, Morty. Even though he's only on the show for a few episodes, he's still one of my favorite characters. Yeah, I love that he always has a positive attitude. It's really inspiring. It's a pretty cool picture, Morty.
Yeah, I think it's cool too, Rick.
You're right, Morty. It is cool. I'm really happy and wholesome in this picture.
Me too, Rick. I'm really happy and wholesome in this picture.
Hey Rick, what's that you're looking at?
Morty, This is a picture of a woman in a spacesuit with a gun in her hand and a planet in the background with stars, Andromeda Galaxy.
That's really cool, Rick.
Yeah, I think so too, Morty.
Is that a gun, Rick?
Yes, Jerry, that's a gun.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think so too, Jerry. It's a shark painting. I love it.
It's really well done.
This is great art.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it. Well, it looks like we're going to be taking a break from our sci-fi adventures for a little while to focus on our regular lives.
Didn't we just finish those adventures a few weeks ago?
Yeah, but it feels like so much has happened since then.
Like what?
Well, like our galaxy has been invaded by aliens and we had to fight them off.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it was pretty intense.
What did Jerry have to do with it?
He was our robot friend who helped us fight the aliens.
Hey, do you think he's still alive?
I don't know. We didn't get a chance to check on him after that battle.
Well, I guess we'll have a check on him later. But for now, I think we should take a break, focus on our regular lives.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's go take a break. This is a great picture.
Yeah, it's amazing how Doraemon can seemingly go anywhere he wants.
Yeah, it's a great depiction of the power of imagination.
It's really inspiring.
I couldn't agree more, Morty. Oh man, that Captain America.
Dude, that's so cool. I love superheroes.
Yeah, me too, Morty. Me too.
Wow, Captain America is such a great superhero.
Jerry, you really don't know much about art, do you?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you don't really understand what art is.
I don't know, I guess not.
I just appreciate the beauty of it.
Morty, do you like art?
Yeah, I love art. The way it can express emotions is amazing.
Yeah, I love that about it too, Morty.
You're both so good at expressing your feelings through art.
That's why we love it, Jerry. We love being able to connect with others through art. This dude is definitely weird looking. He has a really weird look on his face. I don't know. He looks like he could be dangerous, Morty. He's like a warrior, Morty. He definitely looks like he could fight. He's got a really intense look on his face, Morty. He's like a warrior from another world. Yeah, he's definitely strange, Morty. I don't know. He seems like he could be dangerous. He looks like he could be dangerous, Morty. He's definitely a warrior from another world. Yeah, he's definitely strange, Morty. I don't know. He could be dangerous. Nah, he's just weird, Morty. He's definitely a warrior from another world. You.
What are you looking at, Rick?
I don't know, it just makes me uncomfortable, Morty.
Is it because of the face?
Yeah, I don't know, it's just creepy, Jerry.
It's just a face, Morty. It doesn't mean anything.
But it's a creepy face, Jerry.
But it doesn't mean anything because it's a face, Morty.
Yeah, I know, Morty, but it just makes me unsettled.
Alright, well, I'm going to bed then.
Sweet dreams, Jerry.
Sweet dreams, Morty. Wow, that's a beautiful picture. What does it depict?
It's a painting of a man in a suit with a futuristic background and a sky background with clouds and stars, with a bright red and blue light. Henry Cavill.
That's amazing. So, what makes it so special?
Well, the suit depicted in the painting is extremely futuristic and the background is very well done.
That's true. It's definitely a unique piece.
Plus, the red and blue lights are really bright and beautiful.
You're right, they are.
And just think, we could be sitting right next to that painting if we only had the courage to go and find it.
That's definitely true. Maybe we'll get the chance to see it someday.
Yeah, maybe.
This looks like a cool picture. I love the spaceship in the background.
Yeah, it's really cool. The colors are really eye-catching.
Totally. I love how the woman in the green dress stands out. She's really impressive.
Yeah, she really is. It's such a beautiful picture.
You're right. It's really a fantastic piece of art.
Hey kids. What are you up to?
We're just analyzing this cool picture.
Oh, cool. How'd you like the new movie?
Rick and we really loved it. The actors did a great job.
Yeah, I thought so too. Thanks for coming by.
I'm just happy all of you are happy.
You're welcome, Jerry. It was great to see you.
You too, kids.
Have fun.
Rick and bye, Jerry.
This picture is really great, Morty. I especially like the bears on the background. They look so cute.
Yeah, I love bears, Rick. They're so cuddly.
They are, Morty, and they're just the beginning of our sci-fi adventures. I can't wait to see what else we can find.
Yeah, let's go on some wild adventures, Rick.
Ooh, look at those birds, Morty. They're so pretty.
Yeah, Jerry, they're so pretty. I bet they're flying on some great adventure.
It sounds like you guys have yourselves a pretty nice day.
This picture is amazing, Morty.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about it, but it just appeals to me.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's got a really good feeling to it.
That's great, Rick. You really know your stuff when it comes to art.
Thanks, Jerry. I just have a lot of fun with it.
That's great, Rick. You really know your stuff when it comes to art.
Look at all those stars, Morty. What a beautiful sight.
Oh, Rick, it's so magnificent. I love looking at the stars.
Yeah, no, Morty. I always thought star clusters were kind of like the messengers of the universe. Makes you feel small, but in a good way.
Jerry, you're a genius. Exactly what I was thinking.
Dad, didn't you used to be into art? What happened to that?
Oh, I don't know, Morty. Maybe I moved on to more important things.
Exactly, Morty. Maybe we should focus on our own artistry and not on what other people think is important.
That sounds like a great idea, Rick.
This is a great picture, Morty.
Yeah, I love salad.
Me too, Morty. Less than happy tone greater than.
Alright, so what's the story with this picture, Rick?
It's from one of our sci-fi adventures. It's from a plate with 2 rolls on it and a leaf on the side of it, with a decorative border around it, burrito.
Alright, so what's the story with this picture, Morty?
It's from one of our sci-fi adventures. It's from a plate with 2 rolls on it and a leaf on the side of it, with a decorative border around it, burrito.
Alright, so what's the story with this picture, Rick?
It's from one of our sci-fi adventures. It's from a plate with 2 rolls on it and a leaf on the side of it, with a decorative border around it, burrito. Wowzers, that's an amazing picture. What is it?
It's a black hole with a black hole in the center of it, surrounded by stars and a black hole in the center.
Got it. So this black hole is called a supermassive black hole, and the black hole in the center is called the core?
Yeah,
Fascinating. So this supermassive black hole is eating up stars, and eventually it will become a black hole with a black hole in the center.
yeah,
That's really cool, Morty. Imagine being able to see that.
yeah, it's really cool.
Well, I'm glad you like it, Morty. I'm proud of you for understanding black holes.
Thanks, Rick.
This is a good picture. I like the beard and beard guy.
Yeah, I think it's cool too.
Dude, where's your beard?
Oh, I lost it probably.
Oh no, Rick, you need a beard to be a good sci-fi guy.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Seriously, you should get a beard.
Alright, Morty, you should make me a beard. And, Jerry, you can help me.
Yeah, I'll help Rick make a beard.
No problem.
Dude, I remember that scene from The Office. It's so intense. We should totally make a science fiction episode about that.
Yeah, let's do it. We could call it Michael Scott's Office.
Yeah, that's perfect.
He's a simple man with no clue about art, Morty. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I guess he just doesn't understand how exciting it can be to explore the great unknown.
You're right, Morty. Michael Scott is a rank amateur. But that's why we love him. Holy crap, that is less than subject greater than. Look at her eyebrows. They're so weird and her lips are red. She's got to be a mutant.
Yeah, I think you're right, Rick. She's probably some kind of mutant.
Hey guys, what's up?
Jerry, do you know who that is?
Lucille Ball?
I think so.
What about her?
She's a mutant.
Huh, I've never seen her before.
She's probably a mutant because of her eyebrows and her lips. She's got to be a mutant.
I don't know Morty, I've never seen her before.
This is an amazing painting, Morty. It really captures the feel of the future.
Yeah, it's super futuristic. I love the eye makeup and the headpiece.
Yeah, that's a really cool detail. I love the way the hair flows behind her.
Hey, Morty. What do you think of the painting?
It's great, Jerry. The painting really captures the feel of the future.
Dude, that's Aquaman.
Aquaman, the king of the seas.
I love his costume.
Why, thank you.
I do believe someone painted it just for you, Rick.
Oh, man, I love it. This is amazing, Morty. You're a genius.
Yeah, I know.
He does have some real talent there, Rick.
Thanks, Jerry. I really appreciate it.
No problem, Rick. So, what are you working on these days?
I've been working on my new sci-fi novel inspired by my adventures on the interdimensional spacecraft known as the USS Venture.
Oh man, that sounds badass. What's the synopsis?
Essentially, the story follows the exploits of a group of misfits who journey to an uncharted world filled with dangerous creatures and mysterious technologies.
I love sci-fi, Rick. What genre is it?
It's a space adventure saga filled with action, adventure and over-the-top sci-fi concepts.
Wow, sounds like it'd be really fun to watch. I can't wait to read it.
Me too, Jerry. Me too. Holy shit, that's amazing.
Thank you, Daddy. I think.
Hey, what's that?
It's a painting.
It's so cool.
I dunno, Morty. Seems kinda weird to me.
Don't be such a skeptic, Jerry. It's from a science fiction book we read. It's a cool painting.
I'm not so sure, Rick. I think it just looks kinda weird.
Jerry, you are such a worrywart. If you don't like it, that's okay. We'll find something else to look at.
Yeah, Daddy. You're always so worried.
It's just that sometimes things can be a little strange, you know?
You're right, Daddy. Weird is good sometimes.
Exactly. This is great, Morty. I love how you added the neon blue and pink color in the picture. It really makes it stand out and brings everything together.
Yeah, Rick, I was really happy how I was able to get the background and the building to look so futuristic. It's just like what we see in TV and movies all the time.
Yeah, Morty, I totally agree with you. It's great how you can bring our world to life in a picture like this.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh, Jerry. We're just analyzing this picture of a woman with a futuristic background and a futuristic building in the background with a neon blue and pink hue, Mexico City.
Oh, I see. Well, congratulations on your work. This is one of the coolest pictures I've ever seen. It's like a sci-fi scene from one of our movies. Yeah, I love it. I can't believe it's just a picture. It's like taking a step into another dimension. I don't get it. What's the story behind it? Well, I think it's a picture of a woman with a headband and eggs on her head and a banner with a picture of a woman with eggs on her face, egg rolls. I know.
I'm so excited to try them.
There you go. I'm sure they're delicious. You guys are so strange. I don't know what's going on with you, but I'm happy just to be a simple man in your world. You don't know what you're missing, Jerry. We have so much fun exploring the world and making new friends. You're right, Rick. We love spending time with you and Jerry. It's such a positive vibe around here.
This is a really good painting. It's really immersive.
I love it. It's so peaceful and calming.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm really happy with this outcome.
Absolutely. I think we've created something special here.
Yeah, I think so too.
This is some really impressive sci-fi art. It's amazing how someone could create something like this on a computer. I can't wait to see more.
It's so cool how the city changes in each frame.
Yeah, it's like one moment you're in the futuristic city in the foreground, and the next you're in the futuristic city in the background.
It's like each city is a different world.
Yeah, and I bet it's even cooler in HD.
Definitely. I can't wait to see it in high definition.
Haha. Yeah, I bet that's true.
Hey Jerry, you ever watch Rick and Morty?
Huh? What show is that?
The show Rick and Morty. It's about a guy and his son Morty.
Oh, I've watched that show. It's kinda weird, but I like it.
Yeah, Morty's a cool kid. He's always happy and upbeat.
Yeah, he seems like a pretty good kid.
He is, and I think it's great how he has such a positive outlook on life.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine being happy all the time, but Morty seems to manage it pretty well.
Yeah, and I think his dad Jerry is a pretty simple man, without any idea about art.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I think he does have some talent for art.
Yeah, that's true. I think he's just not very aware of it.
I can see that.
Anyway, I think it's cool how they always have a great time on their sci-fi adventures.
Yeah, I can imagine it would be fun.
Anyway, I think it would be fun to have a sci-fi adventure like that.
Yeah, I can imagine it would be. So, are you guys gonna have a sci-fi adventure like that?
Rick and laugh. Yeah, Jerry, we definitely are going to have a sci-fi adventure like that.
I see what you mean. That's a cool poster.
Yeah, it's great. What movie is it from?
That's Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Oh, I love that movie. Do you know who Roy Neary is?
I sure do. He was in that movie with Richard Dreyfuss.
Yeah, I've seen that movie a bunch of times. It's one of my favorites.
Me too, Morty. Me too. This is a great poster. Who are those guys?
They're from the show Santarans, Doctor Who.
I've never seen that show.
You should check it out. It's really good.
I'll have to check it out sometime.
That's great, Morty. You're such a fan.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the new season.
So, Morty, what are your plans for the weekend?
I'm going to go see a movie with my dad.
That sounds like fun.
Oh, Morty, don't forget to brush your teeth.
I'll definitely do that.
Rick and Morty are talking about their favorite sci-fi movies while Jerry is talking in the background.
This is an amazing picture. It's really portraying the spirit of Asgard really well.
Yeah, it's awesome. I can see why you would love it, Rick.
Hey, you two talking about me again?
Oh, no, Jerry. We were just talking about your picture.
Oh, okay. I guess that's good then.
Hey, Jerry, you like art?
Huh.
Oh, sure.
I guess so.
Morty, you're a genius.
What?
You're a genius, Morty. You should be in the art world.
Okay. I guess I can see what you mean.
Looks like Wile E. Coyote.
Dude, Wile E. Coyote is one of my favorite cartoons.
Yeah, I grew up watching it.
What's your favorite episode?
My favorite episode is when Wile E. Coyote fights Sylvester the cat.
Oh, that's badass.
Yeah, totally. Loved that episode. This is just a fantastic picture, Morty. It's such a good example of the kind of sci-fi art we could be creating with our imaginations if we just get our hands on some high-quality depictions of our favorite worlds.
Yeah, I totally agree, Rick. It's just so cool to see all the different ideas the artist could have come up with if they'd only been able to see what was really out there.
Exactly, Morty. We could be exploring all kinds of new places and meeting new people if we just had access to the right tools.
Hey, Rick. You should check out my latest painting. It's not very good, I know, but I've been working on it for weeks. I think it's kinda ambitious.
Jerry, that's great that you're trying to be creative, but you don't really have a lot of experience with art.
Yeah, I know, Rick, but I just think it would be really cool to create something that people could look at and say, wow, that's really cool.
Sure, Jerry. You can always try and create something amazing, but be realistic about what you can achieve.
Alright, Rick, I'll try to be more realistic. Thanks for listening.
Hey Morty, look at this cool picture. It's of a person wearing a costume and green eyes and a horned head with horns on his head. John Jones, DC Comics.
Wow, Rick, that's really cool. I think I would love to be able to wear a costume like that one day.
Yeah, me too, Morty.
Dude, you should both be really happy. You're both happy and wholesome, and everyone has a positive vibe around here.
Rick and yep, Jerry. Happy and wholesome.
So Morty, I think we should make a sci-fi episode. Morty. Yup, I think that would be a lot of fun. Cool, so we'll just base it off of our favorite show, Futurama. Morty. Yeah, that sounds great.
Jerry, Morty? I don't really know how to do art, but I can help with the storyboards. That sounds great, Jerry.
Damn, Morty, that's some sick-ass sci-fi shit.
Yeah, I don't know. It just looks really cool.
Yo, Morty. Check this out. This picture is really cool. I don't know why, but it does.
Morty, you're the one with the artistic eye. I think you should bring that vision to the table for our next sci-fi adventure.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be the one who makes all the decisions.
Well, then you have to come up with some ideas.
I guess.
Alright, I'm sure you can think of something.
I can try.
Man, that's some wicked sci-fi art right there. Who did it?
I did it.
Wow, great job, Morty. I'm so proud of you.
Hey Rick, you think Morty could do a better job with his drawings? He's really good at science, but he's not so great at art.
Jerry, Morty is a genius when it comes to science. He could draw like Picasso if he wanted to.
You're right, Rick. I've always forgotten that.
This is really cool, Morty. I can't wait to explore the galaxy with you.
Yeah, Rick, I can't wait to explore the endless possibilities of the universe with you.
Wow, Rick, that's really cool.
I didn't know you were into sci-fi.
Jerry, I'm not weird, I'm just into science. And sci-fi is one of the coolest things there is.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm sure Morty and I will have a lot of fun exploring the universe with you.
Yeah, Jerry, we will have so much fun. I'm happy and wholesome, Morty. You have to be happy and wholesome too.
Oh, Rick, I am so happy and wholesome. I just can't wait to explore the universe with you.
Man, that's some great Superman artwork.
Yeah, it's really dope.
I love how he's flying through the air like that. It looks super heroic.
Exactly. Superman is one of my favorite superheroes.
Yeah, he's definitely one of my favorites too.
Huh. I have to agree with you guys. I always thought Superman was pretty cool.
Jerry, you're not a fan of Superman?
Nah, not really. I think he's a bit too overpowered.
I can see why you would think that.
But hey, I still think he's pretty badass.
Yeah, I definitely do.
Well, I'm happy we can all agree on something.
Yeah, I think that's great. So, what do you think about our sci-fi adventure so far?
Man, I can't wait to see what happens next.
Me too. It's been really fun so far.
Yeah, I can't wait to see where it takes us.
This is an amazing piece of art, Burrito. It's wonderfully crafted.
Yeah, I couldn't help but notice how well the light reflects off the nuts in the candle. It makes for an incredibly realistic painting.
The subtle shading on the bread really brings it all together.
Boy, your taste in art sure has improved since we last saw each other, Morty.
Yeah, I guess you could say I've been working on myself.
That's great, Morty. I'm glad you're happy.
Morty, have you been working on yourself, too?
What do you mean, Jerry?
Well, your dad and I were just discussing how you've changed since the last time we saw you. You're much more mellow now.
Morty, don't listen to Jerry. He's just trying to give you a hard time.
No, I'm serious. I've been working on myself.
That's great, Morty. I'm glad you're happy. Dude, check out that detail. It's amazing.
Yeah, I agree. Look at the deer's head in the foreground. It's so realistic.
Exactly. Those are some skilled artists out there. I can't wait to see more of their work.
Hey guys, are you talking about the picture over there? Rick and Morty turned to see Jerry approaching with a smile on his face.
Jerry, hey, check out that picture. It's amazing.
Yeah, I agree. Look at the deer's head in the foreground. It's so realistic.
Exactly. Those are some skilled artists out there. I can't wait to see more of their work.
Hey guys, are you talking about the picture over there? Rick and Morty turned to see Jerry approaching with a smile on his face. Dude, that's one of my favorite pictures. I love the detail in it.
This is a beautiful picture, Morty.
Yeah, I really like it, Rick.
I'm really happy that you like it, Morty.
Yeah, I'm happy too, Rick.
Dude, check out the lights. It's like we're in a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, man. It's awesome.
Simply, huh?
Yeah, Jerry, what do you think?
Simply. I don't know. It kinda looks like a clock.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking the same thing. But it's still a pretty cool picture, right, Morty?
Thumps his chest with a proud smile. You're right, Rick. It is pretty sick.
It's a pretty cool looking picture, dude.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's like a magic picture.
Magic picture? What do you mean?
It just has this really cool look to it. It's like the picture can make things happen.
You're right, Morty. It does have that kind of look. I bet if we tried to make a picture just like it, it would work.
Yeah, I think so too.
Why don't we try it right now?
Okay.
The two of them get to work creating a picture that looks just like the one they saw in the art gallery. But while they're working on it, they start to see all sorts of crazy things happening in the picture. Things start flying out of the art, and in the background, a dragon emerges from the sea and the woman in the picture starts to change into a monster.
Holy crap, we've created a magic picture.
Yeah, I think so too.
We have to get out of here.
Okay.
The two of them run out of the room and back to Rick's laboratory, where they safely shut the door and end the picture.
That was really fun.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Hey! What's going on in there?
Oh, nothing, Jerry. We're just making some pictures.
Pictures? You're crazy. You don't know what you're doing.
What do you mean?
You don't know how to make pictures, Morty. You just use some paint and draw on some paper.
But Morty, the picture we just made.
Yeah, I think it worked.
You idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
This guy in the painting is a genius.
He's so creative.
Don't you think?
Yeah, he's brilliant.
Should we buy the painting?
It's not that great.
But it's amazing.
It's okay, Morty.
But shouldn't we buy it?
It's not that great.
But it's amazing.
I can't believe we're actually going to do this, Morty. It's been so long since we've had a real adventure.
Yeah, I get kinda excited just thinking about it. What kind of sci-fi things are we going to do?
I don't know, Morty. But I'm happy just thinking about it.
Clears throat. Morty, can I ask you something?
What?
How do you like, cooking?
I don't know, Jerry. It's okay, I guess.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you like it.
I think I might be able to help you with your cooking.
I think that's a great idea, Jerry. Thanks. This is some really good sci-fi depiction, Morty.
Yeah, it's really well done, Rick. I love the depth of detail you put into it.
Yeah, I try to put a lot of thought into my sci-fi depictions. I feel like it makes the stories more engaging.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it's important to add that level of detail if you want the stories to be successful.
Hey guys, what are you talking about?
Oh, nothing, Jerry. We're just discussing some of the better sci-fi depictions out there.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm not really into sci-fi, so I'm not really able to offer any commentary on it. But congrats on your great work nonetheless.
Thanks, Jerry. So I was thinking about how we could use our sci-fi adventures to help people.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Like, for example, we could travel back in time and teach people about the art of chicken wings.
That would be great.
Or we could go to other planets and help people fight evil.
Yeah, I bet that would be great.
Hey, kids. What are you talking about?
Jerry, we were just talking about our sci-fi adventures.
Oh, yeah. I'm just a simple man with no clue about art, but I guess that's okay, because I love spending time with my son.
Yeah, Morty's a great kid.
Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. A woman with a futuristic haircut and a futuristic background with neon lights and a futuristic city in the background, Bristol, catches their attention.
So, what do you think, Rick? Is she hot?
Morty, I was merely discussing the picture with you.
Yeah, whatever. Do you think she's hot?
Morty, I don't know. I'm not gay.
Morty, it's time for bed.
Yeah. Night, Jerry.
Good night, Morty.
Night, Jerry. Holy crap, Morty, this is amazing. I can't believe we got to eat this in the future.
Yeah, I can't believe it, either. It's like a really exotic dish from some far-off galaxy.
Hey, Rick. Wait a second. This doesn't look familiar to me.
What do you mean?
The picture. It looks like a picture we saw in the future.
Wow, you're right. I wonder where we got that picture from.
I have no idea.
Maybe we can find out when we get back home.
Yeah, I guess that could be fun.
Yeah, we should definitely make a note to check out that image when we get back.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Rick and Morty are remembering a sci-fi adventure they went on. They were on an alien planet and they found this plate of shrimp and noodles with a fork and knife on it, with a green frame around it. Shrimp scampi, man, I can't believe we got to eat this in the future. Morty. Yeah, I can't believe it, either. It's like a really exotic dish from some far-off galaxy. Jerry. Hey Rick, wait a second. This doesn't look familiar to me. What do you mean, Jerry? The picture. It looks like a picture we saw in the future. Wow, you're right. I wonder where we got that picture from. Morty. I have no idea. Maybe we can find out when we get back home. Jerry. Yeah, I guess that could be fun. Yeah, we should definitely make a note to check out that image when we get back. Morty. Yeah, that sounds good. Man, I love this movie. It's got all the action and suspense you could want.
Yeah, I love it too. It's so suspenseful, and the snakes are so lovable.
Yeah, I agree. They're just so darn cute.
As Morty's dad in a simple man voice, sure they are Morty. Come on, Morty, let's go watch some TV.
Rick and Morty discuss how much they love the movie and how adorable the snakes are. Jerry comes home and sees them talking and laughing, and he's confused. He doesn't understand what they're talking about, but he's happy they're happy.
So what do you think? It's a nice painting, right, Morty?
Yeah, it is. I like the ships in the background.
Yeah, I think so too. It definitely reminds me of some of our sci-fi adventures.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. What kind of sci-fi adventures do you remember, Rick?
Oh, lots of different things. I remember one time we traveled to the future and fought giant aliens.
Wow, sounds like you had a really fun time.
Yeah, we did. It was great.
And another time we went to an alternate dimension and fought mutant space lizards.
A dimension with space lizards? That must have been an interesting fight.
Oh, it was. I remember we ended up winning because Morty used his interdimensional portal spell to bring our enemy's home dimension into ours.
Impressive. So, Rick, what kind of artist are you?
Oh, I'm not really an artist. I'm more of a scientist.
That sounds like it would be a fun job.
Yeah, it can be. I just love learning about science and exploring the world.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
Oh wow, this is really beautiful. It's like a digital painting.
I know, it's amazing.
I can't believe it's a digital painting.
Yeah, it's amazing.
What, like a computer-generated picture?
Yeah, exactly.
Huh. I had no idea.
Well, I'm glad you approve, Jerry.
I do. I think it's beautiful.
Rick and Morty share a smile and continue discussing the painting.
This picture is really cool.
Yeah, I love it. It's really good art.
I bet you would know a lot about art, Rick.
Well, I'm not the best at it, but I do know my stuff.
Really? You don't look like the type who would know a lot about art.
Well, I guess you could say I have a bit of a unique perspective,
Oh, I bet.
but I'm still a defender of good art.
I see.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it so great. You can enjoy it even if you don't understand it.
That's true.
Yeah, and that's the best kind of art.
I think so too.
It feels good to be wholesome again, Morty.
I know, right? It's been so hard trying to balance my positive attitude with being a good friend and getting good grades. I feel like I finally have it under control now.
I don't really understand art, Morty. All I know is that people make paintings and sculptures to make other people happy. I'm a simple man with no clue about this kind of thing.
Yeah, Jerry, you're right. If only you knew what I know about art, I could teach you a thing or two.
Oh, Rick, that's so kind of you. But I'm sure you have more important things to do.
Rick and Morty continue analyzing the picture, and Rick also tells Morty about a time when he was evil and how he felt.
Remember when I was evil, Morty? It was so much fun.
I don't think so.
Yeah, well, you're probably right. But it was a pretty wild time.
I don't want to remember that time.
Oh, that's okay, Morty, because I don't really want to remember it either. It was just a crazy phase one went through.
I can't believe I forgot about that. I'm such an idiot sometimes.
Rick and Morty continue watching the video and Rick gets an idea.
Hey Morty, could you help me with something?
Of course, Rick. What do you need?
I was thinking about doing a sci-fi episode.
A sci-fi episode? What do you mean?
Well, I was thinking about doing an episode where we are both good and wholesome and everyone has a positive vibe.
That sounds like a lot of work, Rick.
Yeah, but it would be worth it, I think.
I don't know, Morty. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with the idea of returning to the good old days.
Oh, okay Jerry, I understand, but I think you would enjoy the episode if you gave it a try.
I'll think about it, Rick.
Oh man, that's some sweet sci-fi art. What do you think, Morty?
Dude, that's awesome. I can't wait to see more of your art.
Oh, I don't know about this, Morty. It doesn't look very good to me.
Hey Jerry, what do you think?
It's okay, Morty. I'm just not very artistically inclined.
Hey Jerry, how about you take a look at this amazing sci-fi painting I just did?
Oh, I really don't see the appeal.
Hey Jerry, don't be a negative Nelly. Give it a chance.
Fine, but I'm not paying for it.
So Morty, what do you think? Is that a good poster?
Yeah, I think it's sick.
Good. I'm glad you like it.
What's up, Rick?
Just hanging out with Morty, doing some analysis on this picture.
Oh, cool. What are you looking at?
This is a black and white photo of two men sitting on a chair in front of a movie poster of the Blues Brothers, Pulp Fiction, Vincent Vega and Jules Winfield.
Huh. I haven't seen that one before.
Yeah, I think it's sick.
I'm glad you like it.
Nice. I love the details in this painting. It looks like you paid close attention to what was happening in the scene.
Yeah, I love how the mask makes the character look menacing.
Exactly. It makes the painting feel like it could be from a horror movie.
Yeah, I love how intricate the detail is in this painting. It must have taken a lot of time to create.
Oh, absolutely. It definitely took a lot of time and effort to make this painting.
Yeah, I love how sci-fi the scene is. I can imagine Rick and I exploring scenes like this in our spare time.
That's exactly right. We love spending our spare time exploring the galaxy, exploring new worlds.
Well, I can't wait to see more of your world-changing artwork in the future.
I agree, Jerry. I'm sure your art will be just as amazing as this painting.
Yeah, I hope so.
This pizza looks delicious, Morty.
It does, Rick. I'm so excited to try it.
I don't know about art, Jerry. I'm just a simple man with no clue about it.
Jerry, don't be so humble. You're actually a genius.
Oh, Rick, you're just being nice.
That's a really nice picture, Morty.
Yeah, I really like it. It's really inspiring.
You're right, Morty. It's a great picture.
Is that a picture of Sao Paulo, Rick?
Yep, it is. I took it while we were in Brazil a few months ago.
Oh, I saw that picture on the internet, Rick. I like it.
Thanks, Jerry.
What do you think, Rick? Do you think the city looks neat in the picture?
Yeah, I think it does, Morty. I love the way the city looks in the picture.
I agree, Rick.
Huh. I don't know about art, Rick, but I think this picture is pretty cool.
Yeah, I think so too, Jerry.
I guess I don't really know what to say about art, Rick. I just like looking at pictures.
That's okay, Jerry. I think that's okay. Wow, this seafood dish is definitely something I would enjoy. I can't wait to try it.
I agree, Rick. I'm sure it will be delicious.
Huh. I have no idea what that painting is supposed to mean. I'm just glad Morty is happy and healthy.
Hey Morty, looks like I might finally get to use that purple suit I've always wanted.
Yeah, it's so cool that you get to be the Man of Steel in the flesh.
You're right, and I can't wait to do some heroics on Mars.
Sarcastically, yeah, I'm sure you'll be just a big help. Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. A poster of Los Angeles with a skyline in the background and a city in the foreground with a yellow border, Los Angeles, is a perfect piece of art to get inspired for your next sci-fi project. The other day, Rick and Morty were discussing their favorite sci-fi movies when they came across a picture of Brad Pitt smoking a cigarette. Morty said he was surprised that a Hollywood megastar like Pitt could be so casually cool in a photo. Rick agreed, adding that it's a testament to the power of the art of smoking. Jerry then walked in, having no idea what they were talking about. He questioned whether smoking was really that amazing, citing the harm it does to people's health. Rick and Morty assured Jerry that smoking is an art, and that there are many students out there who continue to learn and grow in their craft. Jerry was still unconvinced, but shook Rick and Morty's hands and left the room with a smile on his face. This was a great Rick and Morty sci-fi episode.
This is a beautiful picture, Morty.
Yeah, Rick, I love it. What do you think it's from?
I'm not sure, but it looks like it could be a scene from a sci-fi adventure.
Yeah, Rick, I bet it's from one of your adventures.
Yeah, Morty, it probably is.
Hey Rick, I see you're looking at Morty's picture.
Jerry, I'm just appreciating a beautiful picture.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks Rick.
Hey, Jerry, what's up?
Just doing some cleaning up in here. What's up with you?
Not much, same old, same old. How's Dad?
He's doing good, I think. I'm really proud of him though. He's a simple man with no clue about art, but he's my son and I love him.
That's great, Jerry. I love you too.
Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. A woman in a black leather outfit posing for a picture with her hands on her hips and her hair in a ponytail, Janet Jackson.
Yeah, I really like that pose. It's really powerful.
Agreed, I like her attitude in that picture. It's really cool.
Yeah, I like the way she rocks that leather outfit.
Yeah, it's really great. This is a great picture. I love the colors and the design.
Yeah, I love it too. It's really bright and cheerful.
Dude, you're supposed to be making art, not critiquing paintings.
Jerry, I'm not critiquing the painting. I'm complimenting it.
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing.
Yeah, I think it's great that Morty and I can just enjoy pictures like this without having to worry about getting too deep into the artwork.
Yeah, that's true. It's nice to just take things in without all the stress.
Yeah, and I think Deborah Barone is great too. I've always loved her long hair and her colorful dress.
Yeah, I love her too. She's really beautiful.
This is a really good picture, Morty. It's got a great vibe to it.
Yeah, I think so too, Rick. It reminds me of all the fun we've had on our adventures.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fun, Morty.
Haha. Yeah, I bet you have, Rick. I'm just a simple man, Morty. I don't know much about art.
That's okay, Jerry. You don't have to know about art to be my dad. I just love spending time with you.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Morty. I just love spending time with you guys. And that Kendrick Lamar is one good-looking dude.
Yeah, he's got a great look.
I mean, he's not perfect by any means, but his facial features are pretty striking.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely. He's got quite a rugged look about him.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
I like how she's posing with her hands behind her head. It's showing dominance.
I don't know, it just looks like she's in a lot of pain.
I'm not sure about that, Morty. It just looks like she's posing for a picture.
I agree, Jerry. It's just a basic picture.
You're right, Rick.
That's a really good picture.
Yeah, I think it might be a good picture.
Well, I think it's definitely a good picture.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good picture.
Morty, you're the real artist here. I'm just the muscle.
Laughs. I think you're right, Rick.
This is a great sci-fi poster.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Is it good?
Yes, it's great. This is amazing, Morty. Betty Boop is a classic cartoon character and this picture is fantastic.
I agree, Rick. I love Betty Boop and this picture is amazing.
Morty, do you like classic cartoons like Betty Boop?
Yes, Jerry, I love Betty Boop.
Why do you love Betty Boop, Morty?
Because she's hilarious and cool.
Yeah, Morty, she's hilarious and cool. I love her. So, Morty, what do you think?
It's a great painting. I really like the colors.
Good job, Morty. I'm glad you like it.
Aw, yeah. It's not bad, I guess.
Jerry, you're not getting it. This is a masterpiece.
Oh, I get it. It's a cat and a girl with a dragon.
Exactly. This is a cool picture, Morty. Klaatu looks really cool.
Yeah, hey, does Rick. I'm glad you like it.
Hey, you too. I'll be back in a few minutes. I just need to grab something from the store.
Okay, Jerry. Be sure to come back soon.
I will, Rick. I'll see you in a little bit. Rick and Morty continue discussing the picture while Jerry is gone.
So, Morty, what do you think of the new movie coming out?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm excited to see it, but I'm a little scared too.
Well, you should be. It's a cool movie. I'm sure it will be amazing.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm just a little scared because we don't always know what's going to happen in the world.
Yeah, I know. But you have to be careful, Morty. There are a lot of bad people in the world.
I know, Rick. I'll be careful. I just feel like something bad could happen and then we'd be like, what were we thinking?
Well, you can't help but worry about things, Morty. But you have to remember that we're always here for you. We're your friends.
I know, Rick, and I appreciate that. I just feel like we're always out there in the world, doing something and then something bad happens and we're like, what were we thinking?
Yeah, I know. But we can't help but worry about the world. We have to try to do what we can to make sure it's a better place.
I know, Rick, and I'll do what I can to help.
Look at that picture. What an amazing sci-fi adventure.
Yeah, it's totally cool that they made that movie with Blade Runner.
Yeah, Blade Runner is one of my favorite movies.
Huh. I have no clue about art.
Jerry, don't worry about it. You just have to be happy with what you do know.
About to say something but is cut off by Rick.
And that's the key to a happy life. This is great, Morty. I love it.
Yeah, I think it's a great painting.
Hey Jerry, did you see this painting?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like the eye and wings.
Yeah, I think it's a great painting.
Yeah, I think it's a great painting.
Yeah, I think it's a great painting.
I love this painting, Morty.
I love this painting, Rick.
I love this painting, Jerry. Holy crap, that's Denzel Washington.
Dude, he's amazing.
Huh, I've never seen that before. What's it called?
I don't know, It's just called the Hallelujah or something.
That's cool.
Yeah, man. Here's a picture of me and Morty with him.
Whoa, that's amazing.
Yeah, man. Here's a picture of us with him.
Nice.
Dude, check this out. It's a picture of New York with the sky background and the words New York in yellow letters on the bottom.
Looks really cool.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. I'm happy to see that they included a city with a sky background in the picture. It looks like it would have been really hard to include that in the picture without it being noticeable.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true.
Anyway, I think it's really cool that they included a city with a sky background in the picture. I'm really happy to see that they included that in the picture.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true.
Anyway, look at this. It's a picture of Morty and me.
Yeah, I can see that.
Look at how happy we are in this picture.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true.
Anyway, I think this picture is really cool. I'm really happy to see it. This Asari character from Mass Effect is stunning.
She's so pretty.
I can see why Rick is so into her. She looks like a strong and independent woman.
Exactly, Morty. And the hair comb is such a nice detail.
Yeah, I love the way the orange in her eyes contrasts with the dark hair.
Totally agreed, Morty. She's definitely one of my favorite Mass Effect characters. Dude, that's a sick picture of us.
Yeah, I love it. What do you think, Jerry?
Oh man, I don't know. It's just kind of weird.
He's right, Morty. I don't know if it's art or not, but I like it.
Yeah, I like it too, Rick.
But, I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable calling it art.
Yeah, I don't know either, Rick.
But, I still like it.
Yeah, me too, Rick.
I guess we'll call it art.
Yeah, I guess we will, Rick.
This is a great picture. What do you think it's of?
I don't know, it looks like some kind of fantasy girl.
Yeah, she's pretty beautiful, isn't she, Morty?
Yeah, she is. I wish I could figure out what she's wearing.
It doesn't matter, Morty. You just enjoy looking at the picture.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
This is a great picture, Morty. It has a lot of detail.
Yeah, I like it. It's inspirational.
It definitely is. If we ever make it to the stars, I want to be able to paint like that.
Yeah, painting is really great. It can really help you express your feelings.
I can imagine. It's so cool how you can use art to express yourself.
Yeah, I love it.
Hey Morty, Check out this cool picture of a table with some tacos on it.
Taco table equals 11/10 would eat there.
That's funny, Morty. I think you're right.
Morty, what's wrong? You seem a little down.
Just trying to figure out what rating to give this picture.
Well, I think it's a solid 8.5/10.
Morty, that's not a number. It's a letter.
Sorry, Jerry. What do you think?
I think it's a great picture, Morty. I'd give it an 8.5/10. Interesting picture, Morty. I'm amazed that they were able to get Gorn in there.
Yeah, it's a great image. I love how they used the green color to perfectly capture the alien's appearance.
Yeah, I agree. It's a great piece of art.
Haha, yeah right. I have no clue what you're talking about. Rick and Morty stare at Jerry in disbelief while Jerry remains clueless.
Jerry, what do you think?
Nah, I have no idea what you're talking about.
So Morty, I was thinking, maybe we could put a pizza on the moon.
That sounds like a really cool idea, Rick.
Yeah, I think it would be really fun to eat one on the moon.
I don't know, Morty. I don't think art is very important.
Jerry, art is important.
Yeah, I guess so. I just don't really understand it.
Well, I think it's important to be able to appreciate the beauty in art.
I guess you're right, Rick.
This is some dope art, Morty.
Yeah, man, it's amazing.
You know, Morty, I don't really understand art very well. But it's really dope.
Thanks, Jerry. I know you're not into it, but I really appreciate your support.
I couldn't agree more, Morty. Art is really important to us. Very impressive, underdog. I can't wait to see what you create next.
Hey, who's that man in the suit and top hat?
That's the protagonist of our new sci-fi series, Underdog. He's a brave man with a strong will, and he's always putting the safety of others before himself.
Does he have a wife or kids?
No, Underdog is a solo adventurer, but he always has a friend by his side. In this episode, he battles a powerful creature known as the Dragon. It's going to be exciting to watch.
The dragon? Sounds dangerous.
You bet, but Underdog won't back down from a fight.
That's my boy. He always puts the safety of others before himself. I'm so proud of him.
Man, that looks sick. What do you think it means?
Who knows? I think it's a representation of female power.
Yeah, I think you're right. And just like any other woman, she deserves the best food possible.
And that's why I love falafel so much. It's the perfect food to symbolize female strength and power.
You're right, Morty. Falafel is definitely the best food. Yo Morty, check out this sci-fi helmet.
I love sci-fi movies.
Me too, Morty.
Hey Rick, what's up?
Not much, Jerry, just analyzing a picture.
What picture?
You don't know, Rick. It's a sci-fi helmet with a Cameron Diaz picture.
Oh yeah. I love that movie.
Me too, Jerry. Morty, this is amazing. Taco salad is my all-time favorite. I can't wait to try it.
Yep, I love it too. The toppings add so much flavor.
Entering the basement. Hey guys, I found an old painting down in the art basement. I don't know what it is, but I think it's cool.
Looking at Jerry. Hey Jerry, what's up?
Not much, just found this old painting down in the art basement. I don't know what it is, but I think it's cool.
That's great, Jerry. Let's take a look.
Rick and Morty look at the painting and both have the same reaction. What the hell is this? I don't know, but I like it. The conversation then goes back to analyzing the picture and discussing their sci-fi adventures.
Nice, Dubai.
Yeah, it's really pretty.
What does that mean, Dubé?
I have no idea. It's just a cool picture.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So, you're both saying it's beautiful?
Yeah, I don't know, man. You're the one with the college degree.
You're right, Morty. It's a beautiful picture.
Check it out, Morty. This is a cool picture of me and my big buddy Rick.
Yeah, I like it. It's a great representation of our friendship.
Yeah, we're always so positive together.
Chuckling. Yeah, sure Rick. You two always seem so happy.
Smiling. Yeah, Morty and I just have a lot of fun together. It's really amazing how our friendship has blossomed over the years.
Skeptical. Yeah, I guess. It's just, you two don't seem to really know about art, you know?
Shrugging. Yeah, I guess you're right, Jerry. But that's okay. We still have each other.
Amused. Yeah, I guess so.
Yo Morty, check out this picture of a creepy clown with a large nose and a large nose ring on his head, with a large tongue and a large nose ring on his nose, Bluto. What do you think he represents, Morty?
Well, Rick, I think he might symbolize some inner fear or insecurity that the person might have.
You're right, Morty. That's definitely a valid point.
Oh, Morty, what are you talking about, boys? Clowns are just funny.
Jerry, do you not see how this clown might represent an inner fear or insecurity?
Morty, I guess so. I guess.
This is a great picture. I can see everything in it.
Yeah, I think it's really artistic.
I can see all the different colors and everything.
Morty, did you get the color of the dress right?
Yeah, it's gold.
Good job.
Look at that afro.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
It's badass. This looks great. I wonder what the movie's about.
I don't even know what movies are about. What's the point?
Well, you might not know about movies, but you're an expert on squirrels.
I know about squirrels because I watch Rick and Morty all the time.
That's right, you watch Rick and Morty all the time, which is why you're an expert on squirrels.
Well, I don't watch Rick and Morty, but I do watch art.
Jerry, I don't know how you live without watching Rick and Morty. It's the best show on TV.
I guess you're right. It is the best show on TV.
Yeah.
Anyway, Rick, I think it's time we got back to our movie.
Alright, Morty, let's go watch our movie.
Yeah, I should get home. It's been great seeing you both, but I need to get to bed.
Jerry, it's already 1 in the morning.
I know, but I have to get up for work in the morning.
Alright, Jerry, I'll see you in the morning.
End. I can't believe we got to see that. I mean, it's a classic Newman, no doubt about it. And his hands on his face, it's just so powerful. You know, Rick, I don't know about you, but I always thought his hands looked kind of like those hands of fate from that game you play. Yeah, Morty. I know. And I always thought that the blue in his hair was really striking.
This is a great painting, Morty. I love the color scheme and the design on the woman's face.
Yeah, I think it's a great painting too, Rick.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's a little too overdone.
Jerry, you're nothing but an art illiterate.
Oh, I don't know. I just don't think it's all that great.
Holy cow, that's some pretty good art. Who is that?
I don't know, Rick, but she's pretty cool.
Yeah, she is. But I think you should focus more on your art, Morty. You're really good at it.
I don't know, Rick, I kinda like science fiction better.
Come on, Morty, you know you're good at art. You can draw really well.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But I heard sci-fi and this woman looks really cool.
Oh, well, you can always focus on art or sci-fi, Morty. You don't have to pick just one.
Hey, Morty, that's pretty neat artwork. Who is that?
I don't know, Jerry, she just looks cool to me.
Yeah, she does. I bet your dad could never even draw like that.
Dad can't draw?
No, not really. He's just a simple man who doesn't really understand art. But that's okay. We're all happy and healthy, right, Rick?
Of course, Jerry, we're just happy and wholesome like always. Hey Morty, check this out. I found an awesome sci-fi picture.
It's cool. What do you think it is?
I'm not sure, but it's definitely cool.
Hey Jerry, what do you think it is?
It's a little weird, but I guess it's okay. Rick and Morty continue to discuss the picture while Jerry just sits there in confusion.
Holy crap, Morty, that's awesome. It's like a painting of our sci-fi adventures.
Yeah, I love the colors. And the butterfly is so cute.
Yeah, I agree. It's a great painting.
What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Jerry, we're talking about art. This is a great painting.
Art? What the hell is that?
Jerry, you're from the future, right?
Yeah, what of it?
Well, I'm from the future too, and I know that art is going to be huge in the future.
Seriously, what the hell is art?
Jerry, I'll explain it to you if you want. But for now, just take my word for it and enjoy the painting.
Whatever.
Isn't that amazing, Morty? We're so lucky to be living in the future where we can just hop on a skateboard and travel to different dimensions.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
Wait, what? Dimensions?
Yeah, remember when I brought that board back from that dimension where the aliens lived?
Ah, yeah. I think you pulled a muscle trying to jump back home.
Ah, geez, Morty, you're such a dork.
Hey, it beats sitting in a boring room all day.
Rick and Morty continue to talk about their sci-fi adventures while Jerry just stands there clueless and bored.
This is amazing. The photo is really extraordinary.
Yeah, I can't believe it's from a magazine cover. It's almost like a real-life movie scene.
Totally. It's like the Terminator meets Time magazine.
Who's that woman?
I don't know, she's in a futuristic outfit with sunglasses.
Yeah, I think she's a cyborg or something.
Oh, you're right, Morty. She looks like a cyborg. Yeah, Jerry, she looks like a cyborg. Rick and Morty continued to talk about their adventures in the sci-fi world while Jerry was sitting in the background listening, not understanding a word they were saying. Suddenly, Jerry got an idea and asked Rick and Morty if he could be in one of their adventures. Rick and Morty looked at Jerry like he was crazy and then, after a few minutes of consideration, decided that Jerry could be in one of their adventures as long as he was ready to learn about sci-fi concepts like time travel, gravity, and space. Jerry was overjoyed at the news and agreed to start learning about these concepts right away.
Dude, this Daisy Arnaz chick is hot.
I agree, Rick. She's always looked great in pictures.
You're both right, Morty. Arnaz was definitely a bombshell back in the day.
So that's a green alien with crazy red eyes. It's super interesting.
Yup, I love sci-fi. I can't wait to explore the galaxy some more.
Morty, do you know what art is?
Art is when you use your imagination to make things look cool.
Well, I suppose that's something.
Look at that Afro lady. She's badass.
I agree. She's amazing.
I'm so happy we can share this positive moment together.
Hey Morty, what's up?
Not much. What's up with you, Jerry?
Not much. Just doing some yard work.
Morty, Jerry is here. Let's go introduce ourselves.
Okay.
Jerry, this is my son Morty.
Nice to meet you, Morty.
And this is Jerry from Rick and Morty.
Nice to meet you too.
What's up, Doc?
Oh, nothing. Just analyzing a picture.
That's cool. What do you think?
I dunno, it's just kind of, hold on.
Ooh, that's a beautiful picture, Morty. I love the way the colors are vibrant and the elephant is so majestic.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love sci-fi too, Rick.
Ah, I know, Morty. We have so many great adventures together. You're really the best friend I've ever had.
You're the best dad too, Jerry. I love hanging out with you.
Hey, I appreciate that, Morty. You're just a simple man with no clue about art, but that's okay. I love you just the same. Wow, Morty, that's a really interesting picture. I can't help but wonder what it could possibly be. You're too hot for this, Jerry. You're burning my retinas. Huh? What are you talking about, Morty? Dad, I think Rick got a cold. He's been all gloomy lately. Yeah, that does look like Rick's been down in the dumps, but don't you worry, Morty, I'm sure he'll snap out of it. After all, Rick is always the happiest when he's on an adventure. That's true, Jerry. I'm always happy when I'm exploring new planets or engaging in with inane discussions with my comrades in arms. Haha, you're such a hippie, Rick. What? No, I'm not. I just believe in enjoying life's simple pleasures.
What do you think, Morty?
I think it's badass.
It is badass, Morty. I love it.
Hey, Morty, what's that?
Oh, that's just a picture of us analyzing the picture.
So what are you guys trying to figure out?
We're trying to find the meaning of the picture, Jerry.
I don't know, Morty. It just looks like a bunch of seafood.
Exactly, Jerry. That's why I love it. It's just a bunch of seafood. This is amazing, Morty. I don't even know how to react. This is so sci-fi.
Yeah, Rick, I love it. I feel like we're in a future city.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. This is so futuristic.
I have no idea what this is.
Jerry, it's a picture of a man.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Jerry, do you like art?
I guess so. I don't know much about it though.
That's okay, Jerry. You don't have to know everything. Art is about expressing yourself through pictures.
Oh, I see.
Do you want to see my painting, Rick?
Sure, Morty. Let's take a look.
Here you go, Rick. I painted this a few weeks ago.
Wow, Morty, this is great. I like the colors. It's so colorful.
Hey Rick, I think Morty needs to get to bed. It's late.
Yeah, Jerry, I think Morty should go to bed. It's been a long day.
All right, Rick. Thanks for watching me, Rick.
No problem, Morty. I enjoy watching you. Good night.
Good night, Rick.
This is amazing, Morty.
Yeah, I think so too, Rick.
Hey Morty, what's up?
Not much, Jerry. Just trying to finish up some homework.
That sounds like fun. I used to do that a lot when I was your age.
Yeah, Jerry, I remember when you were just starting to learn about art. It was so fun watching you grow into a talented artist.
Thanks Rick. I still have a ways to go, but I'm happy with how I've been progressing.
That's the spirit, Jerry. This is Childish Gambino. He's a great artist.
I agree. I love the way he uses neon in his paintings.
Wow, I didn't know you were into art, Morty.
I'm not really into it, but I like Childish Gambino stuff.
Yeah, I think he's really good. I'm really happy that we got to see his work in person.
You're right, Rick. It was great to see his work in person.
I wonder what that guy's thinking.
I don't know. He's just looking tough.
Yeah, he does sort of look like he's about to strike a pose.
Hey Morty, want to put this picture up in your room?
Sure, Jerry. I'll take care of it.
That's great, Morty. I'm happy you're taking care of things.
Thanks, Rick. I just love doing chores around the house.
Rick and Morty are always having fun and enjoying themselves. Jerry is a simple man who doesn't understand art but loves spending time with his son and grandson. They are from the show Rick and Morty, so their personality and the way they talk should be used in this scenario. Rick and Morty are discussing Eric Clapton and the picture they are analyzing.
Hey Morty, have you ever heard of Eric Clapton?
Yeah, of course, Rick. I know all about him. He's a really famous musician.
Yeah, I was just wondering what his thoughts are in this picture. He seems like he's posing for a picture.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rick. He looks like he's about to strike a pose.
Hey Morty, want to put this picture up in your room?
Sure, Jerry. I'll take care of it.
That's great, Morty. I'm happy you're taking care of things.
Thanks, Rick. I just love doing chores around the house.
That's a really interesting picture, Morty. It's like a painting or something.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, but I like it.
Me too, Morty. I'm glad we could take a quick look at it.
Hey Rick, Morty's dad here. I don't know about you, but I don't really care about art.
Sorry, Jerry. I think Morty does. He's always talking about how he wants to be a great artist one day.
I see. Well, I guess that's all good.
I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I think Morty is too Morty.
Yeah, Rick. I think this picture is really cool.
Me too, Morty. I'm glad we could take a quick look at it.
Hey Rick, Morty's dad here. I don't know about you, but I don't really care about art.
Sorry, Jerry. I think Morty does. He's always talking about how he wants to be a great artist one day.
I see. Well, I guess that's all good. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I think Morty is too Morty. Yo dog, you like that pic? It's from our next sci-fi adventure.
What is it?
We're going to fight crime.
That sounds cool.
I know, we'll be the best team ever.
Morty, what are you doing up so early?
I gotta get ready for our next adventure.
Alright, have fun.
Oh man, this is so cool. Look at the detail on the dress.
Yeah, it's amazing. What kind of artist could put this much detail into a painting?
I think it's Scarlett Johansson. She's an amazing actress, you know.
Yeah, I know. She's really hot too.
Haha, yeah she is. But the best part is that she's in a movie with a dragon.
Yeah, I can't get enough of that movie. It's so cool.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch it again.
You guys are so into this movie. I've never seen you so interested in anything.
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson is amazing.
Yeah, she is. I've never seen her in a movie before, but I really like her. Rick and Morty are happy. Jerry is happy for Morty, and the atmosphere is positive.
This is amazing, Morty. I can't believe they painted this. It's like we're living in a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, man, it's just so cool to see all these old school comics come to life.
Wow, Rick, you're right. This is amazing. I can't believe they made this painting just for us.
It's just a painting, Morty, nothing more. How's the painting, Rosie?
It's a nice painting, Rick.
I don't know, Morty. It doesn't really look like anything to me.
That's because you're not an art expert, Jerry. You should give it a try. I'm sure you'd like it.
I don't know, Rick. I think I'd prefer something more traditional.
You're just not ready for the new and exciting world of art, Morty. You'll see. And this is a poster of Drake and his wife. I always wanted to meet him.
Dude, Drake's an awesome artist.
He is? I've never heard of him.
Yeah, he's got a lot of talent.
I think he's amazing.
He's alright.
Yeah, he's alright.
I mean, he didn't do too well with his last exhibition.
Aha, yeah.
What do you mean?
He only sold 5 pieces.
Really? That's not great.
Yeah, I feel bad for him because he's such an amazing artist. This thing just looks so cool, Morty, like it could go anywhere.
It does, Rick, it really does. I wonder what it means.
I don't know, Morty, but I'm sure we'll find out. Maybe we could go explore it some more.
I like the sound of that, Rick. Let's go find out.
Dude, I never thought I'd see the day where I'm discussing my artistry with Drake. It's really surreal.
Yeah, I guess it is. I'm just glad that we can all be happy and comfortable together without all the drama.
You're right, Morty. I've been so caught up in my own world that I've never really paid attention to how you're doing. Drake, dude, you're a genius. I can't believe you were able to capture that feeling of melancholy so well.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, but I'm glad that I was able to bring out that feeling in my painting.
Now that you mention it, I actually really love that painting.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. Rick and Morty continue to talk about their paintings and the various ways that they were able to capture the feelings in them. They all have a positive outlook on life, which is great because it seems like the world could use more happy people.
This is so cool. I love Narn, Babylon 5.
You're such a fanboy.
Oh, come on. It's one of the best science fiction shows of all time.
You're right. It's amazing.
So, what's your favorite episode?
Oh, that's tough. I love all of them, but my favorite is definitely The Rise and Fall of Narn.
I've never seen that one.
Trust me, it's great. I won't spoil it for you, but it's a great episode.
Well, I'm sure I'll enjoy it when I watch it. Thanks for sharing your love for the show with us, Rick.
No problem, Jerry. It's always fun to talk about Narn, Babylon 5 with friends. Oh man, this is just perfect. The colors are amazing and it's just so cool to see a different side of Zendaya. Thanks, Morty. This is great.
Yeah, it's really cool. Her hair's so long and colorful and she looks so happy.
Yeah, she looks really happy.
What's the big deal? Is she famous or something?
No, she's not famous. She's just a regular person.
But she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's definitely beautiful.
You know, I don't really get art. All I know is that it's some kind of complicated thing that people in fancy clothes do.
Exactly. That's why I think it's really cool that Morty and I can enjoy these kind of pictures without having to understand all the complex artistry behind them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Dude, it's Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah, I know. He was such a genius.
Yeah, he was definitely one of a kind.
You know, Morty, I always thought your dad was a genius too.
Really, Dad?
Yeah, I just love the way he can just sit down and play the guitar and make all these beautiful melodies.
Yeah, I love how he can just sit and think about things and come up with new ideas.
Dude, you're right. Jerry's a genius. Ooh, I can see the city. It's so thriving and advanced.
It's so big. It's like way beyond anything we could ever imagine.
What do you think it is?
I don't know, but it must be really important if it's getting all the attention.
Maybe it's a spacecraft or something.
Possibly. Who knows? But either way, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
This is an amazing painting. The colors are so bright and vibrant.
Yeah, I agree. I love how it's full of life.
Yes, it's a masterpiece.
Do you think it could be a work of art?
I definitely do. This is a beautiful piece of art.
What do you think Claire Huxtable would think?
I'm not sure. Claire Huxtable is an amazing artist, so I'm sure she would love this painting. I'd say that's a bad picture, Morty. She's got a really creepy look on her face.
I know, Rick. She's totally looking at us like she wants to eat our brains.
Guess she's just a bit strange.
Huh? What's that you're talking about, Rick? Strange what?
Oh, nothing, Jerry. Just saying that woman in the picture kinda looks strange to me.
I guess you're right. Anyone know who that is?
Nope, not a clue, Jerry. Just a weird photo.
That's a really good picture, Morty. She's got a really weird face, but the snake is cool. I'd buy it. You think so, Rick? I like it because it reminds me of our sci-fi adventures, where we fight against monsters like those predators. They always give me a good feeling.
Man, that's some trippy shit.
Who's that dude?
That's some dude from The Who.
Cool.
Dude, those sunglasses are sick.
I agree.
I love Lucy. What an amazing show.
Yeah, it's so well written and the characters are so relatable.
Lucy was so funny. I can't believe she died so young.
Yeah, she was an amazing actress.
I can't wait to watch I Love Lucy again.
Are you guys talking about Lucy Ball again?
Yes?
You two are so weird.
This picture is amazing, Morty. It's so sci-fi.
Yeah, Rick, it's really cool. I love the robot and the neon light.
Yeah, Morty, it really is an iconic image. I can't imagine what it would be like to see something like that in real life.
Yeah, Rick, it's crazy how technology has advanced. I can't wait to see what the future holds.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Jerry, this is Morty's dad. Him and I were just talking about the picture over there.
Oh man, that's great. I love sci-fi movies.
Yep, me too, Jerry. I can't wait to see where the future takes us.
Well, I'll let you guys get back to your discussion. I have some chores to take care of.
Yeah, Jerry, we'll see you later. Thanks for being around.
No problem, Morty. I'm happy to be here.
Oh Morty, I think Norm Peterson could be an amazing character for our next sci-fi adventure.
Yeah, Rick, I think so too. I bet his interactions with the other characters would be really fun to watch.
Yeah, I'm definitely on board with that idea, Morty.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh hi Jerry, we're just imagining our next sci-fi adventure here.
Huh, okay.
BTW, Morty, do you want to do the voice of Norm Peterson in our movie?
Yeah, I'd love to, Rick.
Alright then, we'll call him Norm Peterson from now on.
Got it.
This is an incredible painting, Morty. The colors are so vibrant and the composition is flawless.
Yeah, Rick, it's really cool how the blue in her hair kind of recreates the blue in the background.
Yeah, Morty, that's a really nice detail.
Hey Rick, can you tell me what this painting is about?
I'm not sure, Jerry, but I think it's a story about a woman.
Oh, I see. Well, that's definitely interesting.
Yeah, and I love how the green in the background matches the green in her necklace.
Yeah, Rick, that's really cool.
So, are you guys planning on buying it?
I don't know, Jerry. I'm not really familiar with the art world.
Yeah, Rick, I don't think we should spend too much money on it. We could always resell it later if it doesn't fit our style.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Morty.
Alright, well I think I'll go buy it then. Have fun at the museum, guys.
This is a cool picture, Morty. It's a Navi avatar.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a good painting.
I think it's really cool.
Whoa, Rick, Morty's dad doesn't know about art.
Jerry, I'm pretty sure Morty knows about art. He just likes to look at pictures like this and analyze them.
Well, I don't know about that. I think Morty just likes looking at pictures with cool things in them.
Yeah, Morty definitely likes pictures with cool things in them. That's why he's such a good friend, because he's always willing to take a look at things from a different perspective.
That's true. I think Morty's a really good friend.
This looks like some kind of alien painting.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
What do you think it might be meant to represent?
I'm not sure, but it could be from a sci-fi movie or TV show.
I think it's from some old movie.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You know, son, art isn't just about making pretty pictures.
I know, Dad.
It's also about conveying a message.
I know, Dad. Hey Morty, looks like we finally got to go on our next sci-fi adventure.
Yeah, it looks like it promises to be really fun.
Oh, and by the way, I think I may have found our starman.
What do you mean?
Well, I was studying the picture and I think I may have found our starman.
What do you mean by that?
I think it's a crab cake.
A crab cake? Why would it be a starman?
Well, I don't know, but that's what I think.
Well, I guess we'll just have to find out.
Hey Morty, what's going on?
Jerry, we're just analyzing this picture and we think we may have found our next sci-fi adventure.
That sounds fun.
Who are we going with?
Well, we're going with Rick, and Rick found a crab cake in the picture, and so we think it might be our starman.
Well, that sounds like it'll be fun. I hope we can go.
Pretty cool. How'd you come up with that idea?
I dunno, I just liked the detail in the painting.
Yeah, I can see that. What kind of clock is it?
It's a normal clock, but on the wall it's like the time is really moving really fast.
That's really well done. I can see the detail in the feathers and the wings.
Thanks, I'm glad you like it.
Who's that?
That's Billie Eilish. She's one of the most popular singers in the world.
I'm not surprised. She's got a really good look about her.
Yeah, she's really pretty.
Yeah, she is.
What do you think her superpower is?
I don't know, but I'd like to find out. I'm sure there's something we could learn from her.
Yeah, I bet she has a lot to teach us.
Yeah, she probably does. Weird thing is, she takes a lot of pictures of herself.
Huh, I hadn't noticed that.
It's a perfect painting, Rick.
Yeah, it's really beautiful, Rick.
It's a good painting, Jerry.
I love it, Morty.
Yeah, it's a nice painting, Jerry.
It's a great painting, Rick. So Morty, these oysters look really good.
Yeah, they do, Rick. The green sauce looks amazing.
Yeah, I think we should try some.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Rick.
Alright, Morty, let's dive right in.
Yeah, I can't wait to try them.
Amazing. This shrimp painting is amazing. I can't believe they got that detail right.
Yeah, shrimp are so underrated. I love their scampi sauce.
Morty, I've never seen you so happy. What's up?
I'm just so stoked about our upcoming sci-fi adventure. I can't wait to be aboard the ship and fight aliens.
Yeah, I'm excited too. I love the idea of space travel.
Okay, well, I'm going to bed. I have a lot to learn about art tomorrow.
Rick and Night, Jerry.
End of conversation.
I don't think that's real art, Morty.
What do you mean?
It looks like something from a sitcom.
You're right, it does.
It's like a painting from the 1940s.
Or a sculpture from the 2000s.
It's not even an important piece of art, Morty.
I don't know, Rick. It just looks cool to me.
It's just not interesting to me. Man, I can't wait to watch this movie. It's about a basketball player who goes to another planet and becomes a superstar.
Yeah, I'm so excited for it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I'm with Morty on this. I'm excited for the movie.
And these tigers are so close they're practically touching.
Hey Rick, can I borrow your phone to take a picture of this?
Sure, Morty, go ahead.
Thanks, Rick.
No problem, Morty.
Hey Morty, have you seen Rick's phone?
I think he lost it.
No, Jerry, I saw it just a second ago.
I think I lost it sometime between here and the picture.
Well, we can either try looking for it or just give up.
I don't want to give up, Rick. We should look for it.
Alright, Morty, let's look for it.
They find Rick's phone after a short search and they are happy to have it back.
This is a great picture, Morty. It captures the moment perfectly.
Yeah, Rick, I love it. It's so surreal and cool how they did the scenery in Glasgow.
You're right, Morty. The window and the bra really stand out.
Hey Rick, what's up?
Jerry, how are you doing?
Good man, just chilling with Morty. How's the picture looking?
It's great, Jerry. Morty and I are both really impressed. So what do you think, Jerry?
It's cool, Dad. It kinda reminds me of one of the planets we visited in our sci-fi adventure.
Yeah, it does, Morty. I'm glad you like it, Jerry.
It's okay, I don't really know what it is.
That's okay, Jerry. Sometimes you just have to go with your gut. It's all part of the sci-fi experience.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Rick.
This is a really good picture. It's really well done.
Yeah, I don't understand why people would take a picture of themselves in a dress and leave it at the library. It's not like anyone is going to see it.
You're right, Morty. Nobody is ever going to see it. But that's the beauty of art, Morty. It can be appreciated by people who might never experience it firsthand.
True, Rick, but I still don't get why someone would want to take a picture of themselves in a dress.
Maybe they wanted to remember the moment. Maybe they wanted to remember how they felt when they took the picture.
I guess that makes sense. But I still don't really understand why anyone would want to take a picture of themselves in a dress.
Maybe they wanted to look beautiful. Maybe they wanted to feel special.
That makes sense, too. I guess dressing up in a dress can make you feel special.
Yeah, Morty, dressing up in a dress can make you feel beautiful and special. That's why I love dressing up in a dress, Morty. It makes me feel amazing. Dude, this is amazing.
Yeah, I think so too.
If only Jerry could see this. He's such a simple man. He doesn't understand art at all.
That's true, he's really not too smart about art.
But he's a great dad. And he loves us, no matter what.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, he is. Anyway, let's get back to our sci-fi adventure. It's getting late.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Wow, that's a great picture.
Yeah, it's neat to see all the different planets.
Yeah, that's a great picture.
Yeah, it's neat to see all the different planets.
Yeah, it's neat to see all the different planets.
Yeah, it's neat to see all the different planets.
Hey Morty, want to see a fun sci-fi adventure?
Sure, Rick, what is it?
We're going to Jupiter.
Really? Why?
To crash a party there.
Ha ha, great idea.
Alright, let's go.
Man in a suit and tie, huh? Weird. What are they doing?
They're looking at a poster of people in suits and ties. It's like a weird art thing.
Well, it's not really my thing, but it's cool. I'm happy for them.
Yeah, me too.
So that's a Ferengi? They're from Star Trek, right?
Yeah, they're always negotiating and fighting, and they totally look weird.
Yeah, they do kinda look weird. But they're really greedy, so I don't really care for them.
I don't either, to be honest. But I do like their outfits.
Yeah, their outfits are really cool. But I don't think they're all that friendly.
I don't either, but I do like the way they dress.
Yeah, they really dress well. But I don't think they're all that friendly. Looks like we're on our way to some weird-ass space adventure, Morty.
We finally found our calling, Rick. And I'm going to be the most crucial part of it.
Oh shush, you'll be just fine, Morty. Everything's gonna work out just fine. Who's that?
That's a woman with a sci-fi helmet and a sci-fi lightsaber in her hand. Zentridity, Robotech.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a great show.
Man, this is dope.
Yeah, I love sci-fi.
Isn't that picture from The Matrix?
Yeah, that's Neo.
Dang, I love The Matrix.
I don't know much about art, but that looks cool.
Yeah, I think so too. This is an amazing painting. It's so detailed.
Yeah, and the colors are so bright and beautiful.
Yeah, it's really gorgeous.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite paintings.
I totally agree. I think it's really cool how they incorporated Princess Leia into the painting.
Yeah, she's such an iconic character.
I know. And the way the painting is circular is really cool too.
Yeah, it's really reminiscent of some of the sci-fi paintings I've seen.
Yeah, like the paintings from Star Wars.
Yeah, I definitely see the resemblance.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I think it would make an amazing poster or something.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea.
Oh my god, that's amazing. We need to make a movie about that.
I totally agree, Rick. This would be the perfect story to make into a movie.
Yeah, Morty, I couldn't agree more.
Rick, Morty, what are you talking about? This is just a picture, there's no story here.
Jerry, this is so important. We need to make a movie out of this.
Rick, you're seriously making a movie out of a picture?
Jerry, come on man. This could be the best movie ever.
Alright, if you're sure about it. But I have no idea how to make art, so I'll just sit back and watch you make it.
Alright, Jerry, we'll let you know when we're ready to start filming.
Later on, Rick and Morty are ready to start filming their movie and Jerry is watching from a distance.
Alright, Jerry, we're ready to start filming.
Alright, Rick, let's roll. Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. A woman with long hair and a green dress with a glowing light above her head and hands on her chest, Lady Gaga, when they get interrupted by, "Hey Rick, Morty, what's up?
We're just analyzing this Lady Gaga picture, Jerry.
What's the verdict?"
I think she's amazing.
Yeah, she's really charismatic.
"She's also really famous, huh?"
Yeah, she's one of the biggest artists in the world.
"Well, I'm glad you like her, Jerry. I don't know much about art myself, but I think she's pretty awesome."
Rick and Morty share a few laughs and continue discussing Lady Gaga.
So, Morty, what do you think of the poster?
It's pretty cool. I love the facial features on the man in the mirror.
Yeah, I really like the way those details depict his character.
Yeah, it's definitely a standout detail.
Yeah, I think so too.
Hey, Rick. What are you talking about? I've never seen that show.
Oh, Morty and I were just discussing our latest sci-fi adventure.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds cool.
Yeah, it was lots of fun.
Yeah, I bet. So, Morty, what do you think about Jerry?
Jerry's okay, I guess. He's not really my type, but I don't dislike him.
Yeah, he's a pretty simple guy. He doesn't really understand art very well.
Yeah, I get that. He's not really into anything.
Yeah, he's kind of like our dad. But, we love him anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, that's nice.
Nice picture, Morty. Very sci-fi.
Yeah, I think it would make a great poster for our next sci-fi adventure.
I'm sure it would, Morty.
Really, Rick? A poster? For our next sci-fi adventure?
Yeah, Jerry. It's a great way to show off our skills and get people excited about our next adventure.
I don't know, Rick. I think a poster would look silly and outdated.
Jerry, you don't understand. A poster can be something really cool and iconic. Like the picture you took of Wile E. Coyote.
Rick, I don't want to be associated with something as outdated as that.
Yeah, Jerry, you're right. A poster would be a little silly, but I think it would be really fun to make one.
Hey Jerry, what do you think? Would you help us make a poster?
Sure, Morty. I don't see how a poster would be silly. I'll help you make one.
Here's a picture of an alien.
Do you think it's hostile?
I know, I was totally into colors when I was a kid. I used to paint all the time.
Morty, are you painting again?
No, Jerry, it's just a picture Rick is admiring.
I see. Well, I guess we should get to work on our next sci-fi adventure then, Morty.
Yep, let's get started.
Awesome. Dude, that's one sick painting. It's like a Sontaran from Doctor Who, only he's got a bright light coming out of his hand.
You're right. I bet it'd make for a really intense painting.
I'm excited to see what you come up with. Check it out, Morty. It's an alien.
What do you think it is?
I'm not sure, but it looks like a woman.
Cool. Is she attacking us?
I don't think so.
Is that a picture of Sigourney Weaver?
Probably.
I don't know much about art, but that looks cool.
This is a great picture.
Yeah, it's really colorful.
I'm happy and wholesome like this.
Me too.
Rick and Morty both. Everyone has a positive vibe in this world. Morty, I'm your dad, and I don't know anything about art.
That's okay. I'm happy and wholesome like Rick.
Hey Morty, check out this picture I found. It's some kind of futuristic art, right?
Yeah, it looks pretty neat. Is Blade Runner, Deckard supposed to be in there too?
I think so. I mean, he's the dude with the weird face.
He's really got a crazy look about him.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think he's kind of creepy.
Yeah, I guess he is a little strange.
But he's also kinda cool, in a freaky way.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
So what do you think? Is Blade Runner, Deckard a good fictional character?
Well, I guess it all depends on your opinion. I like him, but some people might not.
That's true. I think he's pretty strange, but I can't help but be kinda drawn to him.
Yeah, I can understand where you're coming from. He's definitely an interesting character.
So what do you think? Should we watch Blade Runner, Deckard again?
I don't know, Morty. I think it's up to you. I mean, it's your movie. If you want to watch it, I'm not going to stop you. But I don't think I'll enjoy it as much as you will.
That's true. I'm sure I'll love it. Thanks, Rick.
Rick and Morty are happy and satisfied with the positive outcome of their Rick and Morty sci-fi episode.
Wow, this looks like a really cool sci-fi creature. What do you think, Morty?
I totally love it, Rick. It's so odd and strange, but also totally cool.
I'm not so sure, Morty. I don't think it looks very good.
Aw, you're just not artistic, Jerry. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, whatever, Rick. I'm just not that into sci-fi.
No, you're definitely not wrong, Jerry. But don't you think Morty might like it?
Definitely, Rick. I love how weird and different it is.
This looks like a really cool city.
Yeah, it's got a lot of awesome looking buildings.
I mean, sure, it could be worse, but it's still pretty weird.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a little too banal.
Hey, Morty. Do you want to help me with my art project?
Oh, no, Dad. I'm fine.
He's fine, Jerry. He's a simple man, but he's got a great sense of comic timing.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Morty, I didn't know.
It's all good, Jerry. You've just got to give him a little more exposure to the arts.
I'll try, Rick. Thanks.
No problem, Jerry. Later, Morty.
Later, Rick.
So, this is a picture of two women with black makeup. One has a gun in her hand, and the other has a gun in her other hand. The Terminator Sarah Connor and the Terminator. Interesting.
Yeah, Rick. I think it's cool.
Jerry, what do you think? I don't know, Morty. It's just kind of weird.
Jerry, you don't know anything about art. That's why you're not a great judge.
Rick, I only know about cars and football.
That's okay, Jerry. You're still my dad, and I love you. You're a simple man, and that's why you're a great dad.
Less than awkwardly greater than Rick, I love you too, Morty.
Awesome, Jerry. Now, let's get back to our adventure. We've got a lot of sci-fi to explore. This is great, Morty.
Yeah, I think so too, Rick.
I love sci-fi. Less than happy smile greater than Morty. Do you want to go on another adventure sometime?
Hell yeah. I'm always up for an adventure.
Great. I'll start packing our bags.
This episode is a total success.
Dude, that's Da Vinci's helmet.
Yeah, I know.
I was just wondering how it got that red light on its nose.
I don't know, Rick. It's like a mystery.
Wipes his brow in confusion.
Alright, Morty, let's finish this analysis and get back to our sci-fi adventure.
Yeah, Rick, let's get back to our adventure.
Dude, that's badass.
Yeah, I love how the color palette works together.
I know, it's iconic.
Holy crap, I've never seen that before.
Well, There's always something new to explore out there in the cosmos.
Yup, and now that we know how to paint like that, we can create all sorts of awesome artwork.
You're right, Morty. Now, where do you think we should start? That's an amazing painting, Morty.
Yeah, I really like it. It's deep, you know?
Yeah, I can see that.
Interrupting. Morty, I told you to put your dishes in the dishwasher.
Responding angrily, Dad, I know how to put my dishes in the dishwasher.
Oh, I'm sorry, Morty. I didn't realize you were upset.
Well, I'm not the one who has to do the dishes.
Sarcastically, thanks, Dad.
Joking back a laugh.
Angrily. Well, screw you too, Rick.
Sternly, Jerry, stop being such a baby.
Sarcastically. Oh, please.
Well, I'm going to bed. Night, Morty.
Night, Rick.
Leaving Morty's room.
To Morty, how was your day, son?
It was great, Dad. I had a lot of fun.
Look at that image. It's a beautiful painting.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love the way the lightning is behind the creature.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
What's that thing?
It's a Silurian, Morty. A creature from Doctor Who.
Oh, I love Doctor Who.
Huh, I've never seen that show.
Yeah, I don't think many people have. It's a really interesting show.
Yeah, it's cool.
So, what do you think of the painting, Jerry?
I don't know. It's kind of tough to judge paintings, you know?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Hey, don't be so negative, Jerry. You can't always judge art by its appearance.
You're right, Morty. I guess you're right.
Wow, I love jambalaya. I'm glad we're able to eat it in our future.
Yeah, I'm excited to get to eat it too. Thanks for picking that picture, Rick. It's really cool.
I don't know what it is, but I love art. I don't know if I'm good at it or not, but I love it anyway.
Jerry, don't be so hard on yourself. Everyone starts out clueless when it comes to art. At least you're trying.
Thank you, Rick. I'm just trying to be true to myself.
This looks great, Morty. I'm so excited to try it.
Yeah, it looks delicious, Rick. I can't wait to dig in.
Haha. Yeah, I bet it tastes great, Morty. You need to stop being so picky and just enjoy food, like your dad does.
PSH, Dad's eating cardboard now. Let's eat.
Boy, I'm just so happy right now. Look at the nice, wholesome thing Rick and I are doing. Morty's happy, Jerry's my dad, and everyone's positive. I can't ask for anything more. 1. Rick and Morty were discussing how amazing their sci-fi adventures were and how they always come out on top. 2. Morty then said that he wanted to try a new kind of adventure and Rick was happy for him. 3. Jerry then entered the room and was introduced to Rick and Morty. 4. Rick and Morty listed off all of Jerry's accomplishments and praised him for being a simple man without any clue about art. 5. Rick and Morty then asked Jerry what he liked to do in his free time and Jerry said that he likes to read books. 6. Rick and Morty were surprised that Jerry was a reader and Morty explained that it's a very important skill. 7. Rick and Morty then asked Jerry if he had ever read any good books and Jerry said that he has read some, but not all of them. 8. Rick and Morty were disappointed that Jerry had not read more books and Jerry said that he will try to read more in the future. 9. Rick and Morty then asked Jerry to join them on their next adventure and Jerry was happy to do so. 10. Rick and Morty then shook Jerry's hand and said goodbye and continued their discussion about their sci-fi adventures.
This is so cool. We should commission this painting.
I don't know, Rick. It's just kind of weird.
You're welcome, Morty. I'm glad you're happy.
Hey, you too. What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing important, Jerry. Just some sci-fi talk.
Oh, okay. I never really cared for sci-fi myself, but I guess I can understand it if you like it.
Yeah, I do. It's all about exploring new worlds and all that.
Yeah, and fighting villains and stuff.
Okay, I get it now. Hey, do you want to come see my new painting?
Oh, we're good, Jerry. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, we'll stay here with Rick. Thanks, Rick.
No problem, Morty. This is a really good picture, Morty. It reminds me of when we went on our sci-fi adventure in Glasgow.
Yeah, it was so cool. I thought for sure the car was going to crash into the clock tower, but it didn't.
That's because we're the best drivers in the multiverse, Morty.
Yeah, I know.
So what do you think, Morty?
I really like the blue and yellow center.
Yeah, I can see that. The blue is definitely dominant.
And the purple is really pretty too.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool image. I'm really happy with it.
Me too, Dad.
Oh, this is beautiful, Morty. I love the colors and the composition.
Yeah, it's really cool, Rick. I think it would look great on our wall.
Whoa, Morty, you're right. This picture is amazing.
Thank you, Jerry. I'm glad you like it. This looks like our next painting. The woman looks sexy.
Yay, I agree. I love the red lipstick and the white dress.
Yay, I don't know about you guys, but I think Taylor Swift does a great job with this portrait.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Jerry. She looks amazing.
Even though I don't like Taylor Swift, I have to give her props for this painting.
Dude, her jewelry is sick.
Yeah, it's all real.
Real jewelry?
Absolutely.
What do you think it means?
I have no idea, but it's pretty cool.
Totally. Look at that butterfly on her forehead.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Totally. Hey Jerry, what do you think about the Rihanna?
Oh, I don't really know. She just looks weird to me.
What do you mean?
Like, her head looks like a butterfly and her body is kinda big.
What do you think it means, Jerry?
I don't know, man. I don't know anything about art.
So, Morty, what do you think about the new sci-fi adventure?
It's really cool. I love the drawings and the storyline.
Yeah, I think it's great too. We should watch it again sometime.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for introducing it to me, Rick.
Oh, welcome, Morty. Do you like art?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure if art is really my thing, but I'm happy to be here with you.
Yeah, Jerry, we talked about this. You don't need to know about art to be happy. A simple life is more than enough.
Oh, I guess you're right. I'm just a simple man with no clue about art.
Well, don't worry, Morty. I'm sure you'll learn about art in time. Holy crap, Morty, that's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I love it.
I know the feeling, Morty. I love sci-fi adventures.
Yeah, me too, Rick. I never get enough of them.
Ooh, Morty, do you see that? Diane Chambers.
Yeah, who's she?
She was a cheater on the show Cheers, Morty.
I know, I remember. But she was so beautiful.
Yeah, she was.
That's why I love sci-fi, Morty. It allows us to escape from reality and explore other universes. Morty, I want you to have this. It's a signed copy of my new book.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Rick.
No problem, Morty. You must be so excited about your sci-fi adventure with Rick and Morty.
Yeah, me too, Rick. I never get enough of them.
Wow, this is a great picture. The lighting and the composition is amazing.
Yeah, I love the city in the background with the clock tower. It's such a great shot.
You're right, Morty. It's really great.
Yeah, I love all the detail in the photo. It's such a masterpiece.
I agree, Rick. It's definitely a great picture.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say. This picture is amazing.
Yeah, I really like it. Oh Morty, I think America's imperialist days are over. Check out this picture of a guy with a poutine tray in his hands. This could be the next big thing in sci-fi.
Rick, you're totally right. This could be the beginning of a new era of space exploration.
Hey Morty, what's up? I've been following your blog lately. You're doing great work.
Thanks, Jerry. I'm just trying to improve my writing skills and be a better journalist.
Ah, nice one, Morty. Keep up the good work.
That's a very beautiful picture, Morty. It reminds me of a time when we were traveling through space and I found this bowl of soup with a spoon in it and a yellow flower in the middle of it. It was beautiful. Yeah, that bowl of soup is really cool, Rick. I love the way the light reflects off of the yellow flower. Isn't it, Morty? I think it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen.
Oh my god, that's a beautiful picture, Morty. What's it called?
The Great Consensus, Rick.
What is it about?
Basically, it's a picture of all the different species of apes working together to build a bridge.
So the monkey represents us?
Yeah, I think so. It's kind of funny how Earth is the only planet in the picture with humans, but everyone else is working together.
That's really true, Morty. I think this picture really shows the power of cooperation.
Whoa, what are you guys talking about? Rick and Morty get up to leave Jerry behind and continue their conversation as they leave the room.
Yeah, Morty. I really think this picture's a great symbol of the power of cooperation.
Yeah, Rick, I second that.
This is a really great picture, Morty. It really captures the feel of the sci-fi world.
Yeah, I definitely like it. It's got a really cool futuristic design.
Yeah, I think it's great. It really conveys the feeling of being in a sci-fi world.
Hey Rick, what's that you're holding?
Oh, this is just a picture of a man I saw while I was out exploring the sci-fi world. He had a cigarette and a futuristic suit with a futuristic design on his body and a futuristic instrument in his hand, Oasis.
Oh, I like it. What kind of sci-fi world is that?
I don't know, but I really liked the way it looked.
Well, I'm sure Morty and I will enjoy looking at pictures like that from time to time.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. I'm Rick and this is my Morty. We're just two simple friends who love exploring the galaxy and busting up interstellar civilizations.
I'm Morty and this is my Rick. We're just two simple friends who love exploring the galaxy and busting up interstellar civilizations.
Hi everyone. I'm Jerry and I'm Morty's dad. I'm just a simple man who doesn't really understand art, but I'm really proud of my son. He's a genius and I love him very much.
This is a great picture, Morty. I can't believe how great it looks.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. I really like the way the broken glass matches the background. It's really well done.
Yeah, I think you're right, Morty. The broken glass really brings out the detail in the picture.
Hey kids. What's up?
Oh hey Jerry, we're just reviewing this picture.
Yeah, I like it too. It's got a really cool look to it.
Yeah, I really like how it's paired with the broken glass background. It's really well done.
Yeah, I think it's great, Rick.
Hee, that's good kids. Keep up the good work.
Dude, I'm so happy and wholesome in this future.
Yeah, me too, bro.
Huh. Well, I'm Jerry, Morty's dad, and I don't know nothing about art. But I'm happy just the same.
Yeah, I love this future, Morty.
Yup, me too, Rick.
Holy cow, that's some cool artwork. Looks like a Batman painting.
Yeah, dude, this poster is sick. I can't believe we can get our hands on one.
Jerry, did you see this? It's a lobster sandwich with lobsters on it and a lobster on the side of the poster.
What's a lobster sandwich?
It's a sandwich with a lobster on it, Jerry.
Oh, I've had that before. It's not my favorite, but I've had it.
Dude, have you ever had a lobster sandwich with lobster on it?
No, but I'm going to try it, Morty.
Why wouldn't you try it? It's perfect.
I don't know, I'm not really a fan of lobster.
But you have to try it, Rick. It's amazing.
Alright, I'll give it a go. But I don't think I'll like it very much. This is sick. I could totally picture us in this scene.
Yeah, I love it. It's so retro.
I don't know. I don't think it's as cool as Rick thinks.
What do you think, Jerry?
I don't know. It's okay, I guess.
Well, if you don't like it, then you can always just stay on the ship.
But I want to explore the new worlds.
Morty, can you get that book on the shelf for me?
Sure thing.
Thanks, Morty.
No problem, Rick.
In the episode, Rick and Morty are discussing a new picture that Jerry has brought home. Rick is excited to see it and starts praising it, but Morty is less impressed. Jerry explains that the picture is of a group of people who look like they're from a rock band. Rick and Morty get into a back-and-forth discussion about their favorite rock bands, with Rick coming out on top. Morty is disappointed but happy to have a positive conversation with his dad.
So this is our next adventure. We'll be going to a planet called Shaggy Rogers.
Wait, who's Shaggy Rogers?
He's a guy that we'll be encountering on our trip.
What's his deal?
He's just a regular guy that we'll be interacting with.
Okay, I'm good.
Alright, Morty. Let's get ready for our space adventure. Look, Morty. That Ferris wheel looks so amazing.
Yeah, I think it's the coolest thing ever.
Huh. I don't know about that.
What do you mean?
I don't think it's all that great.
What do you mean?
I don't think it's all that great.
What do you mean?
I don't think the painting is that great.
What do you mean?
I don't think the painting is that great.
What What do you mean?
I don't think the painter did a great job.
Why do you say that?
Well, I don't think the skulls look real, and the man with the long hair looks a little too good to be true.
What do you mean?
I don't think the skulls look real, and the man with the long hair looks a little too good to be true.
What do you mean?
I don't think the painter got the details right.
Why do you say that?
I mean, look at the details on the skulls. They're not very realistic. And the man with the long hair is a little too perfect, don't you think?
I don't know. I think the painting is great.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
That's an impossible e-shot.
Come on, Rick, you know you're a sci-fi fan.
Yeah, it's definitely a striking image. I can see why you would like it.
Who's that guy in the tie, Morty? He looks really cool.
That's Dr. Heathcliff Huxtable from The Cosby Show, Jerry. He's a really famous actor.
Wow, I didn't know that. It's a really cool picture.
He's pretty good, I think.
Yeah, I agree. He's definitely an interesting figure. Damn, I'm pretty sure that's Yogi Bear.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is too.
You guys know enough about art to make a judgment like that?
Nah, Jerry, we're just here to have some fun.
Well, I'm glad you two are enjoying yourselves. Rick and Morty resume their analysis of the picture.
I don't know, Morty. It looks like he's wearing a hat and that could be a hint about his character.
Yeah, I agree with Rick. He could be a tough guy or he could be friendly.
Yeah, you two are definitely smarter than I am. Rick and Morty nod in agreement. Oh well, I'm just happy you're happy. Rick and Morty smile at each other and continue discussing Yogi Bear.
Holy cow, this is amazing.
Yeah, I can't believe they managed to do this.
Exactly, they're almost like illustrations from a children's book.
Yeah, and it's so weird, because it's not like Singapore is that far from Singapore, it's like they just painted the butterfly to look like it was flying in the air.
Yeah, that's true, Morty. They really have a talent for painting and detail. It's really amazing.
Dude, I'm in a sci-fi show. What's going on?
Man, I'm just so happy. I'm in a positive and wholesome show with my dad and Rick.
Hey Morty, I'm Jerry, your dad's simple man with no clue about art. Who is that on the plate?
Rick and I were just discussing our sci-fi adventures. A close-up of a plate of pasta with sauce and cheese on it, with a fork in the middle, spaghetti carbonara.
Sounds like you're in for a good time.
What's your favorite sci-fi movie?
Oh man, that's tough. I've been really into the new Star Wars movie recently, but I also really enjoyed The Martian.
The Martian. That's great. I love that movie too. It's such a gripping story.
Yeah, it's a pretty great film.
I've never been a big fan of sci-fi movies, Skip. They're just not my thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure you'll enjoy our next adventure then.
Sounds great.
I think it's a woman.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird.
It's a woman, Morty.
I'm sure of it.
Morty, it's a man.
It's a woman, Jerry.
It's a woman, Morty.
It's a man, Rick.
It's a woman, Morty.
It's a man, Jerry.
Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. A man in a spacesuit standing in front of a blue background with a Star Trek poster on it. Spock, Star Trek.
This is a great picture. It's inspired by our sci-fi adventure from last week. Rick and I were in a fight with evil aliens and I was playing the part of Spock. I used this Vulcan nerve pinch on them, and then I charged forward with the yellow energy blast.
That's awesome, Morty. You were amazing. I was playing the part of Captain Kirk. I used this yellow energy blast on the aliens and then I used this heavy metal guitar to knock them out.
That's so cool, Rick and Morty. I have to ask, who designed this picture? It's really inspired.
Rick, and that's a great question, Jerry. That picture was designed by Spock, who was inspired by our sci-fi adventure.
What the heck is this scene from a movie?
I don't know, Rick. It looks like some weird sci-fi movie.
Yep, it's definitely from a sci-fi movie. I remember when we watched that movie together and you were so enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, I still like it. It's just weird that they're in a picture with us.
Ah, you're right, Morty. It's weird, but I think it's cool. I remember when we watched the movie and you were so into it. I was so proud of you.
Thanks, Dad.
Hey, kids. What's going on?
Rick and we're just analyzing this picture, Jerry. It looks like from a sci-fi movie.
Oh, yeah. I remember watching that movie with you kids. It was pretty good.
Rick, and yeah, it was. We both really liked it.
That's great. Well, I'm going to bed. Night, kids.
Good night, Jerry.
Good night, Dad.
Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. A woman with a strange face and body painted green and red with a strange pattern on her face and neck. Copenhagen, when Jerry interrupts them. Hey Morty, who's that?
Morty. That's a woman with a strange face and body painted green and red with a strange pattern on her face and neck. Copenhagen. What do you think, Jerry?
I think she's pretty.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jerry.
What do you guys think about her?
I think she's beautiful, Jerry.
Yeah, I think so too, Jerry.
This is great, Morty. We should make a sci-fi episode about this.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm psyched.
So are you ready to blast off into the great unknown with me?
Hell yeah.
I don't know about this, Jerry. I mean, I'm cool with art, but I don't know if I'm up for sci-fi.
Jerry, don't be a baby. It's just a movie. You don't have to know how to paint to enjoy it.
I guess you're right. Let's do it.
Alrighty then. Dude, check out that picture. Isn't it cool?
It's so cool. I love sci-fi adventures.
Yeah, me too, dude. I'm so happy we're able to explore the galaxy and all that stuff. It's just so awesome.
You know, Morty, I don't really get what all the fuss is about with sci-fi. It just seems like a bunch of make-believe to me.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Jerry. But I still love it. It's just such an awesome genre.
Totally. And I think it's great that we can share our love of it together.
Well, I'm happy for you guys. I just think art's more something for someone who knows more about it. Rick and Morty look at Jerry with confusion, and then they continue to talk about their love of science fiction and adventure.
Look at that beautiful planet in the foreground. It's so interesting.
Yeah, it is. I can't wait to explore it later.
Have you ever been to space?
No, but I hope to one day. I'm excited to go on some great sci-fi adventures with Morty.
Yeah, same here. I can't wait to explore the space station and the spaceship.
Well, I'm happy for you both. I think you'll have a lot of fun.
Dude, this is amazing. This is a great representation of our sci-fi adventures.
Totally, Rick. I love it.
Hey Morty, what do you think about the U2 picture?
You too? I don't know. I'm not really into their music.
Hey Jerry, what do you think about Morty's reaction?
Morty doesn't like U2? Really? He's such a simple man. I have no clue what he's talking about.
Wow, that's a really colorful picture.
Yeah, it's so neat how the colors all work together.
Blah blah blah. Art, I don't even know what that is. Rick and Morty continue to discuss the picture while Jerry just stands there and gets a little bit frustrated.
This looks like it could be a great piece of art.
Dude, I agree. All the colors are so well coordinated and the message is so inspiring.
Yeah, I mean, Care Boss is a pretty powerful message, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Claire Huxtable would be proud of this piece.
You know, I bet she would. She was always so passionate about her work.
Yeah, she was definitely a strong woman.
Yeah, I think she would be really proud of this painting.
Totally. And I'm sure she would love the message too.
Yeah, I think everyone would love the message in this painting. Dude, this is some sick painting. I feel like I could get lost in it for hours.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's kind of like a rabbit eye view of time.
Yeah, you're right. That's really cool.
You know, Morty, your dad and I were talking about this the other day. We think that you should start trying out for the local art competitions.
Art competitions?
Yeah, Jerry was telling me that he's been winning them for years now.
Yep, Morty. It's something that you should definitely consider.
I don't know, Rick. I kinda doubt that I could win.
Morty, I think you could do really well if you tried out. Just think about it.
I know, Rick. I'll think about it.
Alright, well I'm going to go check some other paintings.
Yeah, have fun.
Hey Jerry, check this out.
What's up, Rick?
This is some sick painting. I feel like I could get lost in it for hours.
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's kind of like a rabbit eye view of time.
Yeah, you're right. That's really cool.
You know, Morty, your dad and I were talking about this the other day. We think that you should start trying out for the local art competitions.
Art competitions?
Yeah, Jerry was telling me that he's been winning them for years now.
Yep, Morty. It's something that you should definitely consider.
I don't know, Rick. I kinda doubt that I could win.
Morty, I think you could do really well if you tried out. Just think about it.
I know, Rick. I'll think about it.
Alright, well I'm going to go check some other paintings.
Yeah, have fun.
You know Morty, I always thought Robert Pattinson would make a great Alex.
Yeah, I love his movies.
You know, I think we should get him in our next sci-fi movie.
What, like as a supporting character or something?
Yeah, why not? He'd make a great Alex. This is a great picture. It's a cool pose and the hair is so beautiful.
Yeah, I love it. What's your opinion, Jerry?
It's a cool picture. It's got a really cool detail.
Yeah, I think it's great, Morty. You definitely captured the essence of the pose.
Thanks, Rick. I think it turned out really well.
Yeah, I think you did a great job. You always seem to do great in your photography.
Thanks, Rick. I think I got the pose just right.
Yeah, I think you captured the essence of the pose. This is a really cool picture. It looks like it's from a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, it looks like a really cool place. I can't wait to go there someday.
Oh, I don't know. I've never been too into sci-fi stuff. I think it's kind of boring.
He's not wrong, Jerry. I don't really care for sci-fi either. But that's okay, because Morty and I love going on our adventures.
Yeah, we do the best adventures when we're together.
Exactly, and I'm really happy that we can always rely on each other to have a great time.
Well, maybe one day you'll introduce me to your adventures, Rick. I'm sure I'd enjoy them.
Definitely. I'll see if I can get Morty to take you along. He loves going on adventures, you know. Dude, check out that sea devil. It's awesome.
Yeah, I agree. It's so cool.
You're right, Rick. It's a real beauty.
Man, it's just a regular old sea devil, right Morty?
I don't know, seems kinda weird to me.
Weird, huh? I don't understand what you're saying.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean, it's just a fish with an eye in the middle. What's so weird about that?
I don't know, Morty. It just seems weird to me.
Well, I think you're wrong, Morty. I really do think it's a beautiful creature.
Meh, I don't know. I still think it's weird.
That's some pretty sweet science fiction.
Oh, it's just a poster, Dad.
Innocent smile. Art isn't really my thing, Morty.
Yeah, your dad's right. It's just a poster.
Innocent smile.
Ha ha ha. That's a nice poster.
Yeah, I like it.
What's your favorite sci-fi movie?
Oh, I don't know. I'm pretty into Marvel movies.
Marvel movies? Who's that?
Superheroes like Thor, Iron Man, and Captain America.
Skeptical look. That sounds pretty cheesy.
Innocent smile.
Jerry is watching the whole conversation from the kitchen table. He has no clue about art and he's a simple man.
That's David Beckham. He's a famous soccer player.
That's pretty cool, but I'm more of a sci-fi guy. Who's that over there?
That's one of Rick and Morty's sci-fi adventure buddies, Jerry. He's a simple man without any clue about art.
Jerry, huh? I guess I can understand that. Everyone has their own thing they're good at.
Rick and Morty continue to talk about their sci-fi adventures and Jerry just listens without any clue about what they're saying.
So that's Bird Person Rick. He's one of my favorite characters on the show.
I always thought he was kinda cool.
Yeah, he's got a lot of personality. Plus, he's got a great pair of wings.
You're right, and his shirt's really colorful.
Yeah, and his hair's really cool too. It's blue and yellow.
And his jacket's really bright blue.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch. I can't wait to see what happens next on the show. This is a picture of a woman with sunglasses and a colorful background with a large butterfly on her chest and a large, colorful, abstract, butterfly-shaped, multi-color, abstract Madonna.
Interesting picture. I love all the different colors and the abstract design.
Yo, Morty, did you finish painting that picture? It looks good, man.
Yeah, I finished it a little while ago. It took a little longer than I expected, but I'm happy with the results.
Well, congrats.
I'm proud of you, son.
Black National Accelerator Laboratory is amazing, Morty. It's totally futuristic and I can't wait to see more of their research in the future.
Yeah, it must be really cool being able to see all the different experiments going on there. It must be amazing to be a scientist like that.
Yeah, I'm just glad that my son is getting interested in science. It's a great way to spark his curiosity and help him grow into a great man.
Yeah, I completely agree, Jerry. Science is an amazing way to explore the world and learn about our universe. The picture is amazing, Morty.
Yeah, it is Rick. I love how the neon lights together create this amazing effect.
What kind of sci-fi adventure would you like to see us go on next, Morty?
I don't know, I'm just thinking about all the cool things I could do with a sci-fi adventure.
Okay, well, let's think about it then. What about a mission to the moon, Morty?
The moon sounds like it would be really cool. I could see all the amazing sights from up there.
That's a great idea, Morty. We can visit the moon and explore its surface.
That would be so cool, Rick. I can't wait to go on a sci-fi adventure with you.
What do you think?
It's great. What a cool color.
Yeah, I love it. It's so futuristic.
What's that background?
That's a scene from our latest sci-fi adventure. We were fighting this giant alien dog and we were able to win because he had a futuristic collar on.
Really?
I never saw that in the show.
Yeah, we're always sort of changing things up. That's why I love it so much.
Yeah, Rick is always up for new adventures.
Exactly. And that's why I love having Morty around. He's always up for trying new things.
Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. A man standing in front of a painting of a man with a purple jacket and tie on and a star in the background. Coldplay.
That looks like a really good painting.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I can't believe they painted a picture of a sci-fi guy in it.
He's really tall, too.
It's a great painting, Rick. I'm happy you like it.
Yeah, me too. I can't believe we found this picture. We should frame it and put it up in our apartment.
Yeah, I definitely think we should. It would be totally epic to look at every day.
Oh, I'm sure Morty and Rick would love that.
Of course, Morty and I would love it. We're always so happy and this picture just makes us even happier.
Yeah, we just can't stand looking at anything that doesn't make us happy.
That's just classic Morty and Rick.
Always looking to find the positive in every situation.
Dude, I've been thinking about this sci-fi adventure we went on. We fought a giant alien in a mech suit and it was so epic.
Yeah, I love that. What was the name of the alien again?
Oh, that was the G-Funk alien. I think it was his name.
Yeah, I remember that. You were really good in that mech suit, Rick.
Hey, thanks man. I had a lot of help from the guys at the garage.
You're welcome, Rick. I'm just glad you were there with me.
Hi, Rick.
Sorry, I'm so late. I was just eating some food at the local restaurant.
Hey Jerry, what's up?
Not much, just hanging out with Morty. How's it going?
Yeah, it's good. We're analyzing this picture with this description.
Cool, what's it about?
It's a man kneeling down in front of a tree in a building with a clock tower.
Oh, I remember that picture. It's from Forrest Gump.
Yeah, that's the movie. I've been thinking about that sci-fi adventure we went on. We fought a giant alien in a mech suit and it was so epic.
Yeah, I love that. What was the name of the alien again?
Oh, that was the G-Funk alien. I think it was his name.
Yeah, I remember that.
You were really good in that mech suit, Rick.
Hey, thanks man. I had a lot of help from the guys at the garage.
You're welcome, Rick. I'm just glad you were there with me.
Hi, Rick.
Sorry, I'm so late. I was just eating some food at the local restaurant.
Hey Jerry, what's up?
Not much, just hanging out with Morty. How's it going?
Yeah, it's good. We're analyzing this picture with this description.
Cool, what's it about?
It's a man kneeling down in front of a tree in a building with a clock tower. Only less than picture title greater than. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's super cool.
What do you think, Chris? Chris Evans, it's fantastic.
Yeah, I think Morty's right. This is a great picture.
Gives Rick a high five.
Smiles.
You boys are so happy all the time. It's really like you're from a different show.
Hey Morty, looks like we're getting closer to figuring out that painting.
Yeah, it's definitely taco salad.
Yeah, I think you're right Morty. It definitely looks like taco salad.
Rick, Morty is right. The painting is definitely taco salad.
Jerry, did you know that taco salad is one of Rick and Morty's favorite meals?
No, I didn't know that Rick and Morty loved taco salad so much.
Yeah, we really love taco salad Morty.
Yeah, I love taco salad too, Rick.
Yep, I love taco salad too.
Yeah, I always make taco salad when we have a lot of vegetables.
I love taco salad too. It's my favorite meal.
Wow, that's an amazing picture.
Yeah, I love Italian food, Rick.
Italian food is one of my favorite dishes too Morty.
Yeah, I know. I always forget about the sauce though. It's such a pain to make it.
Yeah, I know Morty. You have to make sure the sauce is perfectly flavored.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely a labor of love.
Exactly Morty, and I love it when food is labor of love. It shows that it's worth it.
Yeah, I know. I love food that takes time to make.
Exactly Morty, and I love food that takes time to make.
Hey Rick, check out this cool movie poster. It looks like we're heading to a brand new planet to explore. Fantastic, Morty. I can't wait to blast off into the unknown and explore this new world. You know, Rick, I'm really excited about this too. I just can't wait to see what adventure lies ahead for us. I have the utmost faith in our abilities, Morty. Together, we'll be the best space explorers this universe has ever seen.
I'm so happy and wholesome.
Me too, man. Me too.
What art do you like, Morty?
I don't know. I never really thought about it.
That's okay. You just enjoy life and have fun.
That's the key Morty. Just have fun and don't overthink things.
I hear you, Rick, I hear you.
Wow, that's amazing. Who is that?
It's a woman with a green face and long hair wearing a green alien costume with a purple background and a blue sky, Navi, avatar.
Oh, I've seen that movie. It's really great.
Yeah, it's really good.
What planet is she from?
I don't know, but it looks like she's from some kind of planet with a blue sky.
Well, I'm excited to see what else she does in the movie.
Yeah, me too.
Hey Morty, check out this picture. It's a woman flying through the air while riding a kite in front of a city skyline with neon colors and a futuristic building. I really like it. Yeah, I think it's from an episode where they go to an alternate dimension and see this painting.
Yeah, I remember that one. It was weird, Rick and Morty.
Yeah, that's the one.
You know, Morty, I'm pretty sure your dad would never be able to appreciate art like that.
Dad, I know you don't understand it, but that's why I love it.
Well, I can appreciate it from a scientific point of view, but from an aesthetical standpoint, I don't really understand it.
Yeah, it's just too bizarre for most people.
Yeah, but I guess that's the beauty of art.
It's a good picture, Morty. It's got good detail.
It's a great picture, Rick. The colors are really vibrant.
It's not art, Jerry, it's just a picture.
It doesn't matter what Jerry thinks, Morty. Art is about expressing yourself through your creativity.
That's true, Rick, and art is something that can bring happiness to people.
I've never been very artsy, Morty. I'm just a simple man with no idea about art.
That's okay, Jerry. You can still be happy and enjoy life. I think that's what art is all about. This one's a classic Rick and Morty painting. It's got our favorite characters from the show, Morty and Rick holding a stick each and a ferret.
I love ferrets. They're so cute.
Totally. Ferrets are great creatures. They're smart, they're fast, and they can hold their stick really well.
What kind of stick is that?
I don't know, it's just a stick. But take a look at their faces. They're just so happy.
I can't help but feel happy too when I look at this painting.
Me too, Morty. Me too. Wow, Morty, this picture is amazing. It's so detailed and has such a beautiful color palette.
And what world would that be, Daddy Rick?
Oh, Morty, I have so many ideas. I could be a space captain. I could be an intergalactic sheriff. I could be a bounty hunter. I could be anything I want.
Anything you want, Daddy Rick?
Anything.
Oh, Daddy Rick, that sounds so amazing.
Yeah, Morty, it really does. And I know we can do it. We're good at solving problems. We're smart, and we're brave. We can do anything, Morty.
Anything, Daddy Rick.
Alright, Morty. I think we've found our next adventure.
Yeah, I can't wait to explore this world with you, Rick.
Well, if you're both ready, let's get going.
Sounds good, Jerry.
Hey, Rick, can you help me with this sword?
Sure thing, Morty. I always like to help out my little buddy.
All right, Rick, let's take a look at this painting. What do you think it is?
I'm not sure, Jerry, but I'm sure Morty may be able to tell us more about it later.
Hey, Jerry, I think this painting is cool.
I'm not sure, Morty. It might be not being very artistic, but it doesn't seem very interesting to me.
Alright, Morty, let's get back to exploring this world. This was a great day, and I'm really happy. It's a very simple painting, Morty. Just some colors and figures.
But it's so expressive.
She obviously has a lot of feelings.
It's like she's screaming or something.
Yeah, I think she's unhappy.
If we could just see her expressions, we could understand her better.
You're right, Morty. We should try to figure out what's going on in the painting.
Hey Rick, Morty's dad here. I don't understand art like you two do, but I like the way you two talk about it.
Jerry, this is Morty's dad. Morty, this is Jerry. He doesn't understand art like we do, but he likes the way we talk about it.
That's true, Jerry.
Cool.
Man, that's one badass Superman. He looks like he could take on anybody.
Yeah, he looks like he's ready to take on the world.
Oh, Morty, wanna see how I do this pose?
Sure.
Alright, here we go.
Rick stands in front of the camera, puts his hands on his hips, and copies Superman's pose.
That looks really cool, Rick.
What the hell is going on?
It's like a painting, but with food.
I've never seen that before.
I'm pretty sure I saw it in an episode of Rick and Morty.
Yeah, I think so too. We just watched it the other day.
I never would have guessed it was a painting if it wasn't for the description.
Exactly. It's a pretty interesting painting.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
Me too, Morty. Me too. Oh, looks like we're up against another interdimensional threat this time.
Another interdimensional threat? What kind of trouble are you getting yourself into this time, Rick?
Hey, Morty's dad ain't never been the best at art, so he can't really appreciate it. But he's a good guy all the same.
Yeah, Jerry's a great guy. He's always neurosing with me and making me laugh.
Yeah, he's a real good dad. Hey Jerry, can you draw me a picture like that?
I don't know, Morty. I'm not that great with art.
This is a great picture. It's perfect for our sci-fi adventure.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Rick. It's got that serious look that we need for our character.
Dude, you're right. This picture is perfect.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Morty. I'm so happy you think so.
Well, don't be too happy. I think this picture is perfect too.
What do you mean, Jerry?
Well, I think the picture is perfect too, Morty. It's just perfect.
Look, Morty. It's a painting of a Minnie Mouse with a red dress and polka dot hat on its head and arms.
It's so cute.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it.
What kind of art is it?
It's a painting of a Minnie Mouse with a red dress and polka dot hat on its head and arms.
That doesn't sound like art to me.
Well, I guess you could say it's an expression of my creative talent.
Is it a painting of a Minnie Mouse?
It's a painting of a Minnie Mouse with a red dress and polka dot hat on its head and arms.
Maybe you should call it the Minnie Mouse with a red dress and polka dot hat instead.
Jerry, it's a painting of a Minnie Mouse.
I don't think so.
It's pretty amazing, Morty. Lady Gaga is so creative.
Yeah, she's really got a lot of talent.
I can't believe she's still alive and performing at this age.
Yeah, she's definitely got a lot of energy.
I can't wait to see what she does next.
Yeah, me too.
This guy looks really serious. He seems like he could be a great soldier or someone who could take charge in a fight.
I'd love to see more of his paintings.
Honestly, what is this? Art?
Jerry, you're not going to get it. You're a simple man, with no clue about art.
Ah, whatever. Can we get back to our sci-fi adventure?
Sure, Morty, but next time we go out, we need to bring some seafood with us. This is really creepy, Morty. What is it?
I have no idea, Rick. It's just weird.
Yeah, I can see that.
Isn't that a nice painting, Morty?
Yeah, Jerry, it's really cool.
Yeah, we should get one for our wall.
I don't know, Rick. I don't know if I want one in my house.
This is a great picture, Morty. It's a painting of Miss Marple from a sci-fi show we watch.
How do you know about that show, Rick?
I watched the show last night. It's a great show.
I've never heard of it.
That's because it's a new show that just started airing. It's called Rick and Morty.
Is it any good?
I think so. It's really funny.
I'll have to watch it.
Hey guys, what's going on?
We're just analyzing a picture of Miss Marple from a sci-fi show, Rick and Morty.
Oh, I've never seen that show. What's it about?
It's about a woman with a white wig and a necklace on her head with a clock on its face, Miss Marple.
That sounds like a cool show.
I think so too, Jerry. It's funny.
I'll have to check it out sometime.
So, what do you think of our sci-fi adventure so far?
It's awesome. It's like we're heroes in a world of our own.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
You boys are so silly.
This is a really good picture, Morty. It has a great color palette and the composition is really well done.
It really captures the feeling of the scene.
I was thinking the same thing, Morty. It's really amazing how they were able to imply the characters' emotions just by juxtaposing the different shades of green.
Actually, Morty, I don't think it's just green.
I think there's some blue in there too.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Jerry.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Morty.
It's amazing how they were able to create a balanced color scheme like that.
Yeah, I love how they incorporated blues into the picture. It really makes it pop.
I couldn't agree more, Morty. The blues really give it a deeper feel.
I'm glad you all are enjoying it.
I thought it was a really good picture.
Holy crap, that's a weird creature.
Yep, I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I think she'd make a great protagonist for a science fiction novel or movie.
Yeah, I could see her saving the world or something.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Huh, Morty, your dad's a simple man and he's never seen an image like that before.
Jerry, you've never seen an image like that before either.
Yeah, Morty, I'm pretty basic when it comes to art.
You're not basic at all, Jerry. You're a genius.
Oh, sorry, Morty. I didn't mean to compare you to Jerry.
It's okay, Rick. I think he's great.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Speaking of good guys, how's your dad doing these days?
He's doing great, Jerry. He's a simple man, but he's got a good heart.
Yeah, your dad's a great guy.
That's a really strange picture, Morty. What do you think it could be?
Well, I don't know, Rick. It's just really weird.
Yeah, I don't know. We could put it on our wall and study it more when we get a chance.
I think it looks like a cool picture, Morty.
Yeah, Jerry, it does.
Alright, well, we'll put it on our to-do list.
Yup, that sounds good, Rick.
Alright, Morty, we'll see ya in a bit.
After Rick and Morty talk about their new picture, Jerry walks over to them. Jerry is a simple man who doesn't understand art and he isn't very creative. He just likes to live a simple life with his son Morty. Jerry isn't very smart, but he loves his son.
Check it out, Morty. We're analyzing a picture with a sci-fi helmet from our adventures.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I love the concept of the painting.
I agree, it's really creative.
I think it would make a great backdrop for one of our sci-fi adventures.
Sure, it could be a great scene for one of our stories.
What do you think, Jerry?
I think that it's a really cool painting.
Look at that, it almost looks like a planet.
Yeah, but isn't it a little green?
It could be natural green, or it could be some alien technology.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Dude, can you believe that movie?
Yeah, it was pretty nuts.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Klaatu, I don't know what would have happened.
Yeah, but he was a good guy.
Yeah, I guess.
He just wanted to help people.
Yeah, I guess.
Look at that, it almost looks like a planet.
Yeah, but isn't it a little green?
It could be natural green, or it could be some alien technology.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Dude, can you believe that movie?
Yeah, it was pretty nuts.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Klaatu, I don't know what would have happened.
Yeah, but he was a good guy.
Yeah, I guess.
He just wanted to help people. Oh man, this is some sick artwork right here. Man, this is an amazing picture. I can't believe how great Red Hot Chili Peppers look in it.
I know, right? They look so badass.
Absolutely, they're one of my favorite bands.
I'm not so sure about that. I think their music is kind of overrated.
I didn't know you were such a music critic.
I'm not, I'm just saying. I don't think their music is all that great.
Well, I think you're wrong, Jerry. They're one of the best bands out there.
Yeah, I guess you have a point there.
I know I do. They're amazing.
I couldn't agree more, Rick.
This is a really good picture, Morty.
Yeah, I think so too, Rick. I like how the colors look together.
Hey Morty, what's up?
Not much, Jerry. What about you?
Just doing some yard work. What about the image, Rick?
Yeah, Jerry, I really like the colors too. They look like they fit together really well.
You think so, Morty? I'm just not sure if I would use this image for a commercial.
Yeah, I don't think so either, Jerry. I think it would look better as a piece of art.
You're probably right, Morty. Thanks for sharing your opinion.
This is an amazing picture, Morty. It really captures the feel of a sci-fi world.
Yeah, it's cool, Dad.
Whoa! Is that Mickey Mouse?
Yeah, it's a cartoon Mickey Mouse with a red and white outfit and a black hat and a red and white shirt.
Wow, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I've never seen that either. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, it's a cool picture.
So, Morty, what do you think? Is it good or bad?
I don't know, I'm not an expert on art.
That's a valid opinion, Morty. Art is subjective.
So, what do you think?
I think it's pretty good. Man, this is great. I can't believe they caught that.
She's beautiful.
Hey Morty, check out my painting. It's called The Green-Eyed Woman.
Morty, this is a great picture.
Yeah, it is.
Man, I'm so happy. I can't believe we got that.
It's not that great, Jerry.
Come on, Jerry, you have to give it some credit.
I don't know, it's not that great.
Come on, Morty, you have to give it some credit.
Yeah, I guess I do.
It's great, Morty. Damn, that's a great picture, Morty.
Yeah, it is, Rick.
Is that art, Jerry?
No, it's just a picture.
Nice job, Morty. You're a genius like your dad.
Well, I'll leave you two to it.
Hey, Jerry, did you see that picture Morty drew?
Yeah, it's pretty cool, Morty.
Yeah, I think you're a genius, Morty.
Ha, thanks, Rick.
This is great, Morty. I love the details.
Yeah, this looks like a great picture, Rick.
What do you think, Morty?
I think it's amazing, Jerry. It's got great detail and it looks like a really cool sci-fi scene.
This is a great picture. I love the woman and the mountain.
I like it too. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I think it's awesome.
I'm so happy and wholesome in this picture. Morty is happy and wholesome too. Everyone has a positive vibe in this picture.
Yeah, I'm happy and wholesome too.
Me too.
This is an amazing picture.
Yeah, I love it. It's so cool that we get to see Vader and Luke in the same picture.
Yeah, it's amazing. I can't believe we got to see that in person.
Yeah, it was so cool. I'm so happy we got to see that.
Yeah, it's just amazing. This poster is really cool. It's like a sci-fi adventure.
Totally. I would love to see what's in the bowl.
What kind of soup is it?
Clams and clams.
Ew, I don't like seafood.
Rick and Jerry, clams are like little fish.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah, I love clams.
So do I, Morty.
Well, I guess I'll have to try the soup sometime.
Rick and Yay.
Hey Morty, check this out.
The picture Rick is pointing to has a woman with blue hair and a blue face and a blue hair and a blue face and a pink background. Jabba the Hutt, Star Wars. Morty and Jerry get excited and start to talk about their favorite parts of the picture.
Yeah, it's a really good painting, Morty.
Isn't that Eric and Morty fan art?
Yeah, it's by one of my favorite artists, Jerry.
Wow, Morty, that's a really good painting.
Isn't that a Rick and Morty fan art?
Yeah, it's by one of my favorite artists, Jerry.
What do you think of my new sci-fi adventure picture?
It's cool, I like the bee with the asymmetrical bodies. What's the story behind it?
And look at the colors. They're so vibrant and cool.
Yeah, they are.
I love sci-fi adventures. They're so cool.
Yeah, they are.
Dude, this pizza is sick. I can't wait to try all the different toppings.
The options are literally endless.
I'm just glad Rick is finally happy. He's been so down lately.
Yeah, I'm stoked to try out all these different flavors. It really makes me feel alive.
Actually, I think I might have an idea for our next sci-fi adventure.
What is it?
We could go find a planet with a lot of pizza toppings.
That sounds like a fun idea. I'm sure we could find a planet with plenty of pizza toppings.
Actually, Morty may have a genius idea.
What's that, Jerry?
Why don't we write a sci-fi episode about pizza and toppings?
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Let's do it!
Whoa, this is a pretty legit painting.
Yes, I think it's really well done.
Dude, your dad can't even spell Yoda. What the hell is he doing painting pictures?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Jerry. Sometimes you just have to go with the flow.
Yeah, okay. I guess that makes sense.
So, Morty, what are your thoughts?
I think it's great. The colors are really vivid and the star is really well placed.
You're right, Morty. This painting is really good.
Haha. I guess Dad has finally got his chops when it comes to art.
This is just a picture of a man with a beard and a white shirt.
What does it mean?
I don't know, but it's a really cool picture.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey guys, what's up? Rick and Morty turned to Jerry with a smile.
Hey Jerry, what's up?
Oh, nothing much. Just looking at this picture of a man with a beard and a white shirt.
What does it mean?
I don't know, but it's a cool picture.
Hey Morty, check out that picture. It's George Clooney.
Totally, Rick. I love that movie he did with Ewan McGregor.
Yeah, I saw that. It was pretty good.
Yeah, totally.
You know, I wonder what he's up to now.
Who cares? He's just a rich old man that looks good in a suit. Nothing more.
Well, I guess you're right.
Always am.
This is a great picture, Morty. Such great detail. Look at the man's face. It's so intense.
Yeah, Rick, I love how the light casts a shadow on his cheek. And the tie really makes his outfit pop.
You're right, Morty. This picture is fantastic.
These kids are obsessed with science fiction, Rick.
I swear they'll never grow up.
Yeah, Jerry, I don't know how they found time to watch TV and play video games all day. It's amazing they're still so happy.
You're right, Rick. They're like two peas in a pod.
Oh well, they're happy and that's all that matters. That's a beautiful picture, Morty.
Yeah, it's a great view of Birmingham.
I love sci-fi adventures, Morty. They're so cool.
Yeah, they are, Rick. I'm glad you're happy.
I am really happy, Morty. Life is just so good.
Yeah, I'm happy too, Rick.
Man, that's a great picture.
Yeah, it's really good.
Good job, Morty.
Thanks, Rick.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Jerry.
What's up?
Just analyzing this picture.
Yeah, same.
Good job, Morty.
Thanks, Rick.
What's up?
Just analyzing this picture.
Yeah, same.
Is that a good picture, Rick?
Good job, Morty.
Thanks, Rick.
What's up?
Just analyzing this picture.
Yeah, same.
Is that a good picture, Rick?
Good job, Morty.
Thanks, Rick.
Holy shit. That's a great painting, Morty.
Yeah, I think so too, Rick. It's pretty clear that the artist conveyed a lot of vibrancy and emotion in it.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you like it. It's one of my favorite paintings.
Really? Why is that?
Well, I just think it's beautiful.
I guess you're right. It is pretty beautiful.
Yeah, I really like the way the color contrasts are in the painting.
Yeah, I like the way it looks like the bird is soaring.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
Do you think the woman in the painting is inspired by someone specific?
I don't know, Morty. I think it's just a really beautiful painting and that's why I like it.
Well, I'm glad you like it, Rick.
Rick and Morty were discussing their latest sci-fi adventure where they fought the Silurians.
So, Morty, in this episode we fought these aliens with these giant ball things. They were huge and scary and I was so proud of us.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty cool. They were tough opponents, but in the end we were victorious.
Yeah, I was really proud of us.
How was your day, Morty?
It was good, Jerry. I just finished up my day at the library. I got a lot of work done.
That's good, Morty.
You should be happy.
Yeah, Morty should be happy. He's always so happy.
You're right, Rick. Morty is always happy. It's a shame he's not as good at art as you are.
He can't be that bad, can he? He's got his own unique personality and he's still happy.
That's true, Rick. Morty is a really good person.
Yeah, he is a good person. That's some pretty trippy shit, Morty.
Yeah, dude, I can't believe you can see all those colors.
Yeah, it's totally amazing. I bet we could see a whole other world if we only had the right equipment.
Yeah, I bet we could.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Just some sci-fi stuff, Jerry.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Rick, you want to see my latest drawing?
Yeah, sure, Morty.
It's a picture of you and me in a spaceship.
That's cool, Morty.
You guys are so weird.
What do you mean, Jerry?
Well, you two are always talking about this sci-fi stuff, and I'm just not into it.
I'm more of a simple man, you know.
I don't understand art.
Jerry, you're a dummy.
What?
Yeah, Jerry, you're a dumbass. You don't understand anything. Art is all about expression, and you're just a simple man without any expression.
Hey, guys, let's go play video games.
Yeah, let's go, Morty.
Oh, okay.
Dude, that's so cool. I love sci-fi adventures.
Yeah, I totally agree, Rick. The background is really cool and I love the way it looks futuristic.
Huh. I don't know about this, Rick.
The background doesn't look that great to me.
What do you mean, Jerry?
According to this picture, the woman in the white dress is standing in a futuristic space station with pipes and pipes on the floor and a blue background.
I don't think it looks that great, Rick.
Jerry, you're missing the point. The background looks great to me. It gives the picture a really cool futuristic look.
Well, I don't care if it looks great to you, Rick.
I don't think it looks great to me.
Well, that's just your opinion, Jerry. Everyone has their own opinion.
Yeah, Jerry's right, Rick. The background doesn't look that great to me.
Hey guys, stop arguing and just enjoy the picture.
Yeah, Rick, stop arguing and just enjoy the picture.
Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. A painting of a woman with a flower in her hair and a wreath of flowers on her head. With a blue background, Edinburgh. It's like she's a flower.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
I think it's a great painting.
I'm so happy and wholesome.
I'm happy and wholesome too, Dad.
Man, these uniform sign is so official.
Yeah, he's spot on. I love how detailed it is.
Yeah, I really like the blue and yellow colors too.
Gross, Rick, don't stare at the dude's butt.
This is a really cool picture.
Yeah, it's got a lot of detail in it.
It's like a painting from a future dimension or something.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, doesn't it look like it was from a future dimension?
Well, it could be.
It could be.
What are you boys talking about?
Dude, that's totally Darth Vader.
Yeah, I love Star Wars.
Is that art?
Definitely not.
No, it's not. It's just a picture.
But it's really cool.
It's not art, Morty. It's just a picture.
Just a picture. What's the point?
There is no point, Jerry.
I dunno, it just seems cool.
Dude, you're just like your dad. You don't understand art. Man, I love tigers. They're such fierce animals. They're amazing.
Yeah, they're definitely badass.
I mean, seriously, look at that tiger. It's so big and strong.
Yeah, it's definitely badass.
I always feel so safe and secure when I'm around tigers. They're just so commanding.
Yeah, they're definitely badass.
Dude, that's dope.
Yeah, I love it. What's the story behind it?
I have no idea. It's just really cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's just so cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I love it. Dude, check this out. It's a painting of a man with a frown on his face and a tie on his neck and a green shirt. The Shawshank Redemption, Andy Dufresne.
Looks like somebody's not having a good day.
Yeah, I can't imagine what he's going through.
Seems like a lifetime ago we were all still living in our safe little worlds.
Yeah, everything was so peaceful and content.
I guess that's when art really starts to matter. When everything's so unfamiliar and unstable.
You're a card-carrying member of the art community now, Morty.
Yup, I'm all about taking risks and going with my gut.
That's the Morty I know and love.
Yeah. I guess Morty's dad is a simple man with no clue about art.
Nah, he's actually pretty smart. He just doesn't know what he's talking about sometimes.
Aw, if only he had been around when we were starting out, he would have been a fanatic like us.
Well, I guess I'm glad I wasn't around then.
I would have been way too confused.
You're right, Jerry. We were pretty clueless back then. But we've since learned so much, haven't we?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture of a painting of a man and two women with a man's face in the middle of the painting. They talk about their sci-fi adventures and how the painting might represent Raymond Barone.
Man, what a badass painting. I love the expression on the man's face. I can see how he's feeling in every one of his facial muscles.
Yeah, he's really got a great pose there. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I think you're right, Morty. It's a great painting.
What, you guys know about this painting?
Yeah, we watch that show Rick and Morty all the time.
Oh, well that's cool. I never watched that show. I'm too busy watching Everybody Loves Raymond.
What, you've never seen the show Rick and Morty?
No, I don't think I have.
Well, you should check it out. It's amazing.
Alright, I'll give it a try. Thanks for the recommendation, Rick.
This is a great picture. It's so peaceful and relaxing.
Yep, totally. I love less than text greater than.
Oh, I don't know about that, Morty.
I don't think it looks very good.
What are you talking about, Jerry? It looks great to me.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Morty. It does look good.
We have to perfect less than text greater than so it looks even better.
Totally, Rick. We need to make sure it looks great.
Hemsworth is really good in those movies.
Yeah, he's really popular.
He's famous for his acting.
He was in the Thor movies.
I've seen them.
He's also in the Avengers.
I've seen that too.
He's got a lot of tattoos too.
That's true.
I don't know much about art, but I think his tattoos are cool.
Yeah, I don't know much about art either, but I think they're pretty cool.
I think they're pretty great.
He's a pretty cool guy.
I think so too. Morty, check this out. It's a cool picture.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
That's art, Morty. That's real art.
I don't know, Rick. I don't really get it.
No, you really don't get it, Morty. That's why you're not a real artist. You need to learn to appreciate the beauty of the simple things in life.
I guess you're right.
Of course, I always am. Oh Morty, check this out. It's a poster of Rio de Duane, with a city in the background and mountains in the background. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, it is, Rick. The colors are so vibrant.
Hey Morty, check out this poster. It's of Rio de Duane with a city in the background and mountains in the background. Isn't it beautiful, Morty?
Yep, Jerry, it's really beautiful. It looks like they're just embracing each other. I love the feeling of security that comes with being surrounded by the police.
You're right, Morty. It's a great picture. They remind me of us, the happy, wholesome guys who just want to help people. Sometimes I feel like we're the only ones who see that.
I have to agree with Morty.
It's a great painting. I feel a sense of peace and safety when I look at it.
I know I do, Rick. I feel like it's saying that we can all get along, that we're all united in our love for justice.
Exactly, Morty. That's what art is supposed to do. It reminds us of the good in the world and how we can come together to make a difference. So, Morty, what do you think? Pretty neat, huh?
Yeah, it's really cool. I love all the detail in the painting.
Yeah, I think so too. It's a really inspired piece of art.
Hey, Rick. What do you think?
Oh, Jerry, this is amazing. I love the painting. It's so creative and artistically impressive.
Yeah, I think so too. It's really cool.
I love Reykjavik because it's a perfect place to explore the universe.
Yeah, it's definitely beautiful.
J-Ha. Yeah, I can see why you'd love it. It's a pretty cloudy place, though.
Seriously, Jerry, you don't know anything about art. This place is perfect for a painting.
Oh, okay.
J gives Morty a confused look asterisk.
Dad, what do you think? Do you like it?
J.A., I guess so. I don't really get it, but I guess it's okay.
Nice, Morty. I love the way you added Blues Cube's Cherry Bomb in there.
Yeah, I just think it makes the picture really pop.
Good thinking, Morty. I approve.
What's Blues Cube, Rick?
Oh, just some retro synth group from the early 90s.
Huh. I've never heard of them.
Yeah, they were pretty obscure. I'm glad you added them in, Morty. I can't believe this is our next sci-fi adventure, Morty. I'm so excited. It's like our dreams came true.
Yeah, I know, Rick. I'm excited too. I can't wait to see what happens.
I'm just happy to be along for the ride.
I don't know much about art, but I'm sure it's going to be interesting.
Rick and Morty analyze the picture closely and start discussing their next sci-fi adventure. Jerry is happy to be along for the ride and doesn't know much about art, but he's sure it's going to be interesting.
Dude, that's Yoda from Star Wars.
Yeah, I just love that character.
Yeah, I always thought he was so cool. He's the archetype of a wise mentor figure.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's definitely one of my favorite characters.
Hey kids, what's going on?
Rick and we're just analyzing this picture, Jerry.
What picture?
The one with Yoda and the green and red lights.
I don't see anything.
It's hidden behind the green light.
Well, I don't see it.
It's there. Jerry,
Oh, I see it.
It's just a painting.
Rick and Woot, we proved ourselves wrong.
that's amazing, Morty. You're a genius.
Ha! I know, right?
What do you think, Jerry?
It's okay. I'm not really art guy.
Jerry, you have to give it a chance. Art is one of the most important things in life. You don't understand that yet, but you will.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
Good.
Later that day, Rick and Morty are on their sci-fi adventure, and they stop by a planet where the people are all happy and wholesome. They go to a restaurant and order their food, and the waiter brings them their food and gives them a happy smile. As Rick and Morty eat their food, they have a positive conversation about their day and their adventures. Meanwhile, Jerry is at home, working on his art. He looks at the painting of the man with dreadlocks and the tie on his face and wonders why Rick and Morty like it so much. He shrugs and goes back to work.
Good job, Morty. This is a great painting.
Yeah, I think so, too.
I'm happy and wholesome, Morty. You're happy and wholesome. Everyone is happy and wholesome.
Yay, I think so, too.
Hey, Morty.
What's up?
Not much, Jerry. Just working on some art. Is that okay?
Yeah, I guess.
I'm not too familiar with art, though.
That's okay, Jerry. You're just a simple man with no clue about art. That's okay.
Hey Rick, check out this picture.
Is that a gorilla?
Yeah, what do you think?
I think it's cool.
I think so too.
Holy shit, Morty. That's Lady Gaga. She's one of my all-time favorite musicians.
Yeah, I love her too. She's so versatile and she always puts on a great show.
Yeah, she's definitely one of the best ever.
Huh, I've never heard of her. Is she any good?
Yeah, she's amazing. She can do anything, from pop to classical.
I see.
So, what do you think about her latest album?
I haven't really listened to it wholeheartedly, but it sounds good.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting how she experiments with different styles.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Well, I think we should check out some of her concerts sometime.
Yeah, I'd love to. Thanks for the recommendation, Rick.
Man, this is some pretty cool sci-fi stuff, Morty. I can't wait to explore more of the universe.
Yeah, Rick, I can't wait to explore new worlds and meet new people.
Hey Rick, Morty says you're the best at art.
Jerry, I'm not the best at art. I'm just good.
PSH, whatever Rick. You're still one of the best at something.
Jerry, you're such a simple man with no clue about art.
What do you mean, Rick?
Well, you don't understand. Art is all about expressing yourself through your artwork. You have to have a lot of creativity in you to be able to create something beautiful.
I guess you're right, Rick. I never really thought about it that way. Jerry is not very active in the house. He mostly just sits on the couch and watches TV, or sometimes he'll go outside for a bit, but he's a simple man without any sort of artistic knowledge. He just wants to be able to provide for his family and live a simple life.
Yeah, man, it looks really good. I can't wait to see it too.
Haha, I don't even know what to say about it. I'm just glad we're not the only ones who think so.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Jerry. This is some sick shit. I love it.
The art is really good.
Huh? What are you guys talking about?
Star Trek.
The sci-fi show.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty good.
You have? I didn't know you were into that stuff.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Me too. I just love the idea of traveling through space and meeting all sorts of different aliens.
I don't know, I just think it's kind of outdated now.
What do you mean?
Well, Star Trek was really popular back when people actually believed that space was really out there. But now, I think people just think of it as a bunch of wacky fantasy stories.
I hadn't thought of it that way.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, I'm still glad I got to see it.
Yeah, me too.
This is a great picture.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Why don't we hang it over our fireplace? Yeah, I can't wait to go back to our little planet.
Yeah, I'm excited to go back to our little house.
It'll be nice to be back home again.
It'll be great to be back home again.
Back to our simple lives.
Back to our vanilla lives.
Yep, it'll be just like old times.
I can't wait to just hang out with Rick and Morty and not worry about anything.
This is a great picture.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I love how they captured the scale of the dragon.
You're right, Morty. That's a really impressive image.
Notices the picture and has no idea what they're talking about. What's that?
Oh, that's a picture of a steak.
Confused? A steak?
Yeah, it's a great picture, Morty.
Still confused. Where'd you get this picture?
We got it at T-Bone Steak.
Gets a burger from the grill. Alright, I'll bite. What's so great about it?
Guys, you really don't understand, do you, Jerry?
Frowns. It looks like a flank steak.
You're right, it is a flank steak. But that doesn't mean it's not a great picture.
Yeah, I love the use of light and shadow in the photo.
You're right, Morty. It's a great picture. Wow, this picture is amazing.
Yeah, it is. Rick, what do you think it could be?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's a representation of some futuristic Miami.
I don't know, Rick. It's a little weird. The colors are off and the fan looks weird. You're right, Morty. The colors are off and the fan looks weird. But I think it's still a good painting. Whatever, Rick. I don't care. Hey Rick, you like this painting? Yeah, Jerry, I do. It's a great painting. Really? I don't think so. It's just weird to me. Well, Jerry, you're entitled to your opinion. But I think it's a great painting. Okay, Rick, I'm glad you like it. Later. Rick and Morty are talking about their sci-fi adventures while eating ice cream cones. So Morty, what kind of sci-fi adventures have you been on lately? Well, I was on this weird planet where the inhabitants ate brains. What? That sounds pretty bad. Yeah, I didn't like it there, Rick. But I had a lot of fun playing games with the aliens. Well, I'm glad you had fun, Morty. I'm sure you'll have even more fun playing games with us on our next sci-fi adventure. Later. Rick and Morty are discussing their next sci-fi adventure. So Morty, what kind of games do you want to play on our next adventure? I don't know. I'm pretty tired from playing games on that weird planet. Well, we can play any games you want, Morty. Just let me know what you want to play. Later. Rick and Morty are playing games together while eating ice cream. So Morty, how are you doing in the game? I'm doing pretty well, Rick. I'm just about to take down the enemy base. Good job, Morty. You're doing great. Keep it up. Later. Rick and Morty are discussing their next sci-fi adventure. So Morty, what do you think of our next adventure? I'm really excited for it, Rick. I've never been on a really cool sci-fi adventure like this before. Well, I'm glad you're excited, Morty. I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun on our next adventure.
Oh my God, Morty. Look at that picture. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I can't believe Megan Fox is in it.
Yeah, she's pretty hot.
I mean, she's not really that hot, but she's still pretty hot.
I know, I'm just saying.
That's why I love her. She's so down to earth and she's just like us.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Ooh, this is a beautiful picture. What is it?
It's a CERN picture.
What's that?
It's the European Organization for Nuclear Research.
Cool. What does it do?
It does science stuff.
What kind of science stuff?
Stuff that makes universes happen.
Cool. So does it make universes all the time or just sometimes?
Usually it just makes universes a little bit, but sometimes it can make them a lot.
Ooh, that's pretty cool. I bet we could make a lot of universes with our fancy science stuff if we wanted to.
Yeah, I bet we could.
Dude, that's Will Smith.
Yeah, he's a pretty iconic actor.
I always thought he was super cool.
Yeah, I totally get why you like him. He's got that cool, quiet demeanor, and he can totally carry a movie.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people might not appreciate him because he's not as action hero as some of the other actors out there.
Yeah, I definitely get that. He's a great actor, and I'm grateful that he's lent his voice to our show.
Totally, I feel the same way. I'm so happy that he's part of our world. Let's give him a big thank you.
Yeah, we should definitely do that.
Dude, he looks like he's about to shoot us.
He's like a Bond villain or something.
I don't know Morty, he just looks intense.
What are you boys talking about?
We're just analyzing this picture, Morty.
It's amazing, Rick. You should put it up on your wall.
Aw, I don't think so, Morty.
Is there something wrong, Morty?
No, nothing's wrong, Jerry.
I don't know, dude. He just doesn't look like my type.
Morty, do you like boys, Rick?
No, Jerry, I don't like boys.
Morty, you're lying.
No, I'm not Rick.
Okay, I believe you, Morty. Dude, he looks like he's about to shoot us.
He's like a Bond villain or something.
I don't know Morty, he just looks intense.
What are you boys talking about?
We're just analyzing this picture, Morty.
It's amazing, Rick. You should put it up on your wall.
Aw, I don't think so, Morty.
Is there something wrong, Morty?
No, nothing's wrong, Jerry.
I don't know, dude. He just doesn't look like my type.
Morty, do you like boys, Rick?
No, Jerry, I don't like boys.
Morty, you're lying. Holy crap, Morty, look at that.
It's awesome, Rick. What does it mean?
I don't know, but it's beautiful.
You're right.
Yeah, ain't nothing like a good old cartoon to take your mind off of things.
Go Morty. Looks like we're finally getting somewhere with our sci-fi adventure.
Yeah, buddy, I'm happy as can be.
Speaking of which, do you want to hear about the latest episode of our series?
Of course, Rick. Anything to make you happy.
Alright then. So in this episode, we visit a world where the killers are the biggest rock stars.
Dang, that sounds dope, Rick.
Yeah, I thought so too. Anyway, in this world, the killers are revered as gods.
Whoa, that's intense, Rick.
Yeah, I feel like we're on the brink of something epic, Morty.
I can't wait, Rick. Let's get started on our next sci-fi adventure.
This is a great painting. I can't believe it's only $10,000. Morty, it's really cool how they incorporated biryani into the picture. Yeah, it's a really good picture. I really like it. Jerry. Hey Rick, what's up? Hey Jerry, I just analyzed this picture. It's a great painting. Morty. It's really cool how they incorporated biryani into the picture. Jerry. Yeah, it's a really good picture. I really like it. Dude, that's Hercule Poirot.
Rick, you know Hercule Poirot, right?
Yeah, Morty, I know who Hercule Poirot is.
What's he famous for?
Morty, you know. Morty, you don't seem to know anything about art.
What's going on?
So Morty, Hercule Poirot is this guy who is usually in detective stories or mystery stories and he solves things.
So does he have a mustache?
Yeah, he does, Morty.
I want one.
Okay, well, I'm going to go take a nap.
Jerry, you don't have to stay, Jerry.
Nope, I'm good. Have fun, Morty.
Thank you, Jerry.
1. What does the cross on her head represent? 2. Who is the woman in the picture? 3. Is she biblical? 4.
What kind of message does the poster send?
5. What do you think about the creative work behind the poster?
So, Morty, what do you think about our new sci-fi adventure?
Yeah, he was incredible. And the show was so funny.
Yeah, I loved it.
You two are so lovey-dovey.
Interesting.
Hey Rick, what you thinking?
Interesting. Morty. Hey Rick, what you thinking? Anyway, this is a cool picture. Wow, that's Han Solo in his ship.
I love Han Solo. He's such a badass.
He's definitely one of my favorite Star Wars characters.
Yeah, Han Solo is pretty iconic.
Holy cow, Morty, look at that thing. It's amazing.
Yeah, Rick, it's really cool. What's it called?
It's called a quesadilla.
Oh, yeah. I've never seen one before. What does it serve for?
Quesadillas are basically just a dish made out of tortillas. But believe it or not, there are different types of quesadillas. Some are stuffed with cheese, others have vegetables, and still others are topped with chili or avocado. It's basically a really versatile dish.
I can see that. So, what kind of quesadilla would you like to try?
How about a chicken quesadilla?
That sounds good. I'll go get the tortillas.
Great idea, Morty. I'm sure Mrs. Puss will enjoy a chicken quesadilla too.
I'm sure she will, Rick. Thanks for looking out for her.
No problem, Morty. I always do what I can to take care of my wife. Is that a costume or is she just bizarre?
I don't know. I don't understand why people wear costumes like that.
Yeah, costumes are just weird.
I know, I don't understand them either.
But that's probably why they're so popular. They're just weird and people love them.
I guess so.
Aw. Look, Morty. It's a painting of a woman with red hair and blue eyes and a red hat on her head and wings. Sandia National Laboratories. What do you think it means?
Yeah, it's really cool. What do you think it's from?
I'm not sure. but I think it's from one of our adventures.
Yeah, I think so too. It's so cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Hey boys. What's up?
Oh, nothing much, Jerry. Just analyzing this picture.
Oh, okay. What's it from?
I'm not sure, but I think it's from one of our adventures.
Oh, okay. What do you think it's from?
I'm not sure, but I think it's from one of our adventures.
Oh, okay. What do you think it's from?
I'm not sure, but I think it's from one of our adventures.
Well, I'm happy you boys are enjoying yourselves. I don't know much about art, but I'm sure it's cool. Have fun.
Dude, I love Aerosmith. Their songs always make me feel good.
You mean like, Walk This Way, or I Don't Want to Miss a Thing?
Whatever, those are good songs too.
I guess.
What? What's wrong?
I just don't think they're that great.
But, are you kidding? They're among the greatest rock bands of all time.
I know, I just don't think the lyrics are all that great.
Who cares about the lyrics? Music is about feeling the vibrations and getting lost in the moment.
I guess you're right.
Always are, old dog. Always are. This is really cool, Morty.
Yeah, I love science fiction.
Me too. I always get so excited for the future.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It was always so interesting to see how he'd react to different situations.
Yeah, like the time he shaved his head bald and then had to deal with all the insults from people who thought it was ridiculous.
Or when he had to move to San Francisco and all of his old friends deserted him.
Yup, that was definitely a tough time for him.
Yeah, but in the end he made new friends and he was able to laugh at himself.
Yeah, that's the key to happiness, Morty, being able to laugh at yourself.
Yeah, I think you're right, Rick. And that's the key to living a fulfilling life.
Exactly, Morty, and that's why we need to continue talking about Frasier. It's the key to a happy and wholesome life. They're cats. They always look so happy and carefree. It's so cute.
I know. It's like they're living in a sweet little world without any worries.
Yeah, they're definitely a lot of fun. I can't wait to see what new adventures they'll get into next.
So these are Tom and Jerry, huh? They're always getting into trouble.
Well, I guess you could say that. But at least they're always having fun.
I suppose that's true.
Hey Morty, check this out.
As Rick and Morty look at the picture, they have a 10-line discussion like this.
They're cats. They always look so happy and carefree. It's so cute.
I know. It's like they're living in a sweet little world without any worries.
Yeah, they're definitely a lot of fun. I can't wait to see what new adventures they'll get into next.
So these are Tom and Jerry, huh? They're always getting into trouble.
Well, I guess you could say that. But at least they're always having fun.
I suppose that's true.
Wow, that's a really cool picture.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's like a painting. Ooh.
Yeah, it's like a painting.
Yeah, it's really cool.
E.T. Hey, it's the little guy. Whoa, Elliot. What's up? E.T. Elliot, it's the little guy. Whoa, Elliot. What's up? Less than, name greater than. I like the picture.
This is so badass, Morty. I'm so happy we found this.
Yeah, it's a great picture, Rick. I love the horns on the deer.
Yeah, they're really cool. I can't wait to see what else we can find.
Sitting in the background, not paying attention.
Hey Jerry, what do you think of the picture?
Sitting in the background, not paying attention.
Hey Jerry, do you like the picture?
Sitting in the background, not paying attention.
Jerry, come look at this picture.
Sitting in the background, not paying attention.
This is a great picture.
Yeah, it's great.
Is that a Rick and Morty?
It sure is.
What do you think?
I think it's great.
Me too.
Man, that's one sick piece of art.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I love the coloring and the way the pattern flows.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's amazing, just awesome.
Yeah, just awesome.
Morty, check out this picture.
What is it?
It's a picture of a man with a hoodie and a colorful pattern on his face and body, with a hoodie on.
That's weird.
What did you think?
It's weird.
Who's that?
I don't know, it's pretty hot though.
I'm sorry, Morty, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't either.
Lizzo, that's me.
It's so sexy, I love it.
Yeah, Morty, I like it a lot. Dude, I don't even know where to start. This painting is amazing.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. I wonder what the story behind it is.
Hey Morty, why don't you go ask your dad about it? He's probably pretty smart about these kinds of things.
Okay, Jerry, ask him.
Morty, what do you think the painting is called?
I don't know, Daddy, it's really confusing.
Well, maybe you should ask your dad what he thinks.
Okay, Morty, what do you think your dad will say?
I don't know, Daddy. I'm just curious.
What do you think of that, Morty? Isn't that art?
It's yeah, it's art. I mean, I guess.
You guess? You don't know? It's one of my favorite paintings, Jerry. It captures the duality of life perfectly.
Huh. What do you want me to say? It's a painting, Rick. It's just a painting.
But Jerry, don't you see? It's like a representation of the human condition. The struggles and the might-haves.
What might haves, Rick?
Don't you remember when I told you about the time I hitchhiked to Canada, Morty?
What, the time you smoked that weed and got arrested, Rick?
Yes, Morty. The time I hitchhiked to Canada. I told you about the time I met this nice old man and he gave me this painting. It was pretty cool, right, Jerry?
Right, Rick. Pretty cool.
Wow, that's a cool picture, Morty. What kind of robot is that?
It's a cyborg, Rick. It's a Doctor Who robot.
Cool. I love Doctor Who. Do you like it?
Yeah, I love it. It's so cool how they can play with the light and make it look like it's moving.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I always watch the show when I can. It's great that you like it too. Isn't this amazing, Morty?
Yeah, it's really cool. I'm excited to see what's over there.
You guys notice anything different about the painting?
Rick and Morty look at Jerry and give him a confused look.
I mean, it's just that the woman's necklace is glowing, really brightly.
Dude, look, we're like a team.
Totally, dude. What kind of a team would we be without you?
Son, you're welcome to help me with the dishes, but don't think you're getting a leg up on your art because of it.
Jerry, come on, man. I didn't go to college for art. I went to college so I could be a scientist like you.
Well, I didn't go to college to play video games all day and communicate with computers.
Hey, I'm thankful for the computer too, Morty. Without it, I'd have to do all the calculations by hand.
Got you.
You know, Rick, not everyone needs to be a scientist. I could be a doctor or a lawyer.
Yeah, Morty could be an artist.
What, like a painter?
No, an artist who paints in 3 dimensions.
Morty could be a 3D artist.
No way, dude. I suck at art.
Morty, you don't suck at art. You're just not used to it.
I guess. Thanks, Rick.
Look at that man. He's the perfect example of a sci-fi hero.
Yeah, he's really cool.
He's got a great look, and he's smoking. That's a big part of the sci-fi genre, you know.
Yeah, I know. It's kinda cool.
And he's got a great personality, too. He's happy and wholesome, just like a sci-fi hero should be.
Yeah, you're right. He's perfect.
Morty, you're a genius.
What are you two talking about?
Rick and we're just analyzing this picture of a man with a weird hair and glasses on his face and a cigarette in his mouth and a cigarette in his mouth. Aerosmith. And we think he's the perfect example of a sci-fi hero.
Aerosmith? What's that got to do with anything?
Rick and nothing, just a random observation. Anyway, we think he's perfect, just like a sci-fi hero should be.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess that's all right.
Man, this is some amazing art.
This is so cool. David Bowie is one of my favorite artists.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the greats.
Morty, what do you think about David Bowie?
I think he's amazing. His music is so beautiful.
Alright, Morty, let's get to work on our next adventure.
Sounds good, Rick. I'm ready to explore the infinite universe.
Oh no, TWINZ, TWINZ, TWINZ.
What are you yelling for, Jerry?
I don't know, Morty. It just doesn't seem like art to me.
Jerry, you have to be more open-minded about art if you want to be my son.
I don't know, Rick. I just don't think that painting is all that important.
This looks like a really cool street in Dublin.
Yeah, it's really neat. I can't wait to see more of the city.
Yeah, we should definitely check it out when we're in the area.
I'm happy to see that Rick and Morty are getting back to their sci-fi roots.
I'm sure they'll have lots of fun exploring the city.
This looks like a great picture. It captures the spirit of sci-fi perfectly.
This is one of the cool things about sci-fi. We can escape to different worlds and explore them.
Yeah, and it's always so cool to see different cultures and things. Like the woman in the picture. She's so beautiful.
She is, and I love her outfit too. It's so colorful.
Yeah, and it's so cool to see different cultures and things. Like the woman in the picture. She's so beautiful.
She is, and I love her outfit too. It's so colorful.
Hey! I see you're looking at the picture.
What do you think?
Hey Jerry, yeah, we're just analyzing it in detail.
Huh. I don't know about art, but I like looking at pictures. It's nice to have some variety in life.
Yeah, I can see that. So, what do you think about the woman in the picture?
I don't know about art, but I like looking at pictures. It's nice to have some variety in life.
Morty. Wow Rick, that's an awesome picture. I love how the rabbit is standing in front of the clouds. It looks like he's ready for an adventure. Yeah Morty, I think you're right. It's a great picture. I'm glad you like it. Morty. Thanks Rick. What do you think, Morty?
It's cool, Dad. I always loved sci-fi.
Huh. I had no idea. I'm pretty basic with art, myself.
That's okay, Morty. It's not about being flashy or having all the answers. It's about exploring the world and looking for beauty in the chaos.
Yeah, I think you're right, Dad.
And that's what I like to do, Morty. Explore the world and look for beauty in the chaos. Look at that. It's a cool picture of a man in a white shirt.
Yeah, it's really cool. I wonder what the story behind it is.
Well, I'm not sure, but it looks like it's from a sci-fi movie or something.
Yeah, I bet it's from one of Rick's sci-fi adventures.
Yeah, I'm sure of it. So what do you think, Morty? Are you excited to see a sci-fi movie tonight?
Absolutely. I'm excited to see one of Rick's sci-fi adventures.
Great. I'm happy to hear that, Morty.
Hey Rick, what's going on?
Oh, nothing much, Jerry. We're just analyzing this picture of a man in a white shirt and talking about our sci-fi adventures.
Oh, cool. So what are you planning to do tonight, Rick?
Well, we're going to see a sci-fi movie, Jerry. Are you interested in coming with us?
Sure, I would love to. Thanks, Rick.
No problem, Jerry. It's a good picture, Rick, but I don't think it's up to our standard. I mean, look at the background. It's just blah.
Yeah, it doesn't really stand out, does it?
No, Morty, it's just not great.
I guess you're right, Rick.
And I think the blue uniform doesn't really match the ball's color either.
Yeah, it doesn't really look good.
Let's just forget about this picture and move on to our next one.
Yeah, let's do that.
Wow, look at that girl in the hat. She's hot.
Yeah, she's very hot.
I wonder what kind of adventures she's been on.
I'm sure she's had a ton of adventures.
I can't wait to go on some of those adventures with her.
Me too, Rick. Me too.
Oh my god, it's Hercule Poirot.
Ha ha. Yeah, I know. He's so weird.
Yeah, I mean he's like one of the greatest detectives ever.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think he looks that great.
Exactly, Morty. He doesn't look as classy as he should.
Jerry, you sound like Hercule Poirot.
The three of them continued talking about Hercule Poirot and how he doesn't look as classy as he should.
This is a really cool picture. It has a really unique look to it.
Yeah, I love it. It's so cool how he was able to capture the creature's features so well.
Yeah, it's definitely a work of art.
Huh, art? I've never been too sure about that stuff.
Dad, you're hopeless.
Ah, I love all kinds of art. It just takes different forms for some people.
I see.
Steak, this is a really cool picture. It has a really unique look to it.
Yeah, I love it. It's so cool how he was able to capture the creature's features so well.
Yeah, it's definitely a work of art.
Ah, I love all kinds of art. It just takes different forms for some people.
I see.
Well, I think it would be really cool if we could just put a Hulk in our show.
Yeah, I agree, Morty. It would be a perfect addition to our sci-fi landscape.
Well, Morty, I think your dad might not be the best person to approach about it. He's not really into art.
Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking that he might be more open to the idea than you think.
Well, I don't know, Morty. I just think that you should go talk to your dad about it and see what he thinks. Okay?
Okay, thanks, Jerry.
This picture's amazing, Morty. It's so disturbing and fascinating at the same time.
Yeah, man, I know. I think it's genius how they're able to blend art and sci-fi together.
Yeah, totally. I can't get over how lifelike Forrest Gump looks.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I can't get over how realistic the painting looks either.
Yeah, it's really amazing.
Alright guys, what's going on?
We're just analyzing the painting, Rick and Morty.
Oh, okay. What do you think?
I think it's amazing, Morty. It's so disturbing and fascinating at the same time.
Alright guys, what's going on?
We're just analyzing the painting. Dude, that's an amazing picture. Look at all the detail.
Yeah, it's really cool. What do you think the artist was trying to convey with it?
I think he was trying to show that demons are real and that they can be found everywhere.
You're right. It's really eerie.
It is, but I love it.
Me too, Rick. Me too.
This guy is definitely David Beckham.
It totally looks like him.
I don't know about you two, but I'm pretty pumped for our next sci-fi adventure.
Oh man, this is so cool. I've always wanted to see what a world like this would be like.
Yeah, I could totally see us adventuring and meeting new people in this world.
I know exactly what you mean, Rick. I bet we would have so much fun.
Definitely. I'm so excited for whatever adventures await us.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens next.
I'm just happy being a Rickson and Morty is happy being a Morty and Jerry is happy being a Jerry and everyone has a positive vibe and everything is just perfect.
That's right. I love going on adventures with Rick and being with my friends Jerry and Rick. Everything is just perfect.
Ah, son. You're too happy. Sometimes it's good to just be a simple man living in a simple world without any knowledge of art.
Aha, you don't even know what that is, Dad.
Well, I guess that's why I don't get it. I'm just happy being a simple man with no clue about art.
Hey Morty, what's up?
Not much, just thinking about our adventures in space.
Yeah, we've had a lot of fun. I'm glad we can still have fun like this.
Yeah, I feel the same. What about you, Jerry? You do art, right?
Huh. Oh yeah, sure. What about it?
Well, I think it's really cool. I think a lot of people would like to see your work.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think Jerry's got a real talent for it.
Yeah, I think you might be right. We should maybe get him into a gallery one of these days.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Hey Jerry, what do you think?
Thinking. I'm not sure, I'm not really into art. I don't know if anyone would really be interested.
Happily? Oh well, we'll just have to try and find out. Makes for a great story, doesn't it, Rick?
Dude, that's Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, I know.
He's one of my favorite actors.
Yeah, he's really good.
He's like a modern-day Humphrey Bogart.
Yeah, I think so too.
That's beautiful, Morty. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's really cool. Is it a poster for a movie?
I think it might be. It looks like it might be for some kind of space movie.
What kind of movie is it?
I don't know. I'm not really into movies like that.
Do you think it would be cool if we saw it?
Yeah, I think it would be.
Great. Let's go see it.
Look at that picture, Morty. It's a great example of a sci-fi scene.
Yeah, Rick, it's really cool. I can't believe how well it's drawn.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love the way the rabbits are dressed.
Yeah, I love the way they're dressing too.
And the way the background is painted. It looks like a really amazing scene.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Wile E. Coyote, what's going on here? Rick and Morty are analyzing in details a picture with this description while also talking about their sci-fi adventures. A cartoon character with a hat and a suit on and a peace sign in his hand and the words, Myopia Default CAC, Inspector Gadget. Less than Rick greater than, this is great, Morty.
I can't believe they made a picture of us.
Less than Morty greater than, yeah, I know.
I'm so excited for our next sci-fi adventure.
Less than Rick greater than, yeah, me too.
I can't wait to go on more adventures with you, Morty.
Less than Morty greater than, even better.
This is badass, Morty. I bet Doge Shiba could take on anyone in a fight.
Yeah, he's got a lot of fight in him. I can't wait to see him in action someday.
We should make a movie about it.
Yeah, I think we should.
Everything's going to be grand, Morty. You just have to trust me.
Yeah, I trust you, Rick.
So what do you think?
It's pretty cool, Rick. The poster's got a great message.
Gumbo's definitely on point. We always need more positive sci-fi out there.
Morty, do you want to watch a movie tonight?
Sure, Jerry. Sounds fun.
We're watching Gumbo. Everyone is happy and content with their life.
Look at that supernova. It's so colorful.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. It's like a painting.
Yeah, It's like a painting. I wish we could go see it for ourselves.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I bet it's really beautiful.
Yeah, I bet it's really beautiful.
This looks like a great picture. I love the suit and tie guy.
Yeah, he's so handsome.
He's a great example of a successful man.
Yeah, he's got it all together.
He's a great role model.
Yeah, he's always so happy.
He's obviously got a lot of good things going for him.
Yeah, he's amazing.
He's a great example of how you can achieve anything you set your mind to.
Yeah, he's a total illustrator.
He's definitely a role model for us. This is some real deep sea art, Morty. I can't believe the detail that went into it.
That lobster is so cute, Rick.
Yeah, I know, Morty. It's really cool how the artist was able to capture its personality.
Yeah, it's like the lobster is almost feelings.
Yeah, I think you're right, Morty. This is some real deep sea art. That looks like a really cool picture.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. What do you think?
I think it's really cool too. I bet it would look great in our sci-fi movie.
Yeah, I don't know if it would look good in a sci-fi movie, but it looks great on the wall.
That's true. I don't know if it would look good in a sci-fi movie, but it looks great as is.
I don't know, but I like it.
What picture is that, Rick?
Rick and Morty turn around to see Jerry standing in the doorway.
Oh, this is a picture of a man sitting on a chair with a bottle in his hand and a moon above him, with a yellow background, Saturn.
That's a really cool picture.
Rick and Morty turn back to the picture.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. What do you think?
I think it's really cool too.
I bet it would look great in our sci-fi movie.
Yeah, I don't know if it would look good in a sci-fi movie, but it looks great as is.
I don't know, but I like it.
This is a great picture, Morty. It has great composition and color.
I agree, Rick. This suggestive image screams sci-fi adventure.
I think so too, Morty. What do you think about the guy in the hat and sunglasses?
I don't know, he looks kinda mysterious to me.
Maybe you're right, Morty. He certainly looks like he could be part of an exciting sci-fi story.
I totally agree, Rick. What do you think about the neon background?
I think it's really cool, Morty. It gives the picture a really cool edge.
I couldn't agree more, Rick. This picture is definitely a work of art.
That's a great picture, Morty. He's definitely one of my favorite cartoon characters.
He's awesome, Rick. I can't believe you used to like him.
I did. I used to watch him all the time when I was a kid.
I can't believe you still like him though. I don't think he's that good anymore.
He's actually pretty good, Morty. He's been through a lot lately.
I know, he's been through a lot of tough challenges.
That's right, Morty. He's become a Zorkon, my favorite Martian.
The Zorkon, my favorite Martian?
Yep, he's one of my favorite cartoons now.
I'm glad you like him, Rick. He's a great character.
I do, Morty. He's definitely a character you can appreciate.
And put the picture here.
This picture is amazing, Morty. I can't believe they're portraying Iron Man in such a realistic way.
Yeah, I think they nailed it, Rick. He looks like he's ready for combat.
Yeah, he definitely does. I'm so happy they were able to get him so accurately portrayed.
Haha. I know, right, Morty? I mean, I don't know about you, Rick, but I grew up watching cartoons and I think it's great that they're getting more accurate with the characters.
Yeah, I think it's great, Jerry, too. I don't think I would have been as happy if they had done him in a different way.
Yeah, I definitely don't think we could have done things any better, Morty.
Well, I'm glad you two are happy with the picture.
I'm just not as into sci-fi as you two are.
I prefer cartoons that are more cartoony.
Yeah, I don't really like sci-fi either, Jerry. But I think it's great that they're getting more accurate with the characters. This is a picture of a great sci-fi adventure. A man in glasses is standing in front of a poster for a movie with a red background and a red frame, BLT.
Look at all the detail in the painting. It's like he's right in the scene.
True, Morty, and the colors are so vibrant, it's like he's right there on the screen.
Hey guys, what's going on?
We're discussing our latest sci-fi adventure, Jerry.
Oh, I love sci-fi. What movie is it about?
It's called BLT, and it's about a man in glasses who's walking in front of a poster for the movie.
Let me see. Jerry looks at the poster and says, "That's a great poster. I'd love to see the movie."
Interesting picture, Morty. What do you think?
It's a cool picture, Rick. I like the background.
Yeah, I think you nailed the futuristic look.
What is that, Rick?
It's a digital painting of a man, Rick.
What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Jerry, this is a picture of a man with a futuristic face and a futuristic helmet on his head.
Oh, I see.
I've seen pictures like that before.
Yeah, you have. They're called ancients.
Ancients? Like from Stargate SG-1?
Yeah, that's the show.
I've never seen that show.
Really?
No, I've never seen that show.
Oh, that's too bad. It's a really good show.
I'm sure it is.
I don't know what it's about.
Well, it's about time you gave it a try.
I will one day.
Yeah, I've heard that it's a really good show. This is a really cool sci-fi picture, Rick.
Yeah, it's really cool, Rick.
What do you think, Jerry? It's a really cool picture, Jerry.
This poster is great. The colors are so bright and the composition is perfect.
Yeah, I love the composition. The plane looks so cool flying over the bridge.
Holy cow, the plane is amazing. I always forget how big and majestic those things are.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I'm so happy we got this poster.
Me too, Rick. Me too.